Chapter 29-23. The 1,000,000 fire seals were obtained from the fire seed by the demon blood. This shocked Fang Qin and Xiaohua. No one knew better than them what these fire seals meant. How powerful is the fire seed left behind by the flame demon emperor? Fang Qin and Xiaohua thought to themselves. They couldn't wait to see the fire seed left behind by the flame demon emperor. However, they also knew how powerful the flame demon emperor was. The fire seed he left behind must be extraordinary. Therefore, they couldn't be impulsive for the time being. Only by absorbing the fire seals and improving their control of fire could they absorb the fire seed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaohua had the fire demon emperor's fire seed in his body, so he absorbed the fire seals much faster than Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin was not to be outdone. His fire origin bloodline had reached the peak after being refined by the unparalleled expert's corpse. Time passed bit by bit. The two of them had been absorbing the fire seals crazily. In the beginning, they absorbed the fire seals very slowly, but as time passed, they became faster and faster. A year had passed since then. They could absorb a fire seal in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. After absorbing a fire seal, the fire seed above Xiaohua's head was obviously much stronger. The fire seed exuded a powerful aura. It was fierce and domineering, and it had a hint of the land of fire's aura. So powerful, Xiaohua's face was full of excitement. His strength was also increasing after absorbing the fire seals. Xiaohua's fire seed has become much stronger. Fang Qin opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother, I feel that my fire seed will transform if I absorb a little more fire seal." Xiaohua said, proudly with his head held high. Fang Qin patted Xiaohua's shoulder gently and said, "Then continue." The demon clan formation. Suddenly, a huge fluctuation occurred in the tranquil Great Formation. Then, a huge vortex appeared at the center of the formation. The vortex was formed by the demon clan's aura. It was very terrifying. The entire monster race, Grand Formation, trembled. All of a sudden, a claw reached out from within. Then, the pure-blooded beast cub took a step forward. Crack! The huge vortex behind him suddenly collapsed, and a powerful aura blended into every corner of the demon race's Grand Formation. At this moment, the pure-blooded beast cub's face was glowing red, and its body exuded an unparalleled power. As expected of the inheritance left by the Charflame demon monarch, it's really powerful. The pure-blooded beast cub said happily. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that his body would undergo such a drastic change in the short span of a year. Not only did he accept the inheritance left behind by the scorching flame demon monarch, but his cultivation level had also increased, reaching the ancient god realm. Right now, if I go all out, I'm virtually invincible in the life ancient realm. The pure-blooded beast cub's eyes were filled with confidence as it spoke solemnly. The reason why he said he was almost invincible and not invincible was because he had taken into consideration the freak Fang Qin. Only then did the pure-blooded beast cub realize that Fang Qin had disappeared. What happened? Where did he go? The pure-blooded beast cub asked doubtfully. It looked around but couldn't find any trace of Fang Qin. Where did he go? The pure-blooded beast cub frowned and began to look for Fang Qin. Demon blood world. Fang Qin had absorbed about 300,000 of the 1,000,000 fire seals, and the rest were absorbed by Xiaohua. Boom! The majestic fire seed above Xiaohua's head emitted a terrifying aura. What a powerful aura! Fang Qin stared at the fire seed above Xiaohua's head. Hiss! Around the fire seed, there was a kind of aura that made people feel intimidated. Has it transformed? Under Fang Qin's gaze, the fire seed underwent a transformation. The entire process was extremely fast. A moment later, the fire seed calmed down and entered Xiaohua's body. Whoosh! Xiaohua opened its eyes excitedly. Big brother, I did it. Xiao Hua said, the fire seed has completed its transformation and reached the most perfect state. My fire origin bloodline has also reached the peak state. Everything indicated that the fire origin race would rise from his hands. Xiao Hua was very happy. Feng Chen nodded in satisfaction. Even the fire demon monarch of the past, the fire origin bloodline in his body, was only SOSO. Not bad. Demon Blood's voice came from the void. I didn't expect you to finish absorbing the 1,000,000 fire seals so quickly. Next, you can try to absorb the fire seed. Demon Blood continued, if you succeed, you can fight for that opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, the lush land suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Feng Chen and Xiao Hua were in the sea of fire. Rumble. Majestic flames whizzed past him continuously. Feng Chen and Xiao Hua observed their surroundings vigilantly. Dong! Suddenly, a powerful flame broke out from the ground. Fire seed! Feng Chen exclaimed. Xiao Hua was also dumbfounded. Is that the scorching fire seed? Legend had it that the scorching fire seed was the most powerful fire seed in the primordial chaos. It could burn the world down. Feng Chen and Xiao Hua's foreheads were full of sweat, and their clothes were instantly drenched. Is this the scorching fire seed? His fire origin bloodline enveloped him and barely withstood the pressure of the scorching fire seed. At this time, Feng Chen began to size up the fire seed. Something's not right. Xiao Hua seemed to have discovered something and frowned. Brother, the power of the scorching fire seed is not as strong as we imagined. Feng Chen looked seriously at the fire seed. I know. Xiao Hua suddenly patted his head and grinned. The scorching fire seed is unique to the scorching fire demon emperor and is connected to his physical body. When the scorching fire demon emperor was severely injured, he extracted the scorching fire seed from his body before he left, causing its foundation to be damaged. In addition, Demon Blood has been constantly exploiting the fire seals all these years, so its power has been greatly reduced. Without replenishment and a mother body, the power of the scorching fire seed naturally began to weaken. You're very smart to see through the essence of the scorching fire seed at a glance. Demon Blood's voice sounded. Feng Chen and Xiao Hua looked at each other and then began to discuss a countermeasure. After a long while, the two of them came up with a clear plan in their minds. Do it! Xiao Hua took the lead and leaped, approaching the scorching fire seed. At the same time, he used his own fire seed to suppress the scorching fire seed. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The collision of the two fire seeds was very intense. Xiao Hua's fire seed was naturally no match for the scorching fire seed. However, Xiao Hua's fire seed had absorbed 600,000 or 700,000 fire seals and already contained a trace of the scorching fire seed's aura. Xiao Hua's palms flipped continuously, and the surface of the fire seed above his head was enveloped by a layer of scorching fire. Brother, after doing all this, Xiao Hua called out. Feng Chen stomped his foot and leaped into the air. Powerful fire origin power surged out. Xiao Hua disguised his fire seed as the scorching fire seed and restrained Feng Chen, while Feng Chen attacked with all his strength. Interesting fellow, Demon Blood chuckled. These two fellows in front of him were already sufficiently skilled in the Tao of Fire. This is a meeting gift before a great opportunity, Demon Blood muttered to himself. As expected, Demon Blood's prediction was correct. The power of the scorching fire seed decreased, allowing Feng Chen and Xiao Hua to successfully suppress it. Roar! In the sea of fire, the ferocious fire roared angrily, but it was firmly suppressed by Feng Chen and Xiao Hua. Next, the two looked at each other and proceeded according to the plan they had previously discussed. Rip! Feng Chen drew the hidden star sword and slashed out without warning. Crack! Feng Chen did not hold back and miraculously slashed the scorching fire seed. The powerful sword Qi forcefully cut the scorching fire seed apart. Keep. Fong Chin growled and absorbed the corner of the scorching fire seed that was cut off by the hidden star soared into his body. The powerful fire origin, bloodline power, instantly enveloped it and began to refine it. I'll leave it to you. Xiao Hua majored in the Tao of fire. Giving the scorching fire seed to him was the best choice. Therefore, Fong Chin only absorbed a corner of the scorching fire seed and let Xiao Hua absorb the rest. Awesome. Xiao Hua laughed heartily in the sea of fire. He lived up to expectations and quickly absorbed the scorching fire seed into his body. At the same time, he quickly merged his original fire seed with the scorching fire seed. Looking at the scorching fire seed in his mind, Xiao Hua was indescribably happy. Chapter 29-24. Subduing the roasted flame fire seed meant that he could fight for that opportunity. This was an extremely important matter for Fong Chin. At this moment, he could feel the power of fire in his body vibrating and increasing at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Big brother, I'm going into seclusion. After Xiao Hua said this to Fong Chin, he went into seclusion in a mortal cave mountain. Looking at Xiao Hua's departing figure, Fong Chin muttered, "When the fire origin bloodline has completely evolved, I will give this roasted flame fire seed to you." Demon Blood's voice sounded again. "Are you ready to go to the land of inheritance?" Fong Chin nodded. He was ready, and everything was ready. Buzz. The world spun. Fong Chin left Demon Blood's world and appeared in a magnificent palace. There was a powerful pressure in this palace, and the surroundings were shrouded in a seal. Outsiders could not enter at all. Even a tribulation supremacy would find it difficult to break the seal, right? Fong Chin was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful seal. Ha ha ha. Just as Fong Chin was deep in thought, a laugh suddenly rang out. Fong Chin hurriedly turned his head and saw a bald old man sitting cross-legged not far away, staring at him. "You are the first warrior to pass the test," Fong Chin exclaimed. He did not expect to meet him here. "How many years has it been?" "Finally, someone passed the test and came here," the bald old man said with a smile. "You are very lucky, but also very unlucky." As he spoke, the bald old man slowly got up and walked to Fong Chin's side, pointing at the palace. "Do you know what this palace is called?" Fong Chin shook his head. The bald old man continued, "This palace is called the Immortal Sacred Palace. It was built by the Immortal Emperor himself. The Immortal Emperor's inheritance is inside." Fong Chin's eyes widened. His heart was shocked. Previously, Demon Blood had only told him that this opportunity was related to the Immortal Emperor, but he did not expect that this opportunity was actually the Immortal Emperor's inheritance. The Immortal Emperor left behind an inheritance for the Fated One. Unfortunately, even after exhausting all of my strength, I was still unable to pluck it. When the bald old man said this, his face was filled with regret. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening voice came from outside the Immortal Saint Palace. Shortly after, the Immortal Sacred Palace shook slightly. The bald old man raised his head and snorted disdainfully. "Humph! Those idiots outside want to break the seal and enter the Immortal Saint Palace? What a joke!" Although the seal outside the Immortal Sacred Palace wasn't personally set up by the Immortal Emperor, it's still extraordinary. Unless a universe god intervenes, a mere tribulation master won't be able to break the seal. The bald old man's words were full of mockery. Fong Chin's heart skipped a beat. He calmly sized up the bald old man in front of him. He was mocking a tribulation master. Could he be? You don't have to look at me like that. Before I entered the Immortal Sacred Palace, I was a tribulation master. Over the years, I gained some insights and stepped into the universe god level, the bald old man said. Unfortunately, so what if you've stepped into the universe god level? Not only can you not obtain the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, you can't even leave the Immortal Sacred Palace, let alone the Immortal Academy of Creation. Everyone took pride in being able to enter the immortal academy of creation. But the bald old man was thinking of all ways to leave the immortal sacred palace. Senior, didn't you say that a universe god could easily break the seal of the immortal sacred palace? Fang Chen asked. The bald old man smiled bitterly. That's a frontal attack from the outside. I was sent here by demon blood. Unless the immortal emperor's inheritance chooses me, I'll never be able to leave. The bald old man carefully sized up Fang Chen. Speaking of cultivation, he was a little surprised. Interesting. An ancient god can actually enter the immortal sacred palace. It seems that your potential is extraordinary, the bald old man said. It's just a fluke, Fang Chen said modestly. Now, you and I are on the same side. The two of us should cooperate and communicate with each other to obtain the immortal emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here forever, the bald old man said. Fang Chen nodded and bowed to the bald old man with cupped fists. Senior, how should I address you? Fang Chen asked politely. Address? The bald old man's eyes were deep. After a long while, he said slowly, I don't care about my former name. I only have one goal now, and that is to one day open a boundary in the immemorial chaos. You can call me the Dark Light Sector Lord. All right. In the following time, the Dark Light Sector Lord began to patiently explain the details of the immortal sacred palace to Fang Chen, as well as the immortal emperor's inheritance. After communicating with Fang Chen for 3 days, the Dark Light Sector Lord had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. Amazing! The Dark Light Sector Lord gave a thumbs up and chuckled. You're the strongest ancient god since ancient times. After a rough understanding of Fang Chen's background, he was even more impressed by Fang Chen. At the same time, the Dark Light Sector Lord was quite interested in the invincible sword principle that Fang Chen had mentioned, and insisted on exchanging pointers with him. He suppressed his cultivation and exchanged pointers with Fang Chen. After a round of exchanging pointers, he was even more amazed. For an ancient god to be able to comprehend such a sword principle and such swordsmanship was simply heaven-defying. Perhaps, with his potential and comprehension, it's really possible for him to obtain the immortal emperor's inheritance? The Dark Light Sector Lord's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. He regarded Fang Chen as his last life-saving straw, as the only important candidate to leave the immortal sacred palace and even the immortal academy of creation. The immortal emperor's inheritance is in this immortal scepter. Give it a try. At the front of the immortal sacred palace, there was an ordinary scepter. The immortal emperor's inheritance was in this scepter. Fang Chen walked up to the immortal scepter, gently reached out his hand, and touched the scepter. Suddenly, a layer of halo appeared on the surface of the scepter, and then a vast power drilled into his body. Dong, dong, dong. His internal organs vibrated, and the chaotic sword body suddenly opened up. Fang Chen's body staggered backward, and his face was full of shock. Don't be discouraged. The immortal emperor's inheritance is very mysterious, and even I can't comprehend it. It's normal for you to fail on your first try. The Dark Light Sector Lord comforted. Fang Chen stood on the ground in a daze, and his eyes were fixed on the immortal scepter. In his mind, a mysterious aura was constantly swimming. This is... Fang Chen felt a mysterious power emerge, and in his heart he felt a sense of déjà vu with the immortal scepter. Is this the power of the inheritance? Fang Chen murmured. The Dark Light Sector Lord had already sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to comprehend. In his opinion, although Fang Chen's potential was better than his, it would still be difficult for him to comprehend the immortal emperor's inheritance. It would be impossible without tens of thousands of years. From the outside, the immortal sacred palace looked like a floating palace. The surroundings of the resplendent palace were filled with powerful seals. On the wasteland below, there were many experts. Standing at the front were several powerful tribulation paragons. They looked at each other, and their faces were full of gloominess. The seals of the immortal sacred palace are too strong. Even if we join forces, we can't break them, an elder said in a hoarse voice, unless a world god intervenes personally. There was a commotion in the crowd. But it's impossible for a world god to enter the Honored God Institute. Doesn't this mean that the immortal sacred palace is just a mirage that can only be seen from afar? Some tribulation paragons were anxious. They didn't understand why the immortal emperor had set such a high threshold. Some shook their heads, unable to believe what they were seeing. Since the immortal emperor placed the inheritance in the immortal sacred palace, there must be a way to open it. Perhaps it's not enough power that can break the seals. We need to find a way from other aspects. Everyone began to discuss, and the tribulation paragons at the front also came together to express their opinions. Everyone in the Honor Divine Institute had their eyes on the immortal sacred palace. However, they didn't know that someone had already entered the immortal sacred palace through other means. Moreover, it was an ancient god of the life ancient realm. If the news were to spread, it would definitely cause great waves. Chapter 29-25. In the blink of an eye, it had been decades since the opening of the imperishable Academy of Creation. During this time, many factions were watching anxiously. Every time the Academy of Creation opened, it represented the arrival of a golden age, but also the arrival of a cruel era. Everyone knew that with so many prodigies entering the Academy of Creation, it would be a miracle if even 10% of them could come out. And there was no doubt that those who came out would eventually become the top elites of the primordial chaos. Therefore, no matter how much they sacrificed, they had to send their clansmen into the Academy of Creation. Ever since the birth of the imperishable Academy of Creation, the primordial chaos with its undercurrents had fallen into a brief period of peace. Factions big and small were operating in an orderly manner. Only the primordial chaos was not peaceful. At the edge of the primordial chaos, there were two primordial chaos and the Black Marsh chaos. Ever since Fong Chen returned and suppressed the Black Marsh chaos with his unparalleled power, the Black Marsh chaos had become a vassal force of the primordial chaos. With the Tao Ze beast in charge, the Black Marsh chaos could hardly make any waves. The primordial chaos, Mahakala, Shura Sword sect headquarters. In the garden of a luxurious mansion, two men were pacing back and forth anxiously. What should we do? Uncle Ching Ho went to the White Cloud Palace for a meeting. What should we do? The man in white said impatiently. I've already sent a message to Uncle Ching Ho. He should know, the man in blue said. These two men were highly respected in the Shura Sword sect. Other than Ching Ho, they had the highest prestige because they were the sons of Fong Qin, the founder of the Shura Sword sect. After many years, Fong Yun and Fong Han had grown up. With the help of the Shura Sword sect's powerful resources, the two's cultivation rose steadily. Currently, their cultivation had already reached the profound god level. In the ancient Saint Primal Chaos, countless noble families and clans wanted to introduce their precious daughters to the two young masters, but they were all rejected by them. Gentlemen, the Grand Elder of the Xiu family of Azure, Net requests an audience. Suddenly, a servant rushed in to report. Invite him in, Fong Yun said. Venerable Hei Qi had helped Fong Qin a lot in the past. The two brothers knew that, so they were very polite to him. Young masters. Soon, Venerable Black Red arrived at the garden. Currently, Venerable Black Red's aura was even more vigorous than before. He had already reached the level of a heavenly venerate and was just a step away from becoming an ancient god. In the ancient sacred primal chaos, Reverend Black Red was a true overlord. Under the leadership of him and the patriarch of the Xiu clan, the Xiu clan's strength rose steadily. It was about to catch up with the three great clans of the present age. Venerable Black Red, what brings you here? Elder Ching Ho informed me to come and assist the two young masters, Venerable Black Red said. Fong Yun and Fong Han looked at each other. Feng Yun and Feng Han were anxious because the Shuri universe and the Galaxy universe were in great danger. Shinchi Palace desperately sent the news to Shura Sword Sect. They were waiting for Qing Ho's decision. Coincidentally, Qing Ho had a very important meeting and was heading to the White Cloud Palace with the members of the human race's Council of Elders. With the help of Venerable Black Red, the three of them immediately set off for the Azure universe. His first destination was the Azure universe. On the way, Venerable Black Red asked, "What happened? Please explain in detail, young masters." Since Father went to the ancient chaos, Grandmaster has been in charge of the Azure universe and rules of order. But not long ago, a large number of mysterious experts suddenly appeared in the Galaxy universe and suppressed the Galaxy universe with their powerful means. Shinchi Palace tried to contact Grandmaster, but found that they couldn't contact him. So they guessed that something had happened to Grandmaster, Feng Yun said. The Grandmaster they were talking about was the Bone Progenitor. Let's go to the Azure universe first and find Grandmaster, then go to the Galaxy universe. One of the two universes was his father's miniature universe, and the other was his father's birthplace. It was reasonable to not let anyone destroy it. In the vast dark void, three figures broke through the void. In front of them was a huge universe. This was the Azure universe. Go in. The three of them easily entered the Azure universe. Using their divine senses, they instantly found the aura of the Bone Progenitor. The Bone Progenitor is there. Venerable Black and Red led the two brothers to a certain forbidden land in the God Realm. They were surprised to see the Bone Progenitor trapped inside a golden ball. Grandmaster, Feng Yun and Feng Han shouted, "Rumble!" The Bone Progenitor attacked with all his might, constantly hitting the golden ball. But no matter how he attacked, he couldn't break it. What happened? Venerable Black Red asked. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve. With a crack, the golden ball shattered, and the Bone Progenitor broke free. Phew! The Bone Progenitor breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "A mysterious group of people with evil demon Qi trapped me here. Their real purpose is the Galaxy universe." Outside the dangerous place, two zombie-like shadows were horrified when they saw the golden ball shatter. Quickly report that the Bone Progenitor has broken free. One of the black figures roared. The other shadow was about to send a message when a ray of light appeared out of nowhere and pierced through its body. It fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The remaining shadow was horrified. It was about to escape when a big hand appeared in the sky and suppressed it. What kind of group is this? Venerable Black Red appeared with a grave expression. He had never seen the aura of the shadow, so he didn't know what kind of race they were. Demon Qi and corpse Qi interspersed. What kind of race is this? Venerable Black Red wanted to interrogate him, but the black shadow was the first to explode. They came prepared. Let's go to the Galaxy universe. The Galaxy universe was filled with blood. At the peak of the God Realm, a demon stood. Behind him, there were many shadows with powerful auras. "Sir, the Bone Progenitor, the biggest threat, has been trapped in the Shura universe by our plan. No one in the Galaxy universe is a match for the corpse demon." "Sir, the Galaxy universe is already in the hands of the corpse demon. Why don't you destroy them all?" A few of his subordinates asked in confusion. The demon stood with his hands behind his back and said in a hoarse voice, "We haven't determined the specific location of that thing yet. We can't act rashly. These stupid humans in the Galaxy universe are still useful. Tell them to dig 3 feet into the ground and search every corner carefully." "Don't worry, sir." "Sir," one of the subordinates hesitated. The demon asked, "What's the matter?" "My lord, I've heard some news. The strongest force in the universe is the Shinchi Palace. It is said that they rule on behalf of the heavens. Their ancestral master is said to be an unparalleled expert who has made a name for himself in the ancient Saint Chaos. So what? The demons said, the ancient Saint Chaos is restrained by the emperor of our race. They have no time to care about the galaxy universe. As long as we find that thing, the ancient Saint Chaos will be ours. Since the Shinchi Palace claims to rule on behalf of the heavens, let them take the lead and help us find it, the demon said. Yes, sir. When Venerable Black Red and the other three left the Shuri universe, they killed all the corpse demon lurking in this universe. However, just as they were about to reach the galaxy universe, Ching Ho sent them a very important message. Venerable Black Red's expression changed, and he stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? The bone progenitor asked. Elder Ching Ho just sent a message. It's the Corpse Devil Clan that is attacking the Star River universe. This matter is related to the changes in the ancient sacred chaos and the war between the human clan and the Corpse Devil Clan. Venerable Black Red said, he asked us to act in secret and not alert the enemy. Otherwise, the corpse demon will erupt. Moreover, Elder Ching Ho received news that the corpse demon seems to be looking for something important in the galaxy universe. We have to destroy their plan, no matter what. Corpse demon? What kind of race is that? Why is the Council of Elders so afraid? Fong Yin was puzzled. Yes, the human race controls the ancient Saint Chaos. Why would they be afraid of a mere corpse demon? Fong Han said. Venerable Black Red shook his head. Young masters, this matter is not as simple as it seems. If it could be suppressed by force, the Council of Elders would have acted long ago. Chapter 29-26. The Milky Way and the universe were in grave danger. With Venerable Hei Chi's strength, he could easily destroy the corpse demon that invaded the galaxy. However, there was a secret behind the corpse demon. Ching Ho had specifically sent a message to Venerable Hei Chi, asking them to act in secret. What are they looking for? After hearing Ching Ho's words, Venerable Hei Chi was even more confused. What was the origin of the corpse demon that even the human elders did not dare to act rashly? Why had he not heard of its existence before? It seemed to have appeared overnight. After pondering for a moment, his mind was in a mess. In the end, he shook his head forcefully. Elder Ching Ho should know the implications behind this. I'll listen to him. Then Venerable Hei Chi looked at the bone progenitor, Fong Yun and Fong Han, and said slowly, what we need to do now is to find out how many corpse demon there are in the galaxy. Young masters, you and the bone progenitor will go to the lower realm to check it out. I will secretly guard the heavenly realm and contact Shinchi Palace. Soon, Venerable Hei Chi finished assigning the tasks. Don't worry. We won't disappoint you, Venerable Black Red. The two brothers were extremely excited. This was their first time going to the lower realm. They had heard that their father had been working hard from the lower realm, then ascended to the heavenly realm, and finally became a totem elite of the ancient Saint Chaos. With a tearing sound, a large crack appeared in the void, and three figures slowly walked out from it. The bone progenitor discovered Green Bamboo Island immediately. The bone progenitor's consciousness found that there was a strange restriction around Green Bamboo Island. It seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. It seems that the corpse demon came prepared. The bone progenitor brought Fong Yun and Fong Han across the void and arrived in front of Green Bamboo Island. Grandmaster, is this Green Bamboo Island? Fong Yun asked. Fong Han looked around curiously. Green Bamboo Island was his father's power in the lower world. It was more powerful than the four holy lands. Jejia, just as the three of them arrived at Green Bamboo Island, a sinister laugh came from inside. Immediately after, a gap opened in the seal above Green Bamboo Island, and a sinister-looking black shadow walked out from within. He looked at the bone progenitor with disdain. I didn't think that you would be able to escape, bone progenitor. It seems that those idiots in ancient sacred chaos already know that we, the corpse demon are on the move. Upon hearing this, the bone progenitor was shocked. However, before he could react, an extremely vast and evil power instantly enveloped the bone progenitor. Condense. A crazy voice came from the sky above Green Bamboo Island. In the next moment, the bone progenitor trio disappeared into thin air. Humph, foolish humans. I, the corpse demon, have planned for so long. How can you ruin my plan? The sinister black shadow laughed coldly from within Green Bamboo Island. In fact, they had trapped the bone progenitor in the Azura universe on purpose. It was also their idea for Shinchi Palace to spread the news. Otherwise, with the corpse demon strength, it could destroy the entire galaxy universe with a wave of its hand. Shinchi Palace would not be able to resist. Jia, everything is going according to plan. The emperor of my race will soon dominate the chaotic void. The sinister laughter spread throughout the lower world. Other than Green Bamboo Island, the 4 Holy Lands were also completely under the control of the corpse demon. The entire lower world was under the control of the corpse demon. It had to be said that the corpse demon was extremely efficient. In a very short period of time, the corpse demon had completely infiltrated the entire lower world. Galaxy universe, realm of the gods. In a dark place, Reverend Hei Chi sat cross-legged, trying to communicate with him. There was a mysterious door in front of him, and a strange aura came from it. What's going on? Why can Shinchi Palace receive my message, but not send it over? Reverend Hei Chi's face was a little solemn. He seemed to have thought of something. Could it be? Reverend Hei Chi suddenly stood up, and his dark eyes stared at the sky. Reverend Hei Chi, since you're here, why hide? A cold voice came from the darkness. In the next moment, a huge palm print fell from the sky, and a powerful aura came, shrouding Reverend Hei Chi in an instant. Scram! Reverend Hei Chi roared and displayed the power of a heavenly master. However, it was useless. The other party's power seemed to be able to completely suppress him. Damn it! Reverend Hei Chi felt that his body was strongly suppressed. He wanted to send a message to Qing Ho, but he could not do so. Hiss! Hiss! A terrifying black vortex appeared in the void, and Reverend Hei Chi's body disappeared at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Dong! When Venerable Black Red disappeared, the entire galaxy shook violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. At the same time, all of the martial artists' minds shook, and immediately after, they became walking corpses. My lord, we have captured Venerable Black Red, and the universe has been completely sealed. After suppressing Venerable Black Red, a black-robed figure appeared. His voice floated in the darkness. Ancient sacred primal chaos, White Cloud Palace. The 7 great elders and the ancient god experts of the great clans all had grave expressions as if they were facing a powerful foe. Elder Qing Ho, please explain in detail. Heavenly Venerate, Su Wei said. Qing Ho nodded. The Divine Light Palace of the Galaxy Cosmos sent news that the Galaxy Cosmos is in great danger. I sent Venerable Black Red there, but he was suppressed by the Corpse Demon. The Corpse Demon has been hiding for countless eras. Once it erupts, it poses a great threat to us, ancient saint Primal Chaos. Qing Ho continued. This time their target is the Galaxy Cosmos. Their goal is obvious. Once they obtain that item, we will have no power to resist. That damned corpse demon is too arrogant. It dares to openly seal the Galaxy Cosmos. Why don't we attack together? Rumble. Just as everyone was discussing, a deafening sound suddenly came from the void. Then, an extremely powerful force enveloped the Palace of Clouds. Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected. The corpse demon had been hiding for countless years, and now it had finally revealed its fangs. It had caught the human race off guard, and it had even sealed the Palace of Clouds at all costs. I used 100 years of my life to seal the palace of clouds. I hope you won't disappoint me." A tall figure with his back to the palace of clouds muttered. "Don't worry. We will definitely find the item that the Emperor has personally appointed." From this day onward, the corpse demon had completely erupted, and the entire ancient Saint Primal Chaos had fallen. They had completely sealed the entrance to the celestial worthy sea, causing the human race, ancient gods in the celestial worthy sea, to be unaware of what had happened in the ancient Saint Primal Chaos. The galaxy cosmos and even the ancient Saint Primal Chaos had encountered an unprecedented crisis. However, Feng Qin was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was in the immortal sacred palace, comprehending the immortal emperor's inheritance. The immortal scepter stood quietly in front of the immortal sacred palace. The scepter emitted a gentle light from time to time, and this light contained a vast amount of power. Every time Feng Qin touched the scepter, it gave him a new feeling. His gaze was fixed on the immortal scepter, and his face was full of complex emotions. He was speechless for a long time. Seeing this, the light and darkness overlord grinned. "Your state is exactly the same as when I first entered the immortal sacred palace. The immortal scepter was personally refined by the immortal emperor, and it is incomparably mysterious. If you use your consciousness to probe, you may be immersed in it and unable to extricate yourself. You should be careful." Hearing the light and darkness overlord's words, Feng Qin retracted his gaze and shook his head gently. "Senior, do you know what the immortal emperor's main cultivation was?" Feng Qin asked. "Legend has it that the immortal emperor was proficient in 10,000 arts, and any one of them could unleash unimaginable power in his hands. He was a true sovereign of the ancient times, a unique existence." When speaking of the immortal emperor, the light and darkness overlord's face was full of admiration. "As martial cultivators of our generation, the immortal emperor is the highest goal. If I can reach the same level as the immortal emperor, I am willing to die." Feng Qin curled his lips. Chapter 29-27. When a person is invincible in this world, any magical technique or cultivation is only a matter of a single punch to them. To him, there was nothing he could not solve. If there was then 2 punches, the words of the Lord of Light and Darkness shocked Feng Qin greatly. The more he came into contact with the secrets of the ancient chaos, the more he realized how insignificant he was. How strong were those true dominator rank experts? Or rather, how strong was the peak of martial arts? Strictly speaking, the immortal emperor is the real number 1. The Lord of Light and Darkness curled his lips and said, his face full of admiration for the immortal emperor. The number 1 in all of history was also the number 1 in all of history. Besides the immortal emperor, who else could bear this honor? Too strong. Feng Qin could not imagine how strong and expert like the immortal emperor was. We martial artists can never reach the level of the immortal emperor in our lifetime. However, no matter how thorny the road ahead is, we can't give up. The Lord of Light and Darkness said. After being trapped for so many years, he was very lonely. Now he finally had someone to accompany him, and he was very happy. Therefore, he would occasionally give Feng Qin some pointers. In fact, it was not really pointers. It was just a kind of understanding of martial arts. After all, everyone's martial arts were different, and the peak of martial arts in everyone's heart was also very different. Feng Qin took a deep breath and reminded himself that this was the immortal sacred palace of the honored God Institute. The immortal scepter in front of him contained the inheritance of the immortal emperor. He could not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Otherwise, he would regret it. Whoosh! Feng Qin got up and walked to the immortal scepter again. He adjusted his body and spread out his hands, instantly holding the immortal scepter in his hands. Then a roar came out of his mouth. In his palms, the immortal scepter was firmly planted on the ground, and he could not pull it out. Dong! 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 Feng Qin tried to use the crazy power of the chaos sword body to attack the immortal scepter. Crack! The moment the power of the Chaos Sword body touched the immortal scepter, it was crushed by the illusory power. Thud, thud, thud. A strong, rebounding force quickly transmitted over. Fang Chen's body staggered back a few steps. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen's palm was trembling. Pain came from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Fang Chen grimaced in pain. Don't waste your energy. If it could be pulled out, I would have taken it away long ago. The Light and Dark Realm Lord was already used to Fang Chen running into a wall everywhere. It was as if he had seen himself in the past. He laughed out loud. Is there no other way? Fang Chen turned around and looked at the Light and Dark Realm Lord. The inheritance left behind by the immortal emperor must have been passed down to an outstanding warrior. For countless years, only you and I passed the test and were sent to the immortal Saint Palace by the Devil Blood. But why didn't the immortal scepter even give us a chance? Fang Chen questioned. No matter who it was, they would still be a little impulsive after being repeatedly beaten down. He looked at the immortal scepter with a complicated gaze. How could he sense the inheritance left behind by the immortal emperor? The Light and Dark Realm Lord stood up and looked at the stubborn Fang Chen. He shook his head and sighed. Actually, when I first came in, I was like you. I didn't want to give up, but time had worn down the Light and Dark Realm Lord's stubbornness. His only thought now was to leave the immortal Saint Palace and the immortal Academy of Creation. He wanted to set up an enchantment in the immemorial chaos and be a carefree realm lord. He had even thought of a name for the enchantment. It would be called the Light and Dark Realm. It was a pity that it was so difficult to get out. Could it be that our thinking has been going in the wrong direction all this time? Fang Chen suddenly said, I have tried countless methods, but they all failed in the end. I really can't think of any other way to shake the immortal scepter. The Light and Dark Realm Lord gave up immediately. I can't accept this. Fang Chen couldn't accept this. He had cultivated for too short a time. He didn't want to be trapped here. I don't believe that the immortal emperor didn't leave any clues. Fang Chen came to the immortal scepter again and tried to comprehend it. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the Light and Dark Realm Lord sighed and shook his head. Time passed. It had been 3 years since he entered the immortal Saint Palace. In these 3 years, Fang Chen had been persistently trying to comprehend the immortal scepter, but there was almost no gain. Bang! The power of the immortal scepter. He was forced to retreat. He was panting, and his forehead was full of sweat. He sat down on the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness and stubbornness. It's good that you can get over it. The Light and Dark Realm Lord's voice sounded. What can you do? I want to leave. Don't I want to leave? The Light and Dark Realm Lord asked. I want to leave even in my dreams. But who is the immortal emperor? How difficult is it to comprehend the inheritance he left behind? Forget it. Don't work so hard. Why don't you sit down and chat with me? The Light and Dark Realm Lord grinned. After being trapped for so many years, his mentality was much better. Swoosh! The Light and Dark Realm Lord waved his sleeve, and a green stone appeared in front of him. On it there were many teacups. Personally making tea for himself, the Light and Dark Realm Lord picked up the teacup and took a sip. Don't waste your energy. Come and have some tea. After saying that, he ignored Fang Chen and drank his tea. Over the years, the Light and Dark Realm Lord had developed a hobby, which was tea tasting. One should know that when he was young, he was a hot-blooded and impulsive person. He would start a fight at the slightest disagreement, but time had removed his anger. Drinking tea and comprehending the immortal scepter was a good thing. After all, not everyone was qualified to enter the immortal Saint Palace. Thinking of this, he was happy. Ha ha ha. The Light and Dark Realm Lord grinned and began to taste his tea. The immortal scepter was golden in color. There were complicated patterns on it, and it was shining brightly. Once one got close, there would be a strong pressure. Boom! The Chaos Sword body was fully activated and resisted the strong pressure. Fang Qin took a step forward and came in front of the immortal scepter. Huff! Fang Qin took a deep breath and opened his hands. A strong force gathered in his palms, and he clenched the immortal scepter. The patterns on the scepter moved quickly, and a strong force burst out. Fang Qin felt that his body was about to be torn apart, and it was difficult for him to breathe. I can't hold on. In just a breath, Fang Qin could not hold on. He felt that his body was floating and his mind was in a state of confusion. Rip! When his body was forced back, his finger accidentally cut the handle of the immortal scepter. Bright red blood gushed out and dripped on the immortal scepter. Then a strange scene appeared. When the blood was absorbed by the immortal scepter, the strong pressure on Fang Qin disappeared. Huh. Fang Qin was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the immortal scepter. That's my blood. Fang Qin was shocked. He could clearly see that there was blood flowing in the complicated patterns on the immortal scepter. Surprisingly, the blood was flowing out from his finger. More than 50 special bloodlines. Fang Qin shook his head and denied his idea. Black hole bloodline. At this moment, Fang Qin's body trembled. It was as if a new door of cultivation had opened in his mind. I see. Fang Qin was so excited that he laughed wildly. He was almost crazy. The Lord of Light and Darkness, who was drinking tea, heard Fang Qin's laughter. Is this guy crazy? The Lord of Light and Darkness curled his lips. However, before he could finish his words, he saw the abnormality of the immortal scepter. The patterns are changing? What's that in the patterns? Immediately after, the Light and Dark Realm Lord jumped up and rushed in front of Fang Qin with a big stride. He looked around and cried out, "The pressure is gone?" The Light and Dark Boundary Lord seemed to have realized something. His pupils dilated and his eyes were filled with passion. Did you really succeed? The Lord of Light and Darkness asked hurriedly. Buzz! The immortal scepter, which had been standing quietly, trembled slightly. The patterns moved quickly, and the black whole blood flowing in the patterns also flowed quickly. When the black whole blood completely infected the patterns on the immortal scepter finally moved. Crack! The ground of the immortal sacred palace shattered, and the immortal scepter broke out of the ground. Chapter 29-28. The Lord of Light and Darkness was completely shocked. He had to admit that what was happening was beyond his imagination. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the immortal scepter. His face was distorted with excitement, as if he wanted to eat the immortal scepter alive. It was too shocking, to the point of no return. Of course, in his shock, he could not forget Fang Qin's existence. He glanced at Fang Qin from the corner of his eye and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Fang Qin's body became very stiff. He was like a walking corpse approaching the immortal scepter step by step. What's wrong with you? The Lord of Light and Darkness knew that things were not good. He wanted to stop Fang Qin, but found that when he was about to touch Fang Qin, he was blocked by a strong halo and his body was forced to retreat. Damn it! The Lord of Light and Darkness roared and exerted a strong force to stop Fang Qin from getting closer to the immortal scepter. Could it be that his mind is controlled by the immortal scepter? The Lord of Light and Darkness was very anxious. Boom! His attack. It fell on the immortal scepter and did not cause any waves. It was all swallowed by the immortal scepter. Buzz! He was dumbfounded as Fang Qin's body was sucked into the immortal scepter. The next moment, the immortal scepter was stabbed into the ground. With a thud, the immortal sacred palace trembled. Then, the immortal sacred palace regained its calm. The patterns on the immortal scepter also quickly returned to normal. The black whole blood disappeared directly. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, the Lord of Light and Darkness would not have believed that the immortal scepter, which had been silent for countless years, had sucked Fang Qin away. It was simply unimaginable. What kind of mechanism did this guy trigger? Now, the joy in the Lord of Light and Darkness's heart was gone. What was left was endless worry. How could the immortal emperor's inheritance be so easy to get? This guy must have triggered some mechanism that activated the intelligence of the immortal scepter and was swallowed by it. In the end, the Lord of Light and Darkness sighed. It was not easy to find a partner, but he had disappeared in front of his eyes. Moreover, he had been happy for nothing. Inside the immortal scepter, in the boundless void, there were glittering golden lights everywhere. Fong Qin sat cross-legged like an old monk floating in the air. Wang! The sound of the great Tao came from the distant horizon, shaking his soul. What is this place? From the initial panic to the current calmness. Fong Chen was almost certain that his black hole bloodline could activate the immortal scepter, and now he should be inside the immortal scepter. A familiar aura of familiar blood. An ancient voice came from the world of golden light. This voice contained the sound of the great Tao. Fong Chen's body trembled. The voice of the immortal emperor? Fong Chen said excitedly, "Voila!" The black hole bloodline surged out uncontrollably and quickly merged with the golden world. In the next moment, a phantom appeared out of thin air. Immortal Emperor. Fong Qin cried out involuntarily. If he guessed correctly, the phantom in front of him should be left by the immortal emperor. Unfortunately, the phantom's words shattered his fantasy. I am the spirit of the immortal scepter. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for gaining my recognition. Secondly, I would like to congratulate you for obtaining part of the immortal emperor's legacy. Spirit? Fong Qin was stunned. The black hole bloodline is recognized as the strongest bloodline in the world. But people do not know that there is an even stronger bloodline above the black hole bloodline. The phantom said, "Could it be that the bloodline of the immortal emperor is the strongest bloodline above the black hole bloodline?" Fong Qin guessed. The immortal emperor also had the black hole bloodline. However, when the immortal emperor was invincible in the world, he combined all the bloodlines in the world and formed the strongest bloodline of all time. The immortal scepter said, "This, Fong Qin could imagine the combination of all the bloodlines in the world. What kind of scene would it be when all the bloodlines were combined together? It was too shocking. The immortal emperor's means were so strong. It's a pity that all the bloodlines in the world are magical. Even if the immortal emperor was invincible in the world, he could not truly eliminate the flaws. But even so, only the immortal emperor could control such a bloodline." The phantom said proudly, "Even if there were flaws, it was still above the black hole bloodline. A drop of blood could create a universe god. It's all because the bloodline king was obsessed with bloodlines and controlled all the bloodlines in the world. But now, it seems that he is no match for the immortal emperor." Fong Qin thought. The phantom seemed to be able to see through Fong Chen's thoughts. Other than the immortal emperor, the bloodline king's attainment in bloodlines is the highest. He had seen the immortal emperor use this technique with his own eyes. Hence, he was obsessed with merging the bloodline. He even swore to remove the flaws in the bloodline. The phantom said, "I see." All his doubts were cleared. When he was in the bloodline barrier, he was puzzled. Why would an expert like the bloodline king build such a weak barrier? What was his goal? What was it for? Now that he thought about it, he finally understood. The bloodline king was looking for a way to remove the flaws in the strongest bloodline. You are the second martial artist after the immortal emperor to possess the black hole bloodline. The phantom said, "Hence, when your black hole blood dripped onto the immortal scepter, you have already opened the immortal scepter and obtained the immortal emperor's inheritance." Fong Qin was stunned for a moment before he had the urge to curse. After going through untold hardships and 3 years of foolishness, this was the result in the end. If he had known earlier, he would not have done this. What inheritance did the immortal emperor leave behind? Fong Qin asked. Once he obtained the immortal emperor's inheritance, He would be able to leave the immortal Saint Palace, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Voila! The phantom flicked his finger, and a ball of light entered Sumo's mind. This is the inheritance that the immortal emperor left behind. It contains the immortal emperor's lifetime of cultivation and some secret cultivation techniques. Of course, this is just the basic scroll. The immortal emperor left the advanced scroll in the Universe God Institute. Moreover, even if you obtain it, you will not be able to study it with your strength. As the phantom spoke, the immortal scepter vibrated slightly. Fang Chen's consciousness merged with the immortal scepter. When you obtain the immortal emperor's inheritance, the immortal scepter will belong to you. From now on, you are my master. Hearing this, Fang Chen was delighted. The immortal scepter was personally made by the immortal emperor, and it was one of the best weapons in the immortal emperor realm. I am in a sealed state, and I am not even in the immortal emperor realm. If you want to restore my strength completely, it will depend on your ability. When you have fully comprehended the immortal emperor's inheritance, I will return to my peak. Fang Chen pouted and felt helpless. The advanced scroll of the immortal emperor's inheritance is in the Universe God Institute. When you have fully comprehended the basic scroll, you can use the immortal scepter to enter the Universe God Institute. The phantom said, "Of course, it will take some time for you to fully comprehend the basic scroll." After listening to the phantom, Fang Chen nodded and suppressed the joy in his heart. In the immortal sacred palace, the Lord of Light and Darkness walked around with a gloomy face. Ever since Fang Chen was devoured by the immortal scepter, he was no longer in the mood to drink tea. Sigh. Every time he saw the immortal scepter, he would sigh. Thinking back to the days he spent with Fang Chen, he felt happy. It was rare to meet such a hard-working young man. Forget it. It is fate to meet him in the immortal sacred palace. The Lord of Light and Darkness shook his head. Perhaps this is fate. After saying this, the Lord of Light and Darkness turned around. At this moment, the immortal sacred palace was stirred up again. A deafening sound resounded throughout the palace as the immortal scepter vibrated again. The runes on the scepter flickered strangely as if they would leave the scepter at any time. What is going on? The Lord of Light and Darkness was stunned as he stared at the immortal scepter. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the immortal scepter broke out of the ground. Just as the Lord of Light and Darkness was in shock, a figure walked out of it. Then he opened his hand and held the immortal scepter in his palm. The crazy aura in the immortal sacred palace froze. The Lord of Light and Darkness steadied himself and looked forward with his eyes wide open. Chapter 29:29. When he saw Fang Chen's figure, the Overlord of Light and Darkness was completely stunned. What was going on? Hadn't Fang Chen been sucked away by the immortal scepter? Why was he here? At this moment, Fang Chen was covered in golden light. He looked like a powerful Buddhist cultivator with a majestic aura. That is, the Overlord of Light and Darkness was surprised to find that there were complicated patterns flowing on Fang Chen's body. These patterns were very similar to the patterns on the immortal scepter. This, the Overlord of Light and Darkness, looked at Fang Chen's palm subconsciously, and suddenly his heart was in turmoil. He rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe the reality in front of him. The immortal scepter, the Overlord of Light and Darkness, cried out. He had been cultivating here for countless years and still could not pull out the immortal scepter. But this guy in front of him, in just a few years, held the immortal scepter in his hand. Could he have obtained the inheritance of the immortal emperor? Thinking of this, the Overlord of Light and Darkness's heartbeat quickened, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Buzz! The moment Fang Chen appeared, the immortal sacred palace shook greatly. The whole palace shook, and it emitted a strong golden light that danced in the sky. Not only was the Overlord of Light and Darkness shocked, but many tribulation supremacies outside the immortal sacred palace were also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the immortal sacred palace shaking? Is the immortal sacred palace about to open? Ha ha ha! The inheritance of the immortal emperor is right in front of me. I must get it. At the same time, all the martial artists were completely in a frenzy. Their eyes were burning as they stared at the immortal sacred palace. As long as the palace door opened, they would rush in immediately. This was the inheritance of the immortal emperor, and it was related to whether they could step into the legendary world god level in the future. So, no matter what, even if it meant risking their lives, they had to try. No, although the immortal sacred palace is shaking, the sky is emitting golden light. It seems that something is happening inside the palace. An expert was calmer and slowly analyzed. The shaking of the immortal sacred palace is weakening, but the door is not moving at all. It seems that our guess is wrong. It was unknown who shouted in the crowd, but many martial artists could no longer wait. The immortal sacred palace is at its weakest right now. Let's work together to destroy the seal, someone suggested, and soon received support from many cultivators. Rumble. A vast amount of power burst out from everyone's body and floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, the power gathered together. Dong! When these forces hit the immortal sacred palace, the latter shook violently. However, to everyone's shock, the immortal Saint Palace managed to withstand their combined attack. How is this possible? The crowd was dumbstruck. Even a world deity wouldn't dare to face the combined attack of so many cultivators. So why couldn't they break the immortal sacred palace's seal? This is the will of the heavens. Is it so difficult to obtain the immortal emperor's inheritance? Do you know who the immortal emperor is? He's the most powerful man in history. How could it be easy to obtain his inheritance? Many people lowered their heads and sighed. Of course, there were still a large number of people who hadn't given up. They were racking their brains to think of a way to break into the immortal Saint Palace. Inside the immortal sacred palace, the golden light on Feng Chen's body had disappeared, and he regained his calmness. He held the immortal scepter in his hand, a faint smile on his face as he looked at the stunned light and dark boundary lord. Senior! Feng Chen waved his hand in front of the light and dark boundary lord's eyes, and the latter finally reacted. You've gained the recognition of the immortal scepter? The light and dark boundary lord asked hurriedly. Feng Chen nodded. It was just luck. The light and dark boundary lord's heart was filled with shock. He couldn't be any more excited. After a long time, he slowly raised his thumb. Amazing. I've been here for countless years, but I haven't been able to comprehend the immortal emperor's inheritance. But you've succeeded in just a few years. The light and dark boundary lord exclaimed. The more he interacted with Feng Chen, the more he was shocked to find that Feng Chen's potential was many times stronger than he had imagined. Now he had even obtained the immortal emperor's inheritance and the immortal scepter. The light and dark boundary lord had a feeling that one day in the future, Feng Chen would definitely stand at the top of the immemorial chaos and look down on all living beings. Quick, tell me, how did you get it? The light and dark boundary lord asked curiously. There's a special bloodline in my body that activated the immortal scepter and gained its recognition. Feng Chen briefly described his experience in the immortal scepter, but he hid the black hole bloodline. After all, the black hole bloodline was the strongest bloodline besides the immortal emperor's. If the outside world knew about it, his life would be in danger. The light and dark boundary lord also knew that this was Feng Chen's secret, so he didn't ask. Comparisons are odious. The light and dark boundary lord curled his lips, then waved his hand and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. I should be happy that you've obtained the immortal emperor's inheritance. After being trapped in the immortal sacred palace for so many years, I can finally leave. Thinking of this, the light and dark boundary lord felt much better, and he was sincerely happy for Feng Chen. Do you know how to leave the immortal sacred palace? The light and dark boundary lord asked. Just activate the immortal scepter, but Fang Qin was a little hesitant. There must be countless experts gathered outside the immortal's sacred palace. If we go out in the open, won't they know that we've obtained the immortal emperor's inheritance? Fang Qin voiced his doubts. That's true. Although the light and dark boundary lord wasn't afraid, he didn't want to get into trouble. Those tribulation supremacies were nothing. The truly terrifying thing was the forces behind them. Then what should we do? The light and dark boundary lord asked. Since we're not in a hurry, let's cultivate in the immortal sacred palace for a while, Fang Qin suggested. Okay. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Fang Qin took a deep breath and adjusted his body. Then he spread his consciousness and penetrated the immortal scepter. Buzz! A powerful force rushed toward him. The heavenly Tao power in the immortal scepter was extremely rich. Fang Qin began to look at the foundation scroll of the immortal emperor's inheritance. The immortal emperor cultivated thousands of techniques. No technique has any bottleneck in front of him. I wonder what kind of Tao technique he left behind, Fang Qin murmured. His consciousness penetrated into the inheritance left behind by the immortal emperor. Boom! A rumbling sound entered his ears. The next moment, dense words drilled into Fang Qin's mind. Immortal inheritance, foundation scroll. 7 bold and powerful words flashed in Fang Qin's mind. A vicissitude and simple aura came toward him. Fang Qin felt as if he was in a prehistoric era. After spending an hour, Fang Qin finally finished reading the foundation scroll of the immortal inheritance. His face was full of excitement. As expected of the immortal emperor's inheritance, it was priceless. In the foundation scroll, the immortal emperor left behind countless insights. These insights were his lifetime of cultivation and were extremely important to Fang Qin. In addition, there was a secret technique called the immortal visualization. The immortal visualization. Fang Qin was a little surprised. However, when he saw the introduction of the immortal visualization, he was stunned. The so-called immortal visualization was a kind of visualization technique that could improve one's martial arts comprehension. When the visualization technique is cultivated to the great success level, one can see through the foundation of any divine technique at a glance. In a short sentence, it included the power of the immortal visualization. According to the immortal emperor, after practicing the immortal visualization, a warrior's comprehension of martial arts would increase to a certain level. Once a warrior reached a certain level, he would be able to see through the foundation of any technique or cultivation. Basically, there would be no bottleneck in martial arts. This visualization technique is amazing. Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't wait to try it. In addition to the immortal visualization, there was another divine technique called the immortal hand. The immortal hand was a very powerful divine technique. It was more powerful than any of the divine techniques that Fang Qin cultivated at this stage. The immortal hand is a divine technique created by the immortal emperor when he was young. When cultivated to the extreme, the immortal hand can suppress everything. Fang Qin murmured. Of course, the immortal hand was more difficult to cultivate. First, one had to cultivate the immortal star power and then use the immortal star power to condense a star nucleus. Only by gathering 9 star nuclei could one display the most complete immortal hand. Chapter 2930. The immortal star power was the exclusive power of the immortal emperor. Everyone absorbed the power of the way of the heavens to refine their divine soul, physical body, and cultivation. However, the immortal emperor had forcefully refined the power of the way of the heavens into a power that was more suitable for him. This power was called the immortal star power. In the vast chaotic realm, only the immortal emperor had it. Others, even if they had the technique, would find it difficult to do so. It was difficult for ordinary people to cultivate the immortal star power. They might not even be able to do it in their lifetime. According to the immortal emperor, there might not be such a person in 10 eras. However, there was an exception. That was the possessor of the black hole bloodline. According to the immortal scepter, the immortal emperor was the possessor of the black hole bloodline. Hence, he had achieved unprecedented success. As for the new bloodline, formed by the fusion of all the bloodlines in the world, it was only after he became a sovereign. From this, one could see how powerful the black hole bloodline was. Fang Qin could evolve his own bloodline into the black hole bloodline. In a way, it was already heaven-defying. The black hole bloodline was naturally compatible with the immortal star power. It was an important opportunity. The immortal emperor had a method that could effectively combine the black hole bloodline and the power of the way of the heavens to refine the immortal star power. Of course, although Fang Qin had the black hole bloodline and it was easier than others, it was too difficult to refine the immortal star power. The immortal emperor was such a talented person, but it took him 1,000,000 years to condense his first star core. Tsk. Fang Qin pursed his lips. If it were him, how long would it take? It was unimaginable. Forget it, let's not think so much. I am lucky to have the immortal emperor's inheritance. Fang Qin was more optimistic. He gathered his thoughts and glanced at the dark light boundary lord. The latter was cultivating with his eyes closed. He did not have the intention to kill Jian Wushuang because Jian Wushuang had obtained the immortal emperor's inheritance. Fang Qin nodded to himself. He felt that the dark light boundary lord was worthy. In the following time, Fang Qin tried to comprehend the immortal emperor's inheritance. Hiss! He opened his palm and the rich way of the heavens was absorbed into his body. Then the black hole bloodline instantly erupted. At the same time, Fang Qin used the immortal emperor's inheritance and merged the two. Refine. Fang Qin's face was filled with eagerness. He looked at the refining process in his body. About 6 hours later, a milky white light appeared in the vortex formed by the black hole bloodline. Immortal star power? Fang Qin exclaimed. However, he soon discovered that this milky white light did not have any characteristics of immortal star power. There are specks of starlight flashing within the immortal star power, and they seem to be one with the black hole bloodline. The milky white light doesn't have these characteristics. It seems like it failed. Fang smiled immortal of the immortal scepter. Time flew by. While Fang Qin was cultivating in the immortal sacred palace, the ancient God Institute was also in turmoil. A great commotion occurred in the ancient treasury. After obtaining a trace of the inheritance, not only did the demonic great demon recover his strength, it also increased exponentially. He overturned the entire ancient land and even wanted to kill the other inheritors to steal their inheritances. After killing 3 inheritors in a row, he turned his attention to Tianqin. The ancient Song monk's aura is extremely dense in his body. It seems that he has obtained more inheritances than me. The honorable devil great demon stared at Tian Xan from afar, his heart filled with killing intent. If I kill him, my inheritance will reach at least 90%. When that time comes, who will be able to defeat me? Venerable Fiend said coldly, Cheng-Yi Getting, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. After saying that, Reverend Demon's body flashed and he attacked at lightning speed. The berserk, demonic aura came from all directions. Tian Xan, who was walking, immediately felt a strong pressure pressing down on his body. Heaven Heart discovered the demonic great fiend that was charging over. The demonic great fiend's inheritance light was extremely dense. Not good. After sensing the strength of the Reverend Demon, Heaven's Heart's figure flashed as he fled, not daring to clash with him. Human, you can't escape. Reverend Demon roared as he chased after Tian Xan. At the same time, somewhere in the ancient land, Cheng-Yi and Getting looked at each other in disheveled clothes. Damn it, isn't the inheritance of the ancient land too difficult? Getting curled his lips. Cheng-Yi's pitch-black eyes looked at the sky as he pondered. Boom! At this moment, a berserk aura surged over. This is Reverend Demon's aura. That guy still dares to appear. Hearing this, Getting took out his axe and was about to attack. Let's observe the situation first. From afar, Cheng-Yi and Getting could see that Reverend Demon was giving off a berserk, demonic aura as he chased after a human. This guy's cultivation is weak, but he's so fast. Getting was shocked. Strictly speaking, Tian Xan was also of the space-time lineage and had powerful escape techniques. Unfortunately, Reverend Demon's strength completely overpowers him. His speed advantage will be nullified, Cheng-Yi said. What do we do? Getting asked. Naturally, we have to stop Reverend Demon. Within the ancient land, Tian Xan took advantage of his familiarity with the terrain and quickly escaped. At the same time, he communicated with the monks. Old man, if you don't attack, I'll be dead. Tian Xan transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. A leisurely voice sounded. In fact, this was the monk's way of training Tian Xan. He had divided the inheritance into 10 portions and passed it down. Tian Xan received half, and the remaining half was given to others. The reason for this was to choose the most suitable successor among the many inheritors. Human, you can't escape. Seeing that he was about to catch up to Tian Xan, Reverend Demon laughed sinisterly. His speed suddenly increased, and he rushed in front of Tian Xan. Die. Reverend Demon's large hand descended from the sky, carrying the power of darkness as it attacked Tian Xan. Reverend Demon. 2 reprimands came from afar. Immediately after, Reverend Demon sensed a threatening aura behind him. Damn it! At the critical moment, he gave up on killing Tian Xan and turned to face Cheng-Yi and Getting. Boom! There was an explosion of power, and a monstrous light flashed. After the 3 of them clashed, they each took a few steps back. Reverend Demon steadied himself and looked at Cheng-Yi and Getang with flickering eyes, killing intent surging. You 2 still dare to appear in front of me? I wonder who was the one who was beaten to the point of running away and even broke the demon-slaying formation? Getting mocked. That battle was a disgrace to Reverend Demon. Since you're here, I'll show you who's the real invincible ancient god. Reverend Demon's aura surged, unparalleled. Taking advantage of this time, Tian Xan hid in the distance and watched. Last time, I broke your demon-slaying formation. This time I'll kill you. Cheng-Yi said domineeringly. Then let's fight. Boom! On the ground, dust flew. The 3 peak ancient life realm experts fought fiercely. After so many years, Cheng-Yi and Getting's strength had increased, but not by much. Reverend Demon was different. Back then, Fang Chen had broken the demon-slaying formation and forced him to flee, but he had managed to survive. In the ancient Zong, he had coincidentally obtained a part of the inheritance, and his strength had soared. On the battlefield, he blocked the attacks of Cheng-Yi and Gutang by himself. His aura was strong, and he forcibly blocked the attacks of Cheng-Yi and Gutang. Ha, you're only SOSO. Reverend Demon laughed wildly and continued to attack. Old man, since you forced me to accept your inheritance and cultivate Buddhism, why did you give it to someone else? Tian Xan asked. How can you grow without experiencing wind and rain? Monk Gu Zhang's voice sounded. He's your greatest enemy on the path of cultivation. Only by dealing with him can you truly step onto the path of Buddhism. Monk Guzong had found a powerful enemy for Tian Xan to spur on his cultivation. Before long, the battle in the distance had come to an end. The final result was unexpected. Cheng-Yi and Getting joined forces, but they still couldn't suppress Reverend Demon. However, at the final moment of the battle, the demonic Great Demon seemed to have sensed the aura of the inheritance. It forced the 2 of them back with one strike and left with a whistling sound. I will reap your lives sooner or later. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2931. Qing-Yi and Guting were rather worried about the rise of this great demon. This guy must have obtained the inheritance of the ancient stash monks. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have risen so quickly. Guting said in a low voice, "This time we couldn't suppress him even if we work together. If we give him more time, won't he suppress us at any time?" Chang-Yi was silent, his face dark. Strike first and gain the upper hand. In the following time, Cheng-Yi and Guting set off a new storm of killing venerables and great demons. All the human martial artists in the Ancient God Institute, led by Cheng-Yi and Guting, dug 3 feet into the ground to find the demon. Tian Xan, on the other hand, was cultivating in peace in the ancient stash. The appearance of the demon had deeply stimulated Tian Xan. He knew that if he didn't work hard, he would definitely die at the demon's hands in the future. With a nearly invincible ancient god as a potential opponent, Tian Xan worked even harder. In the immortal sacred palace of the Honored God Institute, Fang Chen and the overlord of the light and darkness sector opened their eyes in unison. They felt the immortal sacred palace shake. "What's going on?" the overlord of the light and darkness sector asked. Fang Chen's consciousness communicated with the immortal scepter for a while. A look of joy appeared on his face as he said with a smile, "The immortal sacred palace seems to be going into hiding." The immortal sacred palace had appeared to spread the immortal emperor's inheritance. Now that the inheritance had chosen its master, the immortal sacred palace naturally had to return to the void. Swoosh! Many tribulation supremacies were dumbfounded as the immortal sacred palace gradually shrank and finally disappeared into the void. What's going on? Why did the immortal sacred palace disappear? Could it be that the time is up and we didn't get the immortal emperor's inheritance, so the immortal sacred palace closed? Many people were talking back and forth. Their eyes were filled with disappointment. We were too whimsical and kept wasting time here. How could the immortal emperor's inheritance be so easy to get? Instead of staying here, it's better to look for other opportunities. There are opportunities everywhere in the Immortal Institute of Creation. Perhaps we can find one that suits us. Yes, we've all fallen into the devil's trap after all. The immortal sacred palace closed and many martial artists left in the blink of an eye. The Honored God Institute that had caused a sensation gradually calmed down. In front of a mysterious mountain stream, the waterfall flowed rapidly, surrounded by lush towering trees, tightly enclosing the mountain stream. Voila! Suddenly, 2 figures flew out of the waterfall. "Ha ha ha, we're finally out." The moment he came out, the light and dark sector lord shouted excitedly. After being trapped in the immortal Saint Palace for so long, he was finally free. "Fang Chen, thank you." The light and dark realm lord thanked Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the latter, he didn't know how long he would have been trapped in the immortal Saint Palace. Fang Chen grinned, but didn't say anything. "Oh right, what do you plan to do next?" the light and dark realm lord asked. "I'll take a look around and improve my cultivation," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "Indeed, you have received the inheritance of the immortal emperor. You should find a quiet place to cultivate." The light and dark sector lord said, "Then let's part ways here. I can't wait to see the outside world. I'll take a look around. If you encounter any danger, just send me a message." The light and dark realm lord disappeared into the void as soon as he finished speaking. Looking at the back of the light and dark realm lord, Fang Chen grinned. At this moment, his head suddenly shuddered, and the immortal scepter's voice rang out. It's going to be closed in a year?" The immortal scepter told Fang Chen that the Immortal Academy of Creation would be completely closed in a year. Fang Chen learned from the immortal scepter that he had to return to the ancient God Academy, and immediately headed in a certain direction. At this stage, Fang Chen's identity was very likely to be exposed if he stayed in the ancient God Academy. If the immortal inheritance was exposed, his life would be in danger. Anyway, there was only a year left. it would be safer to return to the ancient God Academy. On the way, Fang Qin unexpectedly ran into a pure-blooded beast cub. In fact, the pure-blooded beast cub was well hidden, but Fang Qin had just arrived and sensed the aura of the pure-blooded beast. "Why are you here?" Fang Qin asked doubtfully. The pure-blooded beast cub was very surprised to see Fang Qin. "After I received the fiery flame Demon Emperor's inheritance, I came out and found that you weren't here. I searched everywhere, but to no avail, so I came here." The pure-blooded beast cub briefly recounted its experience and then asked, "What about you? Where did you go? Did I ask you to control the demon clan formation to protect me? Why did you suddenly disappear?" Fang Qin told the pure-blooded beast cub how he discovered the demon blood, passed the demon blood test, entered the immortal sacred palace, and received the immortal scepter and the immortal emperor's inheritance. Fang Qin didn't hide anything from it. "What?" The pure-blooded beast cub opened its eyes wide and looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. "Isn't this too generous? I went through a lot of trouble and used the inheritance memory to get the fiery flame Demon Emperor's inheritance. But you got the immortal emperor's inheritance directly." The pure-blooded beast cub was dumbfounded. Wasn't the immortal emperor's inheritance the most important and precious thing in the immortal hall of creation? "I was lucky." Fang Qin smiled. He attributed all this to the black hole bloodline. If not, how could he get the immortal emperor's inheritance so easily? "All right, let's not talk about it. Let's leave here first," Fang Qin said. Along the way, the pure-blooded beast cub complained. It thought that after receiving the fiery flame Demon Emperor's inheritance, it could compete with its master in strength. Who would have thought that this monster got the immortal emperor's inheritance? The pure-blooded beast cub looked helpless. "I'm a noble, pure-blooded beast, and you're just a human. Forget it, I won't compete with you." Only by comforting himself like this could he feel better. The immortal scepter successfully sent Fang Qin back to the ancient God Institute. Whoosh! A familiar aura, a familiar place. At this moment, Fang Qin's mood was completely different. Over the years, he had experienced a lot in the immortal hall of creation and gained a lot. Of course, the biggest gain was the immortal emperor's inheritance. Although my cultivation hasn't broken through, my strength has improved a lot. Now, I'm not afraid even if I face an extreme star venerable. If I can cultivate the immortal star power, I can even fight against a saint venerable. Fang Qin's face was full of confidence. The immortal scepter and the hidden star sword were both half-step martial emperor weapons with incredible power. Moreover, he also had the invincible sword principle and the immortal emperor's inheritance. His chaos sword body had almost reached the peak. Various signs indicated that his strength would make a qualitative leap in the near future. The pure-blooded beast cub grew faster and faster, and it even showed signs of breaking through to the star venerable realm. The fiery flame demon emperor had left a lot of origin venerate pills for it, and it would eat a few from time to time. What is this place? After flying for a while, Fang Qin found the ancient God Institute, and he was puzzled. It's strange. There's such a strong Buddhist aura here. Fang Qin frowned. He stopped in the air and looked down at the ancient God Institute. Dong, 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 dong. Suddenly, there was a strange phenomenon in Dongming Mountain. Fang Qin looked inside himself and was surprised to find that Yunling, Er's body, who was in a deep sleep, was moving slightly. What's going on? Fang Qin was surprised. Yunling, was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. It was impossible for her to wake up. I know. Ancestor Bai Yao, who was in the demon clan's formation, suddenly understood. Yunling suffered a great blow when she was alive, and her temperament changed. She became bloodthirsty and ferocious. And this mysterious place contains a powerful Buddhist power which stimulated her. It was said that the Buddhist power was unfathomable. It had the effect of cleansing and purifying the demons in people's hearts. The Buddhist power here was so strong that it stimulated Yunling, through Dongming Mountain. The evil qi in her body was being refined by the Buddhist power. The Buddhist power is purifying the evil qi in her body and cleansing her demons. Fang Qin seemed to have realized something. That's right. Besides being seriously injured, another important reason why she has been in a deep sleep for so long is that she is troubled by her demons. Ancestor Bai Yao said, once the demons are cleansed and the evil qi is purified, she may have a chance to wake up. Chapter 2932. In the Ancient God Institute, the most mysterious place was the ancient treasury. Fang Chen's consciousness shrouded the ancient treasury and examined it carefully. He was surprised to find that there were many places that his consciousness could not detect. This discovery surprised him. What is this place? Fang Chen frowned and looked down. The Immortal Academy of Creation was created by the Immortal Emperor himself. He had received the Immortal Emperor's inheritance and knew that the Immortal Emperor stood at the peak of the chaotic realm. He was the strongest dominator and the first of all time. It was understandable that he had Buddhist superpowers, but he did not understand why Buddhism was placed in the Ancient God Institute. Is there something hidden here? Fang Chen murmured. The ancient treasury. A voice came from the Immortal Scepter. It was quite familiar with the Immortal Academy of Creation. However, due to the passage of time, its internal power had been greatly depleted, causing its grade to drop. It could not recover to its peak. Now it could only be regarded as a half-step emperor, the same as the hidden star sword. Of course, there was another reason. Fang Chen's strength was not enough to fully activate the Immortal Scepter. What is the ancient treasury? Fang Chen listened carefully. The great emperor used to have countless followers. They were all overlords with great strength. The owner of the ancient treasury was the strongest Buddhist among the followers of the great emperor. He was called Monk Guzong. The Immortal Scepter said slowly, Monk Guzong's achievements in Buddhism even amazed the great emperor. He thought that he was the most outstanding Buddhist in hundreds of millions of years. The great emperor even said that Monk Guzong was the most likely person to become the dominator. Unfortunately what? In the ancient battle of gods, Monk Guzong participated in the battle and died in the ancient treasury. Before he died, he used Buddhist superpowers and abandoned his physical body. He turned into a Saraira and stayed here forever, the Immortal Scepter said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little stunned. He did not expect that such an expert could die. It seemed that the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient times was truly tragic. What happened in the battle of gods? Fang Chen asked. The Immortal Scepter was silent. After a long time, it sent a voice transmission. The great emperor has erased a part of my memories regarding the battle of gods. I don't remember anything. I only know that the battle of gods was earth-shattering and almost destroyed the entire primal chaos realm. Hearing the Immortal Scepter's words, Fang Chen did not pursue the matter any further. According to what you said, the will of the ancient monk is still in the ancient land, right? He turned into a Saraira and became one with the entire ancient vault. After all these years, his will hasn't dispersed. He's probably waiting for a successor to appear. The Immortal Scepter said, I've already sensed the aura of the monks. Let's go. Under the guidance of the Immortal Scepter, Fang Chen took a step forward and easily tore through the seal of the ancient stash, arriving at the deepest part. Boom! As soon as Fang Chen appeared, he felt a majestic power coming from all directions. Not good. Fang Chen exclaimed and forcefully activated the chaotic sword body to resist the power. At that moment, the Immortal Scepter appeared from Dark Cave Mountain and floated in the air, emitting a golden light. The runes on the scepter flickered and instantly locked down the entire space. The vast and mighty power also came to an abrupt halt. Monk Guzong, how have you been? The voice of the Immortal Scepter was transmitted into the depths of the ancient stash. Boom! A majestic aura gushed out from the depths of the ancient stash. At that moment, the entire ancient stash seemed to be trembling. The clear sky was covered by dark clouds. A resplendent Sarira whizzed over from afar. "You are the immortal scepter?" The voice of the monk came from the Sarira. He was very excited as he did not expect to see the immortal scepter here after so many eras. "It's me. You've been like this all these years. Have you found a successor?" The immortal scepter was very familiar with the monk and asked directly. Hearing that, the Sarira quieted down and fell into silence. After a long while, the monk said, "After the battle back then, I knew that I wouldn't be able to live for long. But I couldn't die, so I used a Buddhist skill to turn into a Sarira and sealed it forever. All these years, the Buddhist aura in the ancient stash has been disappearing too quickly. I was really afraid that I wouldn't be able to find a successor. But fortunately, I found a very suitable successor a few years ago." "Congratulations." The immortal scepter congratulated. "Master, is he still alive?" When the monk asked this question, his voice was trembling. The immortal emperor was his faith and his master. "I don't know either." The immortal scepter gave him an answer. If he knew, he wouldn't be like this. The atmosphere was very heavy. The immortal scepter changed the topic. "Come with me. I'll bring you out of the immortal Academy of Creation and help you find a way to revive." The Sarira shook and the monk smiled bitterly. "You know my situation. Unless a miracle happens, there's no way I can revive." The immortal scepter knew what miracle the monk was talking about. He had used a great divine ability of the Buddhist sect to seal himself. Only one day, an expert of the Buddhist Tao would be able to unseal himself and reassemble his Sarira with great means and willpower. Only then would he be able to be reborn. "You've already found a successor. There's still hope," the immortal scepter said. The monk was silent for a long time, then said slowly, "Fine, I'll leave with you for now. I'll do my best for this inheritance." With that, the Sarira quickly came to the immortal scepter. Whoosh! The immortal scepter kept it in its inner world. At the same time, the immortal scepter shot out a ray of light and entered Fong Chen's forehead. Immediately, Fong Chen felt that he could see the entire ancient stash clearly with his divine will. Fong Chen knew that this was the monk's method. Taking a deep breath, Fong Chen checked with his divine will. Suddenly, he found a familiar face. "That's Tian Xian?" Fong Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect to meet his disciple here. Whoosh! In the next moment, Fong Chen tore through the void and came to Tian Xian's side. "Tian Xian," Fong Chen called out. Tian Xian was cultivating a Buddhist skill. When he heard the call, he opened his eyes. "Master?" Tian Xian was stunned and then overjoyed. The master and disciple talked for a while before they understood each other and laughed. "Ha ha ha! I never imagined that the two of us, master and disciple, would be able to meet here," said Fong Chen with a smile. "Yes, I guessed that with your strength, you should have entered the immortal Academy of Creation. Unfortunately, I was too weak and didn't dare to run around," Tian Xian said. When Fong Chen asked who had kidnapped the four of them, Tian Xian shook his head and said that he didn't know. "Master, your clone was with us and was kidnapped by a black-robed old man. We don't know where exactly. He set up a space where time was accelerated and taught us how to cultivate. After we succeeded, we left the mountain." Tian Xian said slowly. Fong Chen nodded. He could vaguely sense the existence of his clone, but he couldn't sense its exact location. He guessed that it was because of the isolation of the immortal Academy of Creation. It would be fine after they left. "It's good that you're fine." Fong Chen smiled. "By the way, I see a Buddhist aura on you. Are you the inheritor that Gu Zhang's monk mentioned?" Speaking of Gu Zhang's monk, Tian Xian smiled bitterly. He didn't want to agree, but Gu Zhang's monk forced him. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. Gu Zhang's monk said that your Buddhist potential is #1 in all of history. Fong Chen was a little surprised. He knew his disciple well enough. but he didn't realize that he had Buddhist potential. Maybe Gu Zhang's monk knows more about Buddhism than me, Fang Qin said. At the same time, he was happy for Tian Xan. Cultivate well. If you succeed in your cultivation, help Gu Zhang's monk be reborn. Tian Xan nodded. Although the old man is very strict with me, I know that he treats me well. One day, I will cultivate a Buddhist skill and help him be reborn. In Guzong, the master and disciple met again after a long time and chatted for a long time. Tian Xan's growth was unexpected but reasonable. Fang Qin took out the soul-tempering wine that wine sage Lu Xingxing gave him and drank with Tian Xan. They wouldn't go home until they were drunk. Chapter 29:33. Gulp. Tian Xan gulped down a mouthful of spirit-tempering wine. His body trembled, his body heated up, and he felt dizzy. Master, this wine is so strong, Tian Xan said shakily. Fang Qin smiled. This is the spirit-tempering wine personally brewed by wine sage Lu Xingxing. It has the effect of tempering the soul. But those who are too weak shouldn't drink too much. Otherwise, they will get drunk. At their level, ordinary wine was nothing more than passing through their intestines. But this spirit-tempering wine could make them fall asleep. It was enough to show that wine sage Lu Xingxing lived up to his reputation. Good wine. Tian Xan was very happy to see his master and gulped down a few mouthfuls. A crescent moon hung in the dark night sky. Fang Qin sat cross-legged on a green rock, looking up at the crescent moon with a trace of longing on his face. When I leave the Imperishable Creation Academy, I will definitely find you. Fang Qin said to himself. Ever since his wife, Bai Qingqing, and Princess Xan mysteriously disappeared, he had been very anxious. He couldn't contact his doppelganger and didn't know the situation in the primordial chaos. Bear with it a little longer. Fang Qin said softly as he glanced at Tian Xan, who had fallen into a deep sleep. The ancient treasury was the place with the strongest Buddhist aura. Fang Qin moved the sleeping Yunling out of the immortal cave mountain and placed her on the stone platform. Master, under this stone platform is the ancient treasury's earth vein. For countless years, a rich Buddhist aura has gathered here. It's enough to cleanse her demonic barrier, said Tian Xan. He had a basic understanding of Buddhism, so he knew a little about it. Yunling. Er's body was shrouded in a powerful Buddhist aura that constantly entered her body, quickly purifying her demonic barrier and purifying her demonic barrier. After settling Yunling, down, Fang Qin's divine sense fluctuated, and he exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, he discovered traces of a great demon in an extremely secluded place in the ancient vault. Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, he tore through the void and instantly appeared where the demonic great demon was hiding. Now, all that's left is that guy's legacy. I must get it. After a few days of searching, Reverend Demon had killed all the other inheritors and obtained all their inheritances. Now that his attainments in Buddhism had improved again, he was confident that he could suppress Cheng Yi and Guting in a very short time. Cheng Yi, Guting, you two have repeatedly ruined my plans. This time, I'll start with you two. But just as he was about to make a move, he felt an immense power surging through the air. The supremacy fiend, great demon, raised his head and saw Fang Qin. His pupils suddenly shrank and his heart trembled. How could it be you? Didn't he die under my evil-slaying formation? The great demon cried out involuntarily. How could he appear here in perfect condition? What? You didn't expect this, did you? The eyes of this great demon were filled with a crazed look. What a lucky fella! Even the evil slayer formation couldn't kill you. Murderous intent surged in Reverend Demon's heart. If Fang Qin hadn't stopped him, he would have entered the Honorable God Institute with the help of the evil slayer formation. He might have already obtained the Immortal Emperor's legacy and even stepped into the legendary star venerable realm. It's all because of you. Reverend Demon vented all his anger on Fong Qin. How dare you set your eyes on my disciple? You've got guts. Fong Qin looked at Reverend Demon mockingly, and Tian Xian walked out from behind him. It's you? Seeing Tian Xian, Reverend Demon's eyes burned with passion, and his blood boiled. He couldn't wait to kill Tian Xian and take his legacy. How dare you come here? I'll kill you too. Reverend Demon sneered. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you found a backer? I'll use my actions to show you that your so-called master is nothing in front of me. Is that so? Your demon-slaying formation was broken by me, and I even suppressed you back then. What ability do you have to kill me? Fong Qin retorted. Boom! Reverend Demon's body emitted a terrifying aura. He clenched his claws into fists, and a biting cold aura soared into the sky. Then, watch carefully. Reverend Demon attacked. His body flickered with Buddhist light, and he looked like an ancient monk, majestic. Too weak. No matter how strong Reverend Demon was, he was only in the life-ancient realm. Fong Qin could be said to be the strongest ancient god since ancient times. A mere Reverend Demon was nothing to him. Fine. Fong Qin shook his head and slapped out. With a bang, the energy in the air exploded. Reverend Demon was sent flying by Fong Qin's slap. Dong! Reverend Demon's body hit the cliff, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Pucci! Reverend Demon spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. How is this possible? The demonic great demon's heart was filled with astonishment. He could clearly feel a terrifying force surging towards him from the exchange of blows just now. How did he become so strong? Reverend Demon shook his head frantically. I don't believe it. He attacked again and unleashed his strongest trump card. However, Fong Qin was too strong. Whether it was the black hole bloodline, the emperor-grade primordial spirit, the super-powerful chaos sword body, or even a half-step martial emperor-grade weapon, he was almost invincible even among star venerables. Reverend Demon could never imagine what kind of monster he had encountered. Bang! You're too weak. Fong Qin's mocking voice came out of his mouth. Too strong, too strong. I can't fight him head-on. Finally, Reverend Demon gave up and wanted to retreat. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Reverend Demon roared in anger, and a powerful force spread out from his body as if he was going to explode. Boom! Fong Qin punched out, blocking Reverend Demon's attack. Taking advantage of this time, Reverend Demon burned his essence blood and escaped. Whoosh! Dust flew, and the power was chaotic. Fong Qin stood quietly, looking at Reverend Demon's back, and sneered. Master, Tian Xian called. Fong Qin nodded. Monk Guzong was right. The stronger the potential enemy, the more it can spur you on. I let Reverend Demon go on purpose to leave him to you. I hope that you can kill him with your own hands one day. Tian Xian nodded, full of confidence. Reverend Demon had part of Gu Zhang's inheritance, which meant that only one of them could survive. There would be a battle in the future. I've talked with Gu Zhang for a long time these days. Your Buddhism potential is incredible, and it's not weaker than your sword principle potential. Just like what Gu Zhang said, you can cultivate both sword principle and Buddhism. Fong Qin said, in fact, you can even mix the sword Tao and Buddhism Tao together to create a different path. Tian Xian was slightly moved, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Fong Qin patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Of course, you still have to improve your cultivation at this stage. You're still far from being able to mix sword, principle, and Buddhism. It was Fong Qin's intention to defeat the venerable devil great demon. At the same time, he wanted Tian Xian to understand the gap between them, so that he could cultivate. In the following days, the Ancient God Institute was relatively peaceful. After Cheng Yi and Gu Ting heard the news, they came to Guzong. When they saw Fong Qin, they were extremely excited. You're really... Gutang didn't know what to say. It's good that you're fine, Chang'e whispered. He remembered that if it wasn't for Fong Chen's help, they wouldn't have been able to break the Demon Slayer formation. At that time, they all thought that Fong Chen was dead. Who would have thought that after a few years he would appear in Guzhong? Ha ha ha, that's great. I knew you had so much potential. How could you die? Gutang put his arm around Fong Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, You can even break the Demon Slayer formation of the Demon Clan. I, Gutang, admire you. On the other hand, Chang'e looked at Fong Chen thoughtfully. What's the matter? Fong Chen asked. After a long silence, Chang'e said, I want to fight with you. This was what Chang'e had always wanted to do. I want to fight with you too, Gutang said hurriedly. A few years ago, your strength was enough to rival us. We've improved a lot in the past few years, but I don't know how much you've improved. Chapter 2934. For a long time, Chang'e and Gutang had firmly held the title of the strongest ancient gods in the immemorial chaos. They were also recognized as a pair of peerless geniuses. Both of them had killed star venerables before. Even demon venerables and great monsters of the Demon Clan couldn't cross these two mountains. Behind the two of them were two superforces. Some people even said that Chang'e and Gutang were the epitome of Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian when they were young. Many rumors showed how powerful Chang'e and Gutang were. After entering the Immortal Academy of Creation, everyone thought that Chang'e and Gutang could reach the level of venerables. Even the two of them thought that no one could shake their position. However, Fong Chen appeared out of nowhere. He broke the Demon Slayer formation with great power and miraculously survived. Chang'e and Gutang were both shocked. The two of them were eager to give it a try, competing to challenge Fong Chen. Fong Chen shrugged and grinned. You are no match for me. Since you said so, I want to try even more. Gutang wasn't angry. He was even more eager to fight. Seeing Gutang like this, Fong Chen had no choice but to agree. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Fong Chen chuckled. Eat my axe. Gutang's voice sounded. A great power surged from the axe. Rumble. A deafening sound rang through the sky. The vast power completely enveloped Fong Chen and Gutang. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the battle ended. When the vast power dissipated, Fong Chen and Gutang looked at each other and stood quietly. How was it? Chang'e asked curiously. Gutang curled his lips and looked at Fong Chen as if he was looking at a monster. He said in a low voice, This guy is too abnormal. I used my strongest attack, but it couldn't even break his defense. How can we fight? In fact, Fong Chen didn't even make a move. His chaos sword body alone blocked Gutang's attack. His defense is so strong? Chang'e's eyes flashed with surprise. Let me try. Forget it. You two can go together. Fong Chen waved his hand. Chang'e glanced at Gutang before taking the lead and charging towards Fong Chen. Seeing this, Gutang also joined the attack. Thunder Axe. Void Storm. Chang'e and Gutang had both used their strongest trump cards. A wild aura swept through the entire ancient treasury. Countless cultivators, watching from afar, cried out in alarm. When the two of them joined forces, even warriors at the late stage or peak of the Star Venerate realm would not be able to withstand it. They didn't believe that Fong Chen could withstand it. Boom! Seeing the ferocious attack, Fong Chen smiled brightly and lightly punched out. Dong! It was as if the sky was about to collapse. A huge fist shadow descended from the sky, releasing an incomparably powerful force. It instantly disintegrated the attacks of the two and imprisoned their bodies. This, Chang'e was dumbstruck, and Gutang was even more stunned on the spot. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The two of them had joined forces. But not only had they not defeated their opponent, but they had also been imprisoned in one move. Even a Star Venerate would not be able to do that. You've broken through? Chang Yi asked curiously. Fang Qin shook his head and withdrew his fist. The pressure in the air suddenly decreased, and the ancient treasury regained its peace. How can you be so strong? When the two of us join forces, our combat power is comparable to a star venerate. We are the strongest ancient gods since ancient times, but we were suppressed by you. Isn't this too exaggerated? Gu Teng kept shaking his head. He couldn't imagine how Fang Qin could be so strong. With your current strength, even Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian would be ashamed of themselves when they were young, Chang Yi said. Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian were influential figures in the ancient chaos. When they were young, they had left behind countless records that were difficult to break. But now, Fang Qin had appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the two of them. It was too shocking. Cheng Yi and Gu Ting could not recover from the shock for a long time. This battle shocked the world. After the news spread, the Ancient God Institute was in an uproar. On the immortal Ancient God list, Fang Qin surpassed the two of them and was ranked first. Cheng Yi and Gu Ting could only be ranked second and third. This news shocked everyone. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. A monstrous genius with potential no weaker than Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian had appeared out of nowhere. Many big forces would fight to rope him in. Do you know Fang Qin's background? I'm not sure. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I have never heard of such a person before. He suppressed Cheng Yi and Gu Ting on his own and entered the immortal Ancient God list. He is the strongest ancient god of this generation. There must be a big force behind him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such achievements. He is not just the strongest ancient god of this generation. I think with his strength, he can be called the strongest ancient god since ancient times. There was a series of debates about whether Fang Qin was the strongest ancient god or not. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Fang Qin. He was quietly cultivating in the ancient treasury. Cheng Yi and Gu Ting seemed to have been stimulated by him and chose to cultivate in seclusion. As time passed, the immortal Academy of Creation was closing. The evil qi in Yunling, Er's body had been mostly cleansed by the power of Buddhism. As for the evil qi, there was still a part of it that was difficult to remove. I wonder if she can wake up before the immortal Academy of Creation closes, Fang Qin murmured. After understanding Yunling, or his situation, Fang Qin returned to his place of cultivation. Dong! As soon as he sat down cross-legged, he felt the power in his body vibrate. The power of the heavenly way in the surrounding air was very active. A vast power emerged in Fang Qin's mind. In a trance, there seemed to be the sound of the great path. All of a sudden, the difficulties he had encountered in comprehending the immortal emperor's legacy suddenly disappeared. The inheritance of the immortal emperor. Fang Qin was suddenly enlightened. He had finally received a report on his comprehension these days. Buzz! Fang Qin closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. His mind was empty and his body relaxed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On a peak in the Honored God Institute, wine sage Lu Xingxing sat alone on the peak, drinking the spirit-tempering wine that he had brewed. After entering the immortal Academy of Creation, Lu Xingxing had obtained many opportunities, but he did not participate in the fight for the inheritance of the immortal emperor. The immortal sacred palace has disappeared. I wonder if anyone has obtained the inheritance. Lu Xingxing took a sip of the spirit-tempering wine, turned his head to look at the distant horizon, and grinned. I wonder how my brother is doing. Back then, he and Fang Qin had set foot on the heavenly way together. However, his cultivation level was high, and the heavenly way automatically separated the two of them. I wonder if he encountered the heavenly way's lightning tribulation, Lu Xingxing murmured. There was a look of worry on his face. The heavenly way's lightning tribulation was too powerful. If Fang Qin encountered it, it would be difficult for him to pass. I hope you can survive, Lu Xingxing said. Gulp! Gulping down the spirit-tempering wine, Lu Xingxing's mind was unprecedentedly relaxed. Suddenly his mind trembled. He felt the power in his body surging, as if a great change was taking place. Breaking the shackles and jumping out of the cage? Lu Xingxing's face revealed an excited smile. Swoosh! He stomped his foot, and his body turned into a ray of black light and flew into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly exploded, forming a huge mushroom cloud. It was very spectacular. What's going on? Did someone break through? Such a big movement, someone must have broken through. Damn it! Why wasn't I the one who broke through? The movement in the sky attracted the attention of many tribulation supremacies. Their faces were full of helplessness. Every tribulation supremacy who stepped into the immortal academy of creation had the ultimate goal of becoming a world deity. But now they could only watch as someone else broke through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Some powerful tribulation supremacies quickly approached the mushroom cloud, wanting to see who had broken through. That's Wine Sage Lu Xingxing. Someone exclaimed. What? It's Lu Xingxing? He returned to the world deity realm? Didn't this guy's realm drop to that of a god? What kind of opportunity did he get? After knowing that it was Lu Xingxing, although some people were still surprised, more people expressed their understanding. After all, Lu Xingxing used to be a genuine world deity, but for some reason his realm dropped. Boom! In the sky, a terrifying power exploded again. A burst of joyful laughter spread across the place. From today onwards, he was no longer wine sage Lu Xingxing. Instead, he was wine god Lu Xingxing. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2935. One had to be able to endure loneliness in order to succeed in martial arts cultivation. Every peerless expert had gone through countless eras to constantly polish themselves and find their weaknesses. Only by maintaining a high intensity of cultivation at all times would one be able to reach the peak. Ancient God Institute, Ancient Treasury Green Stone Platform. Fang Qin sat on the green stone platform with a smile on his face. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, because he found that the immortal inheritance that he had been unable to comprehend had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Now he had to make the best use of his time to cultivate. Hiss! Hiss! Whenever the Buddhist energy in the ancient vault got close to Fang Chen's body, it would be blocked. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking it. The heavenly way energy in the void rushed into Fang Chen's body like a flood. Within his body, a vast amount of power formed a vortex. The heavenly way energy that rushed into his body all entered the vortex and seemed to be undergoing an incredible refinement. Immortal star power. Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. His whole body exuded an immortal aura. It was as if everything was going according to plan. The heavenly way energy has been refined countless times and then transformed into immortal star power with the unique method of the immortal emperor. Fang Chen thought to himself. This situation lasted for 3 days. When Fang Chen's body could no longer bear the excess heavenly way energy, the black hole bloodline finally started to operate. A powerful surge of bloodline energy gushed out of Zhang Xian's body and dived into the vortex. Buzz! With the addition of the black hole bloodline, the transformation process of immortal star power was unusually smooth. Just as I expected. Fang Chen was extremely excited. He had tried countless times and failed every time, but he had also gained a lot. Now that he had fully displayed this special method of the immortal inheritance, the transformation of the heavenly way energy was even faster. It's a success. After a while, Fang Chen's face broke into an excited smile. That was because he saw specks of starlight flickering in the vortex. Although they were very sparse, it represented a good start. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to increase the activation of his black hole bloodline. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally saw a trace of immortal star power. A bright light gradually emerged from the vortex. As soon as the light appeared, Fang Chen's cultivation base rose to the peak of the life-ancient realm. Rumble! The power in his body vibrated, and the immortal star power ran through his body. Fang Chen felt that his body was full of power, as if it could erupt at any time. What a powerful immortal star power! Fang Chen was completely stunned. He did not expect the immortal star force to be so powerful. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As time passed, the immortal star power increased, and Fang Chen's comprehension deepened. Suddenly, his primordial spirit trembled in his mind, and his entire body was enveloped by a violent force. In that instant, he felt his soul go into a trance. His body had undergone a fundamental change. Fang Chen couldn't believe his eyes. He was tongue-tied. After reaching the life-ancient realm, it was very difficult to raise one's cultivation base. He had been trapped at the peak of the life-ancient realm before. Who would have thought that after cultivating the immortal star power, his cultivation base would instantly rise to the peak of the life-ancient realm? Now, when the immortal star power was rich enough, it forcibly changed his body, allowing him to make a breakthrough. Rumble! In the sky above the ancient treasury, the wind and clouds surged. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire land suddenly became dark. The powerful aura made many martial artists feel extremely oppressed. What's going on? Is the immortal creation hall closing? It's too strong. This aura is so oppressive that I can't speak. It seems to be coming from the ancient treasury. Did Cheng Yi and Gu Teng obtain the inheritance of the ancient treasury's monks? For a time, countless voices were heard. However, they did not know that this was Fang Chen's breakthrough. Dong! Among the pitch-black stormy clouds, a series of thunderous explosions took place, resulting in a shocking explosion. Rip! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void trembled and was torn apart by his bare hands. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped into the air and charged into the clouds of the 9 heavens to fight against the shocking lightning. Rumble! In the sky, a trembling sound was heard, and the dark clouds did not disperse for a long time. As for Fang Chen, he was engaged in an intense battle. He wanted to release all the power stored in his body. 15 minutes later, the sky became clear again, and the oppressive aura quickly disappeared. The entire ancient God Institute regained its peace. Everyone looked in the direction of the ancient treasury, dumbfounded. They wanted to know what had just happened. On the blue stone platform in the ancient treasury, whoosh! Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, and a smile appeared on his face. At this time, his body was faintly covered with a layer of sword qi, and his aura was very powerful, giving people a feeling of Mount Tai. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Feeling the tireless, immortal star power in his body, he sighed. I didn't expect to break through to the star venerable realm under such circumstances. Surrounded by starlight, it condensed into the sky. This was the symbol of the star venerable realm. Whether it was the primordial spirit or the physical body, they had all undergone tremendous changes. There was a world of difference between ancient gods and venerables. Although it was only one step from the limit of the ancient life realm to the early stage of the star venerable realm. However, this step might trouble him for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Fang Chen had used the immortal star power to successfully cross the threshold. The immortal star power is really powerful. Fang Chen knew more about the power of the immortal star power. No wonder the immortal emperor could move unhindered between heaven and earth and destroy the dominators of the chaos realm with a wave of his hand. It was very difficult to cultivate the immortal star power. It was even more difficult to condense a star core. According to the records of the immortal inheritance, one needed enough immortal star power to condense a star core. However, the immortal star power that Fang Chen had now was less than 1% of the required amount to condense a star core. 1 star core is enough for me to fight above my level. If I can condense 9 star cores and cultivate the immortal hand, how strong will my combat power be? In his heart, Fong Qin was secretly anticipating the arrival of that day. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 air-piercing sounds came from the void. Fong Qin turned his head and saw that it was his disciple Tian Xan, Chang'e, and Guting. Fong Qin, did you make that noise just now? Guting asked with a grin. You broke through to the Star Venerable realm? Chang'e looked at Fong Qin carefully, feeling extremely shocked. When they had just entered the Ancient God Institute, Fong Qin's strength had not been as good as theirs. But now, Fong Qin had surpassed them and overtaken them. He had stepped into the legendary Star Venerate realm before them. Fong Qin nodded, not hiding anything. Really? Gutang held his axe and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Amazing, really amazing. I, Gutang, admire you. Chang'e had a complicated look on her face. In the end, she let out a long sigh. I didn't expect you to be ahead of us. However, I really want to know how strong you are after stepping into the Star Venerable realm. That's right. When you were in the Life Ancient realm, you could already kill Star Venerables. Now that you have stepped into the Star Venerable realm, can you fight against Holy Venerables? Gutang was also curious. The two looked at each other and said, Let's join forces and test your strength again. Boom! Then, Chang'e and Gutang attacked together. Their auras were raised to the peak. They used their strongest trump card as soon as they came. However, in the face of the ferocious attack, Fong Qin only lightly pointed his finger. Suddenly, the sky changed color and the stars shone. The entire space seemed to be frozen. Even time itself had been frozen. Whoosh! Fong Qin withdrew his finger and the void returned to normal. Chang'e and Gutang's bodies landed on the ground. The depths of their eyes were filled with terror. He's too strong. He's a monster, Gutang said after a long time. He swore to himself that no matter what happened in the future, he would not be an enemy of Fong Qin. As for Chang'e, she clenched her fists and an unyielding fighting spirit quietly rose in her. Actually, you two are not weak. It's just that, looking at the backs of the two leaving, Fong Qin said softly. He had the immortal star power and was much stronger than ordinary people. Chapter 2936. Without a doubt, Chang'e and Guting had suffered a huge blow. Condensing the sky with a finger was not an exaggeration. Congratulations, Master, for becoming a Star Venerable. Tian Xan smiled happily. His master had always been so domineering. Chang'e and Guting were once the top 2 experts on the immortal ancient god list. They were the most powerful ancient gods in the immemorial chaos. However, they had no power to fight back in front of his master. You should cultivate well as well. If you can fuse Buddhism and Sword Tao together and walk a brand new path, you will definitely be able to reach the peak in the future. Fong Qin was very confident in Tian Xan. Before this, he only knew that Tian Xan's sword doctrine had great potential. However, after talking with the monks of Gutsang, he was surprised to find that Tian Xan's Buddhism potential was also very strong. The monks of Gutsang even guessed that Tian Xan might be the reincarnation of a Buddhist dominator. Of course, this was an unfounded guess. Fong Qin just smiled and did not say anything. After becoming a Star Venerable, Fong Qin's strength had become even stronger. When he was in the Life Ancient realm, he could easily suppress extreme Star Venerables. Now that he had become a Star Venerable, he could instantly kill extreme Star Venerables. If he used his full strength with the Star Concealing Sword, which was half a step away from the Martial Emperor realm, and the 6th move of the Invincible Sword Doctrine, he could even fight against Holy Venerables. Whoosh! Fong Qin took a deep breath and raised his hands. A breeze blew and his robe fluttered. He allowed the wind to blow on his face. He enjoyed this wonderful moment. 1 month before the Immortal Academy of Creation closed, Yunling finally woke up. Rumble. The moment she regained consciousness, all of the Buddhist energy in the ancient vault surged into her body. The evil aura in her body was completely purified. The demon in her heart was also removed. Fang Chen, who was in the middle of his cultivation, suddenly sensed something unusual. He immediately dashed to the center of the ancient vault. He suddenly found that Yunling, who was dressed in green, had opened her eyes. It was just that she had been asleep for too long and her body was a little stiff. She was unable to adapt for the time being. Her eyes flickered with a hint of redness. Even though it was extremely fast, Fang Chen still managed to catch it. The demonic barrier hasn't been completely removed. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to suppress Yunlinger, Tian Xan arrived in front of her first. Tian Xan sat cross-legged beside Yunling. He put his palms together and golden light shone from his body. He chanted a profound Buddhist mantra and a powerful Buddhist power emanated from his body. In an instant, it completely enveloped Yunling's body. Dong! The demonic repellent in Yunling's body crazily attacked, trying to invade her body. However, Tian Xian's Buddhist Tao was even more powerful, and he was closing in. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the demonic barrier in Yunling's heart quickly dissipated. When the last bit of demonic barrier was completely destroyed, Tian Xian's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was a little weak. He swayed and almost fell to the ground. The golden light on his body had already disappeared, and one could see that his face was slightly pale. Tian Xian. Fang Chen rushed over and helped Tian Xian up. After confirming that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yunling's eyes turned, and she looked at Fang Chen and Tian Xan in surprise. Soon, her fingers moved, and she opened her mouth. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't make a sound. You've been asleep for too long. You won't be able to adapt in such a short time, Fang Chen said. Yunling's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chen. At the same time, a large number of memories appeared in her mind. When the memories froze at the time before she fell asleep, a ferocious look appeared on her flawless face, and a murderous aura flashed in her body. I already know about your matter from the Ling clan's ancestor. Fang Chen saw the change in Yunling and said directly, Originally, when I entered the talisman you set up, I could have killed you, but in the end, the Ling clan's ancestor asked me to spare your life and bring you out. Fang Chen said slowly. After hearing this, Yunling frowned slightly. After a long while, Yunling seemed to have adapted to the environment of the Ancient God Institute. Her red lips opened slightly, and she said, That old guy asked you to save me? After so many years, you still can't let go? What's the point? Fang Chen shrugged. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light entered Yunling's forehead. Immediately, Yunling's expression changed greatly, and she fell into silence. This is a message that the Ling clan's ancestor gave me before he completely died. When you woke up, I gave it to you, Fang Chen said. In fact, although the Ling clan's ancestor hated Yunling, he still loved her deeply in his heart. The atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Countless images flashed through Yunling's mind. After a while, she hugged her knees with her hands and put her head on her arms, sobbing silently. Her black hair completely covered her face. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she cried very sadly. Master. Tianxin wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head gently, then took Tianxin and left this place, leaving enough space for Yunling. When she woke up, the world had changed greatly. The hatred of the past had disappeared, leaving only longing and regret. Why didn't you say so earlier? You'd rather let me hate you for the rest of my life than tell me the truth. Woo, woo, woo. A sorrowful voice came in the wind, mixed with regret. Master, why? Tianxin was puzzled. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. Although I didn't experience it personally, I can understand how she feels at this moment. In fact, in the depths of her heart, she also deeply loved the Ling clan's ancestor. Unfortunately, fate makes fools of people. This was the way the world was. Sometimes you try your best to get something, but you can't get it. Sometimes you can get something you don't want, but you can get it at will. This was the will of the heavens, and fate makes fools of people. The Ling clan's ancestor regretted until his death, blaming himself for making such a stupid choice. Fang Qin could imagine how sorrowful Yunlinger must have felt after reading the message the Ling family ancestor had left for her. Unfortunately, sadness couldn't restore everything in the past. "Do you want to comfort her?" Tianxin asked. Now that he cultivated Buddhism, he was gradually influenced and he had a compassionate heart. Seeing Yunling, crying so sadly, he wanted to comfort her. "No need. She will get better." Fang Qin looked in the direction of Yunling. 7 days later, Yunling, dressed in green, found Fang Qin. Time didn't leave any traces on her body. She looked as beautiful as ever. Unfortunately, although she was beautiful, the person who admired her returned to the earth. "Have you thought it through?" Fang Qin didn't even raise his head and asked directly. Yunling nodded. "Thank you for saving me, allowing me to make up for the mistakes I made in the past. Actually, it wasn't me who saved you, but your heart." Fang Qin said, "I just did it in passing. Besides, I took you into the immortal cave mountain for selfish reasons." Fang Qin said bluntly without any reservations. He went through a lot of hardships to get Yunling, or his heavenly talisman pearl. He was afraid that Yunling would continue to harm the world after she woke up, so he took her into the immortal cave mountain. Speaking of which, it was thanks to Yunling, that Fang Qin could reach the level of Star Talisman Master. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the heavenly talisman pearl," Fang Qin said with a smile. Yunling smiled faintly and said, "No matter what, you saved my life. I, Yunling, am not an ungrateful person. If anything happens to you in the future, I will definitely do my best." Whoosh! At the same time, Yunling flicked her finger. An array of light flickered and disappeared into Fang Qin's body. "This is my lifelong understanding of talismans. I hope it will be useful to you," Yunling said. Fang Qin was overjoyed. Although he had absorbed the power of the heavenly talisman pearl, his understanding of talismans was still lacking. With Yunling's lifelong understanding, his attainments in talismans would definitely improve. After chatting with Fang Qin for a long time, Yunling left. Looking at her departing figure, Fang Qin grinned. Good and evil had their retribution, and karma was a cycle. Everything was destined by the heavens. He didn't kill Yunling, back then, so now he had such a powerful helper. Chapter 2937. Rumble. Thunder roared in the sky above the 3 courtyards of the Immortal Creation Institute. Dark clouds covered the 3 courtyards, and a powerful aura spread out. All the warriors looked up at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Can we finally go out?" Many people shouted excitedly. They were weak, and it was not easy for them to survive in such a cruel environment. Now they had finally reached the end. Of course, there were also some people who wanted more, and their faces were filled with regret. The Immortal Creation Institute is a holy place for cultivation. Cultivating here is twice the result with half the effort. If I had more time, I would definitely be able to break through the shackles and reach the peak. It's a pity that the Immortal Creation Institute is about to close, and I haven't obtained the inheritance yet. Words like these came out one after another. Ancient God Institute, in front of the Immortal Ancient God list. There were 3 people standing in front of the square. They were the top 3 on the Immortal Ancient God list. Fang Qin, Qingyi, and Guteng. Fang Qin, in particular, had suppressed Qingyi and Guteng by himself when he was in the Life Ancient Realm. He was recognized as the strongest ancient god in the world by many warriors of the Ancient God Institute. Now, with the help of the environment of the Ancient God Institute, he had successfully broken through to the star-venerable realm. His strength had skyrocketed, and he was unprecedentedly powerful. Is that Fang Qin? He's too strong. Just the aura from his body makes me feel extremely oppressed. Yeah, if he wants to kill us, he can penetrate our defense with a finger. The many cultivators discussed in whispers. Many of them were cultivators who had interacted with Fang Qin before. Zun Emo hid in the darkness, glaring at the respected Fang Qin. His heart was full of hatred. All of this should have been his. If it were not for Fang Qin, he would have reached the peak. Damn you! I will not let you go. Zun Mo's crazy eyes shifted to Tian Xan. He licked his dry lips and bared his fangs. Just wait. The inheritance you have will belong to me. After being defeated by Fang Qin, the Reverend Devil Great Demon wanted to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Buddhist monk even in his dreams. However, he also knew that there was a huge gap between his strength and Fang Qin's. He couldn't act rashly until he had full confidence. Therefore, he had been enduring, silently. Once he left the imperishable Institute of Fortune, he would return to his clan and cultivate diligently. He would definitely be able to rise again. As time passed, the lightning in the sky became denser and denser. In the end, it caused everyone to tremble. The opening of the heavenly road will probably take some time. At the front of the square, Guteng grinned as he held his axe. Not long ago, Fang Qin had given him something that made him go wild with joy. He even declared that from now on, he would regard Fang Qin as a good brother. If anyone dared to disrespect him, it would be the same as provoking him. Guteng. Fang Qin nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Guteng was overjoyed. When I return, I will definitely invite a powerful craftsman to forge a weapon for me. Not to mention the Emperor realm, but at least the half-step Emperor realm. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the bones Brother Fang gave me? Fang Qin had once obtained a large number of bones of unparalleled powerhouses. The power inside had been absorbed by him and the pure-blooded beast cubs. Without the support of the power, these bones were at most abnormally hard. They were still very good as crafting materials. Cheng Yi was usually quiet, but she remembered Fang Qin's kindness in her heart. If you have time, you can come and find me, Cheng Yi said. The three of them were the most dazzling existences in the Ancient God Institute. Of course, Cheng Yi and Guteng knew better than anyone that they were nothing in front of Fang Qin. The pride they once had was long gone. Brother Fang, I won't give up on catching up to you. The next time we meet, maybe I will catch up to you, Guteng said. Brother Fang's potential is unparalleled in the world. It's good enough that he isn't too far behind. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to catch up to him. Cheng Yi expressed her opinion. Guteng immediately cowered and curled his lips helplessly. Dong! At this moment, a shocking thunderbolt exploded in the sky. Then, a beam of light pierced through the sky and illuminated the entire earth. Swoosh! When the beam of light fell from the sky and pierced the ground, the heavenly road appeared. In the distant horizon, there was a road with no end, drifting indeterminately. The heavenly road has appeared. Let's go. Excited voices came from the crowd. Like locusts, they swarmed forward. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Qin and the other two were left in front of the immortal ancient god list. Brother Fang, see you later. Cheng Yi and Guteng cupped their fists and entered the heavenly road one after another. Fang Qin also leaped and disappeared into the heavenly road. At this point, the Immortal Academy of Creation was completely closed. No one knew when it would appear again. The closure of the Immortal Academy of Creation attracted the attention of the entire Chaos Realm. All the forces were anxiously waiting for the return of their clan's geniuses. Everyone's eyes were on the Immortal Academy of Creation, Mount Laojun, as the central and highest peak of the Immortal Divine Mountain. Today there was an abnormality. Lightning flashed, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire Mount Laojun. Crash! The void was torn apart, and countless warriors emerged from it. Ha ha ha, I'm finally back. Going in from there, and coming out from there. Fang Qin entered the Immortal Academy of Creation from the Immortal Divine Mountain. Naturally, when he came out, he was also in the Immortal Divine Mountain. I'm back alive. I'm finally back alive. Fang Qin appeared at the foot of Mount Laojun. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a few excited voices. He turned his head and found that the other party was actually a member of the Divine Tiger Clan. Hey, why does that person look so familiar? Several members of the Divine Tiger Clan also noticed Fang Qin. They felt that the latter was very familiar. No, he's Fang Qin who stole the Immortal Calamity Lotus. Suddenly, someone recognized Fang Qin and cried out involuntarily, "Damn it, it's him!" In an instant, the members of the Divine Tiger Clan surrounded Fang Qin. At the same time, they transmitted their voice to the Divine Tiger Clan leader. "Kid, hand over the Immortal Calamity Lotus." "Humph, I didn't expect that a piece of trash like you could survive in the Immortal Academy of Creation. But it's fine. You'll still die if you run into us. I'll give you a chance. Except for the Immortal Calamity Lotus. Hand over everything you got in the Immortal Academy of Creation. We can spare your life." In the face of these people's aggression, Fang Qin smiled sinisterly. Then he spread out his hands and said, "The Immortal Calamity Lotus is on me. Come and take it if you have the ability. But I want to remind you that once I make a move, you will die without a doubt. You're courting death. How dare you threaten us? Do you think our Divine Tiger Clan will be scared by you?" Suddenly, several members of the Divine Tiger Clan joined forces and attacked. Rumble. Their powerful strength shocked the world. Their attack instantly attracted the attention of many warriors who had just come out of the Immortal Academy of Creation. "Hey, there's a battle over there. It seems to be the members of the Divine Tiger Clan. They are fighting with a human. Do they want to rob him of his treasures? Oh no, that's Fang Qin. Is the Divine Tiger Clan crazy?" In the crowd, there were sounds of discussion. At this time, the other members of the Divine Tiger Clan came down from Mount Laojun one after another. Seeing that their clansmen were besieging Fang Qin, their faces suddenly changed, and they cried out inwardly, "Stop!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Qin shook his head. These people could survive in the Ancient God Academy, obviously hiding in some secret place to cultivate. They didn't know what happened in the Ancient God Academy at all. Otherwise, they would know that he was ranked first on the Immortal Ancient God list. However, the opportunity had been given to them, and they didn't cherish it. "Kill." Fang Qin's face was calm, and he gently pointed his finger. In an instant, the world was turned upside down, and the whole world was shrouded in a terrifying aura. Bang! With a point of his finger, he killed through the air. The bodies of several members of the Divine Tiger Clan instantly exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. It's over. The members of the Divine Tiger Clan, who came down from Mount Laojun, trembled when they saw the scene. They could only pray that the Divine Tiger Clan leader would come as soon as possible. They're courting death. How dare they provoke Fang Qin? Yeah, unless the Divine Tiger Clan leader comes, no one can suppress Fang Qin. Many people shook their heads, not surprised by this. Fang Qin's strength was the best among the heroes. He could suppress Jing Yi and Gu Teng with his own strength. How could a few life ancient realm members of the Divine Tiger Clan be compared to him? Chapter 2938. Fang Qin had killed a member of the Divine Tiger Clan with one finger. The aura on his body was extremely overbearing. He stood on the ground, and many warriors could feel his aura. Dang! 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 The other members of the Divine Tiger Clan looked at each other, their faces full of fear. They didn't dare to get close to Fang Qin, but they didn't want to let Fang Qin leave either. Just as they were in a dilemma, their communication jade pendant suddenly rang. Then, the members of the Divine Tiger Clan quickly approached Fang Qin, their bodies full of killing intent. Fang Qin, you dare to kill my clansmen. You are courting death. These people were very tough, and they surrounded Fang Qin. I was wondering where you got your courage from. It turns out that your clan leader is supporting you? Fang Qin narrowed his eyes and said, but even if your clan leader comes, I can still kill you first. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Qin urged the power in his body. He was extremely powerful, and with one finger the sky fell and the earth cracked. He was too strong. Even star venerables were no match for him. This is a one-sided battle. Yeah, Fang Qin is too strong. I'm afraid only Saint Venerables can subdue him. Although this guy is strong, he is too reckless. The Divine Tiger Clan is one of the top clans in the immortal Divine Mountain, especially the clan leader of the Divine Tiger Clan. His strength is earth-shattering. How can a mere star venerable resist him? Yeah, these people of the Divine Tiger Clan know that Fang Qin is strong, but they still dare to stop him. The clan leader of the Divine Tiger Clan must be on his way. At the foot of Mount Laojun, everyone was discussing. All the warriors were watching. They wanted to see how Fang Qin would resist the wrath of the Divine Tiger Clan. Crack! His finger suddenly pointed at a member of the Divine Tiger Clan, and a miserable scream came out of his mouth. The next moment, with a bang, the person turned into a bloody mist. Fang Qin, stop immediately. The clan leader is already on his way here. If you continue to be so obstinate, no one will be able to save you. That's right. If you stop now, the patriarch might let you off. Fang Qin sneered. When he snatched the immortal Calamity Life Lotus, he had completely fallen out with the Divine Tiger Clan. Even if he didn't kill these people, when the God Tiger Patriarch came, he wouldn't let him off. His pitch-black eyes looked up at the distant horizon as a powerful ripple spread out. Whoosh! Then Shao Qin pointed out several divine tigers and killed all the star venerates of the divine tiger race blocking him. Immediately, there was dead silence at the foot of Mount Laojun. Everyone looked at Fang Qin with a dumbfounded expression. Several of the Divine Tiger Clan's clansmen had used their full strength, but they still couldn't force out Fang Qin's true strength. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Just how strong is he? Even the peak star venerates were killed by him. It seems that his strength has far surpassed the limit of the star venerate realm. He might even be able to challenge the holy venerates. It's incredible. Such a young martial artist dares to challenge the Divine Tiger Clan. Many martial artists were shocked. They couldn't imagine what was happening in front of them. At this moment, there were still experts descending from Mount Laojun. Die, thief! Just as Fang Qin killed the star venerates of the Divine Tiger Clan, a roar came from the distant horizon. Immediately after, a burly old man appeared. Elder Tianhu? Gosh, why is Elder Tianhu here? He's dead. Fang Qin is dead. Everyone was shocked when they saw Elder Tianhu. Although Elder Tianhu's strength wasn't as strong as the Divine Tiger Patriarch, he was still a holy venerate. Boom! Even before he arrived, his attack had already arrived. Crack! A powerful force swooped down as if it was going to overturn the heavens and the earth. At the same time, a fierce and overbearing light beam with unparalleled power slashed toward Fang Qin's head. This was the power of the Holy Venerate realm. Fang Qin raised his hands and sensed the power that was swooping down. He grinned and said, "Is this the power of the Holy Venerate realm?" Crash! Fang Qin moved his mind, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Invincible sword principle. A Holy Venerate realm expert was worthy of his full strength. The hidden star sword let out a loud sword cry, and a powerful sword chi pierced through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, an illusory sword burst out, and a vast sword light shocked everyone. Crack! The hidden star sword carried a powerful sword principal power and stabbed the powerful light beam. A deafening sound resounded as the hidden star sword cleaved the powerful beam of light in half with an unstoppable force. Is that an emperor weapon? No, I have seen an emperor weapon from a long distance. Although his weapon is powerful, it does not have the Tao rhyme of an emperor weapon. I know his long sword is a half-step to emperor weapon. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Suddenly, many warriors' eyes lit up. Their heartbeats quickened, and some of them were even prepared to snatch the treasures away from them. It was a half-step to emperor weapon, and it was definitely worth their time. Half-step to emperor realm? Elder Tianhu's eyes lit up, and he said, a half-step to emperor weapon is a waste in your hands. Why don't you give it to the divine tiger tribe? Fang Chen did not speak and only looked at Elder Tianhu with a sarcastic look. It's okay if you don't want to. From now on, everything you have belongs to the divine tiger tribe. When Elder Tianhu said this, he deliberately raised his voice. He was telling the world that the half-step to emperor weapon in Fang Chen's hands belonged to the divine tiger tribe. Anyone who dared to snatch it would be an enemy of the divine tiger tribe. Suddenly, some of the martial artists who were ready to make a move forcibly suppressed the restlessness in their hearts. Damn it, the divine tiger tribe is too overbearing. What can we do? The divine tiger tribe leader is too powerful. Ordinary tribulation supremacies are no match for him. How can we dare to make a move? Forget it, let's wait and see. Fang Chen's dark eyes were unusually calm. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, and a faint killing intent emerged from his body. If you want to kill me, the divine tiger tribe will pay a heavy price, Fang Chen said. Is that so? Elder Tianhu sneered, and his large claws grabbed at the void. Sky Tiger swallows the sun, as Elder Tianhu growled. His claws tore the void in front of him, and a wild aura escaped from it. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force instantly erupted. Roar! An angry beast roar resounded through the sky. Elder Tianhu's cultivation should be at the middle stage of the sacred venerate realm. Fang Chen muttered to himself, with my current strength and the hidden star, sort of the half-step martial emperor realm, I can at most fight against an early stage sacred venerate. I can still hold on for a short period of time against Elder Tianhu, but I will definitely lose if the battle drags on. Fang Chen quickly analyzed the situation. A moment later, his eyes moved as if he had thought of something. Immediately, a gloomy expression appeared on his face. Invincible sword principle, miracle sword. When this sword was displayed, the light of the entire Mount Laojun was shrouded by this sword light. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the sky. From the top of Mount Laojun, an incredible sword light swooped down as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It's useless. You can't resist my sky tiger swallows the sun. Elder Tianhu sneered when he saw this. He opened his mouth and forcefully sucked the dazzling sword light into his mouth. Crack! In front of everyone, he crushed the sword light with his mouth. Humph! Elder Tianhu sneered at Fang Chen as he crushed the sword light with his mouth. The latter smiled faintly and did not speak. Just when everyone thought that Elder Tianhu was going to suppress Fang Chen, something strange happened. Hiss! Hiss! Elder Tianhu's body suddenly started to tremble. His head started to bleed from the 7 orifices, and he spat out a large amount of blood. A miserable cry came from his mouth. Bang! Elder Tianhu's body was hit by a powerful backlash. He flew out and fell to the ground, dying. At the foot of Mount Laojun, everyone was shocked. Only Fang Chen knew that he had borrowed the power of the immortal scepter. He had hidden the immortal star power in the hidden star sword. When Elder Tianhu crushed the sword, the immortal star power burst out and severely injured him. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. An early-stage star venerate had defeated Elder Tianhu, who was a mid-stage sacred venerate. How was this possible? However, this was the truth. Chapter 29:39. An oppressive aura gushed out from the void. A wild wind blew between heaven and earth. Many martial artists at the foot of Mount Laojun were shocked. Had the clan leader of the Xinhu clan finally appeared? Fang Chen's strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. The #1 expert on the immortal ancient god list was indeed worthy of his reputation. Dong! In the void, the clan leader of the Xinhu clan appeared out of thin air and landed on the ground. His heavy body picked up the soil on the ground as a wild aura revolved around him. His aura soared to the extreme, giving people a strong sense of oppression. This was the strength of a tribulation venerable. It was too powerful. The clan leader of the Xinhu clan looked ferocious. The moment he arrived at the foot of Mount Laojun, he saw the ashen-faced Elder Tianhu. Elder Tianhu! He shrouded Elder Tianhu with his divine consciousness and instantly found that Elder Tianhu's internal organs were completely damaged. Even with the resources of the Xinhu clan, it was hard to say if Elder Tianhu's strength could recover to its peak. Simply put, Elder Tianhu's injuries were too serious. Moreover, the other party had forcefully broken his meridians, causing his blood to dry up, and he was on the verge of death. Boom! The aura of the clan leader of the Xinhu clan rumbled. His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Qin. Fang Qin! The clan leader of the Xinhu clan said in a deep voice, "I did not object to your participation in the clan meeting of the Xinhu clan. You won first place, and I also fulfilled my promise to let you try to communicate with the immortal Calamity Lotus." Speaking of this, the clan leader of the Xinhu clan looked down at Fang Chen with disdain. "But you took away our clan's treasure, the immortal Calamity Lotus. Now, you even killed my clansmen and severely injured Elder Tianhu. Tell me, how can I let you go?" Every word of the clan leader of the Xinhu clan was like a heavy hammer that deeply struck the hearts of everyone. Everyone knew that the clan leader of the Xinhu clan was angry. When a tribulation venerable was angry, millions of corpses would fall. Even the immortal divine mountain would be flooded with blood. You think you can challenge the Xinhu clan after breaking through to the Star Venerable Realm? Seeing Fang Chen's indifferent expression, the Xinhu patriarch sneered. He spread out his palm, and a violent aura exploded in the void. "A mere Star Venerable is like an ant in front of my divine Tiger Clan. I am very curious. Who gave you the courage to provoke my divine Tiger Clan?" The god Tiger Patriarch said in a low voice. Fang Chen remained silent. Indeed, with his strength, there was no way he could stop the divine Tiger Patriarch's attack. However, he was fearless, because he had a trump card. "I participated in the Godly Tiger Tribe meeting and won first place. I should be able to communicate with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus." A moment later, Fang Qin looked up and said, "However, because I communicated with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus, the divine Tiger Clan flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to jump into the abyss of God burial with the eternal Calamity Life Lotus." What a joke! The dignified divine Tiger Clan, one of the top powers of the immortal divine mountain, actually went back on their word. "Your clansmen wanted to kill me, so why can't I fight back? Is the divine Tiger Clan all so overbearing?" Faced with Fang Chen's questioning, the divine Tiger Patriarch became even angrier. "It's useless to say more. The immortal Calamity Life Lotus is the most precious treasure of my divine Tiger Clan. We can't let you take it away. As for the half-step martial Emperor Realm weapon in your hand, my divine Tiger Clan also wants it. Leave it behind," the divine Tiger Patriarch said. "Oh, by the way, leave your life behind." As soon as his voice fell, the divine Tiger Patriarch's figure and unparalleled power appeared between heaven and earth. At the foot of Laojun Mountain, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. "It's over." Even if Fong Qin is the top expert on the immortal ancient god list, he is definitely no match for the Divine Tiger Patriarch. Yes, the Divine Tiger clan is usually arrogant and domineering. The Divine Tiger Patriarch is even more iron-blooded. Whoever dares to disobey him will be suppressed by thunderous means. Sigh, it's a pity that such a genius has fallen. While everyone was lamenting, the Divine Tiger Patriarch had already appeared in front of Fong Qin. Pretentious. Seeing that Fong Qin was still indifferent, the Divine Tiger Patriarch sneered. His big hand stretched out and went straight for Fong Qin's head. Die! The Divine Tiger Patriarch growled. His big claw, with lightning speed, appeared above Fong Qin's head. Fong Qin was only one step away from death. As long as the Divine Tiger Patriarch's big claw pressed down 1 centimeter, he would undoubtedly die. However, under everyone's gaze, the Divine Tiger Patriarch's big claw stopped in midair. What's going on? Everyone was a little surprised. Why did the menacing clan leader of the Xinhu clan suddenly stop his attack? On the battlefield, Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back, a touch of sarcasm on his face. The Divine Tiger Patriarch's face instantly became gloomy, because he was shocked to find that above Fong Qin's head, there was an invisible force that blocked his attack. Who? The Divine Tiger Patriarch roared, and at the same time the power of his whole body erupted, wanting to kill Fong Qin. Boom! In the void, a finger light swooped down. Dong! Although the Divine Tiger Patriarch desperately resisted, he could not resist. This finger light contained the power of the supreme rules. Not only the Divine Tiger Patriarch, but many warriors at the foot of Mount Laojun, when they saw it, were also in a trance. Dust flew, and the sound of vibration rang out. Only then did the shocked crowd come to their senses. They stared with wide eyes, looking at the big pit in the ground. In the deep pit, a terrifying aura filled the air, forming a powerful airflow. At the bottom of the big pit, a ferocious shadow, roaring to the sky, suddenly rushed out. The Divine Tiger Patriarch? Everyone exclaimed. The Divine Tiger Patriarch was defeated by Fong Qin, and in such a sorry state. No, look! Someone exclaimed, pointing to the front. Everyone turned their heads and found that in front of Fong Qin, a figure had appeared without them knowing. The god of wine, Lu Xingxing. It's Lu Xingxing. He actually stood up for Fong Qin. Lu Xingxing sent the Divine Tiger Patriarch flying with one blow. How powerful is he? Could it be that Lu Xingxing has broken through? For a time, everyone had different guesses about Lu Xingxing. The Divine Tiger Patriarch's hair was disheveled, and his body was in a mess. His blood-red eyes stared at Lu Xingxing, and his voice was hoarse. Lu Xingxing, do you really want to be enemies with my Divine Tiger clan because of a weak warrior? Lu Xingxing shrugged and said, In your eyes, he is a weak warrior. In my eyes, he is my brother. Lu Xingxing's words shocked everyone. The incomparably arrogant Lu Xingxing, who never made friends with others, was actually Fong Qin's brother. This was simply crazy. At this time, everyone finally understood why Fong Qin had never been afraid of the Divine Tiger clan from the beginning to the end. It turned out that he had Lu Xingxing as his backer. He has an irreconcilable enmity with my Divine Tiger clan. Lu Xingxing, do you really want to stop me? The Divine Tiger Patriarch said in a deep voice. What do you think? Lu Xingxing asked in return. Then he no longer paid attention to the Divine Tiger Patriarch, but looked at Fong Qin and laughed. You like to cause trouble wherever you go. Fong Qin shrugged, somewhat helpless. Brother Lu, you broke through? Fong Qin asked. Lu Xingxing nodded, and Fong Qin sighed in his heart. The last time he saw Lu Xingxing, he was still in the tribulation supremacy realm. He didn't expect that after returning from the immortal Academy of Fortune, the latter had already become a world god powerhouse. Damn it! The Divine Tiger Patriarch was furious, and his eyes were full of fear. Gritting his teeth, he finally gave up. Lu Xingxing, don't think that my divine tiger clan is afraid of you just because you have become a world god. The divine tiger patriarch said coldly, just you wait, my divine tiger clan will remember this grudge. After saying that, the divine tiger patriarch's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Brother Lu, Fong Qin called out. Lu Xingxing shook his head. Just a clown, it doesn't matter. If the old bastards of the divine tiger clan dare to come, I will directly destroy them. At the foot of Mount Laojun, everyone was shocked when they heard this. As expected of Lu Xingxing, so domineering, the grudge between the divine tiger clan and Fong Qin quickly spread throughout the immortal divine mountain. At the same time, the news that Fong Qin was the #1 powerhouse on the immortal ancient god list gradually spread. The most surprised person was Lu Xingxing. He didn't expect that Fong Qin would grow so quickly. However, if he knew that Fong Qin had obtained the inheritance of the immortal emperor, who knew how he would feel? In the territory of the tyrant monster clan. Brother Lu, didn't you say that as long as I found the materials, you would be willing to refine the spirit-quenching wine for me? Fong Qin asked. Now I am a world god, and you are Lu Xingxing's brother. Spirit-quenching wine is a low-level thing. I can't take it out, Lu Xingxing said. I will refine a wine 10 times better than the spirit-quenching wine for you. Chapter 2940. In the past, Lu Xingxing had been restricted by his realm, so he could only refine soul-tempering wine. But now he had recovered to the level of a world deity and had obtained many opportunities in the immortal Academy of Creation. His attainments in wine-making were unprecedentedly strong. As Lu Xingxing's brother, how could he be so stingy as to only refine soul-tempering wine for him? Hearing Lu Xingxing's words, Fong Qin was naturally happy. Of course, the materials used to refine soul-tempering wine are exactly the same. This wine is called soul-refining wine, Lu Xingxing explained. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference was like heaven and earth. The method to refine soul-refining wine was very complicated. Lu Xingxing could proudly say that in the entire chaotic realm, besides him, no one else could refine soul-refining wine. Even if they could refine it, it would only be an appearance. Soul-refining wine was Lu Xingxing's signature wine. Big Brother Lu, does this soul-refining wine have any magical effects? Fong Qin asked. Soul-tempering wine could refine a warrior's primordial spirit and body, increasing their strength in all aspects. What about soul-refining wine? Soul-refining wine, as the name suggests, can refine one's soul. Lu Xingxing said, slowly, ancient gods will be drunk with a drop of my soul-refining wine. A world deity can drink a cup at most. Even a world deity can't casually enjoy it. The soul-refining wine contained Lu Xingxing's unique divine power. It could effectively increase a warrior's strength. Of course, the most important reason was that it could subtly change a warrior's potential. Change one's potential. Fong Qin was stunned. He didn't expect the soul-refining wine to have such a powerful effect. As everyone knew, potential was very important on the path of martial arts. The stronger one was, the more they valued potential. Potential determined a warrior's lower limit. For example, if 2 warriors of the same realm had the lower potential, they would at most reach the limit of the life ancient realm. They would never be able to become a world deity. As for those with high potential, they would at least become a world deity or even higher. This was the difference in potential. In the immemorial primal chaos, there were experts everywhere. Potential was more important. This soul-refining wine could increase one's potential. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. Isn't this too exaggerated? Fong Qin was stunned. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was to increase one's potential. The god of wine, Lu Xingxing's soul, refining wine, could even change the potential of a world god. Of course, universe gods were already considered the top experts in immemorial chaos. To change their potential was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even the soul-refining wine wouldn't have any effect in a short period of time. Lu Xingxing nodded. Your big brother is the wine god, someone who has been immersed in the Tao of wine for countless eras. This soul-refining wine is my proudest creation at this stage, but I have a feeling that my attainments in the wine Tao still have room for improvement. Fang Chen was speechless. He gave Lu Xingxing a thumbs up. All right, take out the materials and let me see how many you can refine, Lu Xingxing said with a smile. Before entering the Immortal Academy of Creation, he had given the list of materials to refine the soul-refining wine to Fang Chen. I have a bit more materials. They're all in this spatial ring. Fang Chen took out a spatial ring from a mortal cave mountain and said with a smile, How many can you have? Lu Xingxing didn't mind and took the spatial ring. However, just as his divine sense entered the spatial ring, the smile on his face came to an abrupt end. He was dumbfounded. He seriously checked the spatial ring, thinking that he was hallucinating. What he saw was a mountain of densely packed materials. They were innumerable. Brother, did you rob some ancient orthodoxy? After a long time, Lu Xingxing shook his head and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was stunned. Lu Xingxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have too many materials. I roughly estimate that these materials can refine at least 100,000 cups. A drop of soul-refining wine was already priceless, not to mention a cup made of countless drops. Now, the materials that Fang Chen gave Lu Xingxing were enough to refine 100,000 cups. Even if I refine it day and night, I won't be able to refine it without 3 to 5 years. At this moment, Lu Xingxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this brother of his too honest? Big brother Lu, Fang Chen said. Lu Xingxing waved his hand and restrained his emotions. He shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. Since you call me big brother, how can I not refine it for you, just because it's tedious? Lu Xingxing patted Fang Chen's shoulder and promised, Don't worry. Your big brother Lu is a man of his word. I will take these materials first. After leaving the immortal divine mountain, I will find a secret place to refine the soul-refining wine for you. Thank you, big brother Lu. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Fang Chen was very excited. If he could really refine 100,000 cups of soul-refining wine, that would be great. The Immortal Emperor is really rich. Some random things that he casually left behind are enough to refine 100,000 cups of soul-refining wine. Fang Chen muttered in his heart. Just as the two were talking, the tyrant demon patriarch suddenly ran over, panting. 2 lords, the Divine Tiger Clan, is attacking. They're finally here. Lu Xingxing raised his eyebrows and waved his sleeve. He said domineeringly, We gave them a chance, but they didn't know how to cherish it. From today onwards, the Divine Tiger Clan will completely disappear from the immortal Divine Mountain. In the sky above the tyrant demon clan's territory, a vast aura gathered from all directions. On a dark cloud, the Divine Tiger Patriarch stood with his hands behind his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Xingxing and Fang Chen came side by side. The Divine Tiger Clan is courting death. Lu Xingxing said indifferently. He was a world deity, but the Divine Tiger Clan repeatedly challenged his patience. They were courting death. Lu Xingxing, don't think that my Divine Tiger Clan is afraid of you just because you've become a world deity. With the support of the old fart of the Divine Tiger Clan, the Divine Tiger Patriarch was very arrogant. Today, the ancestors will help me kill you, the Divine Tiger Patriarch said. At this moment, in the immortal Divine Mountain, everyone's eyes were focused on the tyrant demon clan. If the Divine Tiger Patriarch was defeated, the Divine Tiger Clan would be destroyed. If Lu Xingxing was defeated, the god of wine of this generation would be annihilated. Just a remnant soul. Lu Xingxing sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, a huge energy vortex appeared in the void. Go! Lu Xingxing shouted. The energy vortex whistled out and arrived in front of the divine Tiger Patriarch in an instant. The ancestors have shown themselves. The divine Tiger Patriarch roared. His body suddenly shook. The remnant soul of the divine Tiger clan's ancestor temporarily took control of the divine Tiger Patriarch's body. His body emitted the unique aura of a world deity expert, colliding with Lu Xingxing's aura. Lu Xingxing, you're too arrogant. A hoarse voice came from the divine Tiger Patriarch's mouth. Old fart, instead of staying in the divine Tiger clan, you came here to show off your strength. Today, I'll make your remnant soul disappear completely. Boom! Lu Xingxing stomped his foot and rushed into the energy vortex, fighting fiercely with the divine Tiger Patriarch. The fluctuations from the battle were too great. It directly swept across the entire land. The tyrant demon clan's territory was overturned in an instant. Fortunately, the tyrant demon clan's patriarch was prepared and evacuated all his clansmen. Too strong. Feng Chen watched from afar, his heart trembling. Is this a battle between world deities? Brother Lu will be fine, right? To tell the truth, Feng Chen was still a little worried. After all, Lu Xingxing had just returned to being a world deity. Although the old fart of the divine Tiger clan only had a trace of consciousness left, he was once a peak expert with many tricks up his sleeves. Rumble. As time passed, the fluctuations from the battle grew stronger. If the divine Tiger clan is defeated, my tyrant demon clan will have the opportunity to dominate the immortal divine mountain. Ancestor, tyrant demon's voice came from Dark Cave Mountain. Brother Lu will definitely be fine. The battle lasted for about 6 hours before the victor was finally decided. Boom! A dazzling light exploded in the void, causing the space to shatter and time to reverse. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Dong! A figure flew out from the energy vortex and smashed into the ground. Crash! At the same time, the energy vortex gradually dissipated. A figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely domineering. Lu Xingxing. The hearts of the spectators in the distance trembled. They loudly shouted Lu Xingxing's name. Lu Xingxing had defeated the old fart of the divine Tiger clan. This meant that the divine Tiger clan would disappear from the immortal divine mountain. That's great. Seeing that Lu Xingxing was fine, Feng Chen was excited. Die. Lu Xingxing pressed down with his finger. A violent force blasted the body of the divine Tiger clan's patriarch. No. Miserable screams could be heard incessantly. The divine Tiger clan's patriarch died on the spot. His trace of consciousness was also completely refined by Lu Xingxing. Chapter 2941. The powerful clan leader of the divine Tiger clan had fallen just like that. Even the remnant soul of the divine Tiger clan's clan protector was refined by Lu Xingxing. The entire immortal divine mountain was in an uproar. Everyone was shouting Lu Xingxing's name. His strength was enough to be respected by everyone. It's over. The divine Tiger clan is completely destroyed. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Wait for me. Lu Xingxing said to Feng Chen, and his figure disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, countless howls came from the divine Tiger clan's territory. The air was filled with sorrow. Everyone knew that Lu Xingxing had attacked the entire divine Tiger clan. A moment later, blood flowed like a river in the divine Tiger clan's territory. Lu Xingxing returned to the tyrant monster clan's territory. His aura was disdainful like a god of war. Brother Lu. Feng Chen walked over and smiled at Lu Xingxing. The tyrant monster clan leader was already overjoyed. He was already leading his clansmen to rebuild the tyrant monster clan's territory. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His tyrant monster clan must seize it. The divine Tiger clan hates you to the bone. If you don't uproot them, they will definitely attack the tyrant monster clan when you and I leave the immortal divine mountain." Lu Xingxing said, "This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the jungle. In the early days of the immortal divine mountain, ancestor Tyrant Monster had helped Fang Qin a lot. Even the immortal calamity life lotus was obtained because of ancestor Tyrant Monster. Therefore, he was still very grateful to the Tyrant Monster clan in his heart. If the Tyrant Monster clan was destroyed because of him, he would feel guilty and develop a heart demon. This was also the reason why Lu Xingxing destroyed the Divine Tiger Clan. Thank you, Brother Lu." Fang Qin cupped his fists in thanks. How could he not see it? After the Divine Tiger Clan was destroyed, all the leaders of the forces in the immortal Divine Mountain personally came to visit with a large number of gifts. For a moment, the Tyrant Monster tribe was bustling with people. Lu Xingxing didn't care about this at all. The Tyrant Demon Clan's Forbidden Cavern. Fang Chen and Lu Xingxing entered this place side by side. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. "Are you sure?" Fang Chen asked. "I'm sure. I'm betting that I still have a chance at survival. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in the Yao clan's grand formation." Ancestor Ba Yao's voice rang out. Fang Chen nodded and waved his hands, forming a complicated seal. In the next moment, a majestic demon clan formation appeared in the cave. The core of the formation shone brightly. The remnant will of Ancestor Ba Yao was within it. "I hope you can succeed." Fang Chen nodded gently. He had already told Ancestor Ba Yao about some of the methods he had obtained from the immortal succession. Whether or not he could succeed would depend on his luck. There was nothing he could do to help. "I chose my own path. Even if I fail, I have no regrets." Ancestor Ba Yao said, "At the same time, I want to thank you. It was you who gave me hope of rebirth. You also gave me hope of the Tyrant Demon Clan dominating the immortal Divine Mountain and rising to prominence in the primordial chaos." After settling Ancestor Ba Yao, Fang Qin set up a powerful seal outside the cave. Then he left the immortal Divine Mountain with Lu Xingxing. The two of them left in secret. Apart from the Tyrant Demon Clan's leader, no one else knew. Because of Fang Qin and Lu Xingxing, the immortal Divine Mountain situation had changed. Although they had left, they still left behind their legends. Nile Continent, Divine Pedestal. The Divine Pedestal was peaceful. Usually no one would come here. Standing on the Divine Pedestal, one could clearly see the immortal Divine Mountain from afar. From the outside, this Divine Mountain looked no different from an ordinary mountain. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the immortal Divine Mountain. Then the seal tore apart and two figures floated out. "Ha ha ha, we're finally out." Lu Xingxing took a deep breath. His face was full of excitement. After being trapped in the immortal Divine Mountain for so many years, Lu Xingxing had finally regained his freedom. "Brother, it's all thanks to you," Lu Xingxing said with a smile. "If it wasn't for Big Brother Lu, I might have died in the immortal Divine Mountain." Fang Qin said modestly, "I'm going to roam the primordial chaos and then go into seclusion to refine the soul-refining wine for you." Lu Xingxing said, "If you want to find me in the future, you can come to the Starry Sky Manor in the northern part of the primordial chaos." Whoosh! As his voice fell, Lu Xingkong's figure disappeared. Looking at his disappearing figure, Fang Qin revealed a faint smile. At the same time, he secretly remembered the name Starry Sky Manor. Phew! I wonder if there have been any changes in the Nile continent these years. He remembered that when he entered the immortal Divine Mountain, in addition to looking for opportunities, he was looking for the immortal Calamity Lotus for the Nethermoon City Lord. Now, not only did he obtain the inheritance of the immortal Emperor, but he also brought back the immortal Calamity Lotus. Let's go to Nethermoon City. Fang Qin glanced in the direction of Nethermoon City and left the altar. After decades, the Nile continent had changed a lot. Since the death of his only son, young Master Songshan, Tribulation Lord Evil Crossing seemed to have changed into a different person and fell into madness. He was ready to move, and his ambition was exposed. He wanted to suppress the 4 Tribulation Lords and dominate the Nile continent. Over the years, Tribulation Lord Evil Crossing had been attacking Nethermoon City. Although the Nethermoon City Lord was in charge, it was also affected. In front of the Nethermoon City, it was in a mess. Damn Tribulation Lord Evil Crossing, is he crazy? Someone complained. I wonder what the City Lord is doing? Why is she not willing to show up? Yes, the City Lord is as strong as Tribulation Lord Evil Crossing, and she is one of the 5 strongest in the Nile continent. If she were to take action, Tribulation Lord Evil Crossing would not dare to be so unscrupulous. Do you think the City Lord has a problem in her seclusion? Shut up. Don't say such things in the future. The entire Nethermoon City was heavily guarded, and everyone was on alert. A few days later, Fong Qin finally arrived in front of the Nethermoon City. Fong Qin was a little surprised. How did the Nethermoon City become like this? His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Without alerting any guards, Fong Qin entered the Nethermoon City. He quickly came to the City Lord Mansion and scanned with his divine sense, looking for the Nethermoon City Lord. Who is it? The Nethermoon City Lord shouted, and a powerful force surged out. It's me, Fong Qin said. The Nethermoon City Lord was very surprised when she heard this, and when she saw Fong Qin, she was completely stunned. You actually came back from the immortal divine mountain? What happened in the Nethermoon City? Fong Qin asked. Come in with me. The Nethermoon City Lord's face was a little pale, and her body seemed to be very weak. Fong Qin followed behind, bypassing the hall, and came to a hidden house. What's wrong with you? Fong Qin asked. Although injured, the Nethermoon City Lord was still very beautiful. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fong Qin curiously. Since you left, Tribulation Master Xie has been attacking the Nethermoon City. The Nethermoon City Lord said, You and Tribulation Master Xie are equal in strength. How could he dare to attack the Nethermoon City? Fong Qin asked, puzzled. The Nethermoon City Lord shook her head. As far as I know, Tribulation Master Xie has obtained some kind of evil inheritance, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Even if the other 3 fought alone, they wouldn't dare to say that they could win. I see. Fong Qin nodded. This is for you. Fong Qin took out a lotus leaf from his arms and handed it to the Nethermoon City Lord. The latter was a little surprised. She took the lotus leaf and her face changed. I did get the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus, but it hasn't matured yet. Fong Qin said, Moreover, the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus is a treasure of heaven that can grow continuously. It's much better to use its lotus leaves than to destroy it directly. Fong Qin briefly explained the process of him getting the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Moreover, he also told the Nethermoon City Lord about his communication with the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus. The Nethermoon City Lord was stunned. The world is stupid and wants to eat me, but they don't know that if I fully mature, the lotus leaves are the most valuable, and as long as I keep growing, the lotus leaves will be endless. The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus said proudly, Moreover, even if you get me if I don't agree, you can forget about getting any benefits from me. The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus continued, I have reached an agreement with Fong Qin that I will always grow in the Immortal Cave Mountain. Since you have a deal before, I will give you a few lotus leaves. After that, the leaves of the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus fluttered, and a few lotus leaves fell into the hands of the Nethermoon City Lord. Chapter 2942. The Mingyue City Lord looked at Fong Qin with a complicated expression. Aren't you afraid that I'll be greedy and kill you to take the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus? Mingyue City Lord asked. Fong Qin looked straight into her eyes and said, You're a smart person. You won't make such a stupid choice. Stupid? Mingyue City, Lord asked. Haven't you already made your decision? Fong Qin smiled. A rare smile appeared on the Mingyue City, Lord's face. I have to say that you're the most outstanding genius I've ever seen. You've only been in the immortal divine mountain for a short time, but you've already stepped into the star-venerable realm from the life-ancient realm. You're really amazing. Mingyue City, Lord praised. In fact, she had also thought about killing and robbing. But after hearing the words of the immortal Calamity Life Lotus, she gave up the idea. Moreover, she vaguely felt that Fong Qin seemed to have some kind of power supporting him from behind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so stupid to confess to her. These lotus petals are enough for you to take that step. Fong Qin said, As for the future, if fate allows us to meet again, I'll give you the mature immortal Calamity Life lotus petals. Mingyue City Lord nodded. With these lotus petals, I'm confident enough to take that step. At that time, Tribulation Lord Duxi won't dare to attack Mingyue City so recklessly. Fong Qin didn't ask about this matter anymore, but changed the topic. By the way, have you heard of a young man called Butian on the Nile continent? Butian? Mingyue City Lord frowned and thought. Why does it sound so familiar? Hearing this, Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Mingyue City Lord eagerly. After thinking for a long time, Mingyue City Lord suddenly remembered. Butian, I've heard of this name. Not long after you entered the immortal divine mountain, a piece of news spread out, and it caused a great sensation. What news? Fong Qin asked eagerly. Tribulation Lord Duxi found a cultivator with a heavenly chief body and refined him into a living puppet. Mingyue City Lord said. The heavenly chief physique is one of the rarest physiques in the world. It's extremely powerful and is the favorite of all puppet masters. If it's refined into a puppet, it can become the strongest death puppet with super strong defense. It's simply a killing machine. It is said that this sky chief body martial artist is called Butian. After he was refined into a death war puppet, his offensive power was comparable to a tribulation supremacy, and he became the strongest person below the 5 great powerhouses. Over the years, he has been fighting for the demonic tribulation lord in the Nile continent. When Mingyue City Lord said this, he noticed the change in Fong Qin's expression. What happened to you? Dark Moon City Lord's red lips parted slightly as she asked in a low voice. Fong Qin's body vibrated with power. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His nails dug into his palms, and drops of blood flowed out. His flesh was badly mangled, and pain filled his entire body, but he became numb. His mind was burning with rage. Butian, Fong Qin roared. Are you acquainted with Butian? Nethermoon City Lord asked. Where is the lair of the demonic tribulation lord? Fong Qin asked with a ferocious face. Nishua City. After the death of young Master Songshan, the demonic tribulation lord moved his lair to Nishua City. It was enough to see how high the status of his son was in his heart. Good, very good. Fong Qin's face showed a ferocious smile. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, The demonic tribulation Lord dared to refine my brother into a death war puppet. I want him to pay with his blood. As soon as his voice fell, Fong Qin was ready to leave angrily, but he was stopped by Nethermoon City Lord. Are you crazy? The strength of the demonic tribulation lord is too strong. Even I am not his opponent. You are so reckless, aren't you courting death? Nethermoon City Lord said. Fong Qin gently removed the palm of Nethermoon City Lord, and then said, Haven't you been guessing who is behind me? Today, I'll let you know who's behind me. After that, Fong Qin turned and left. In the beautiful eyes of Nethermoon City Lord, there was a touch of doubt. Nishua City, one of the top 3 cities in the Nile continent, was once ruined by young Master Songshan. But now, after the demonic tribulation lord moved in, Nishua City was prosperous again. In the city, Lord's mansion. Lord, everything is in your plan. Those 3 guys did not help. The subordinate reported in a low voice. Hearing this, the demonic tribulation Lord nodded gently, his ferocious face full of arrogance. Well, I have already warned those 3 guys. If they dare to help Nethermoon City, Lord, I don't mind sending the Death War puppet to their city. When the demonic tribulation Lord mentioned Nethermoon City, Lord, his eyes showed a greedy look. What's the situation with Nethermoon City, Lord? Lord, although we have been attacking Nethermoon City, Lord has not appeared. She seems to be in retreat. The subordinate said, Lord, with our strength, we can break the gate of Nethermoon City, but why? The demonic tribulation Lord waved his hand. You don't understand, Nethermoon City, Lord, is different from others. The more she is like this, the more I want to conquer her. Just wait. It won't take long for me to dominate the Nile continent. At that time, won't Nethermoon City, Lord, still kneel before me obediently and serve me? The demonic tribulation Lord laughed eerily. Demonic tribulation Lord, come out and die. Suddenly, a deafening voice echoed in the sky above Nishua City. Countless warriors looked at the sky in panic. Which guy did not want to live? Dared to make trouble in Nishua City. Presumptuous, dared to make trouble, kill without mercy. At the same time, the guards of Nishua City jumped up and surrounded Fangchen. Get lost. With a cold sword light, the bodies of the guards fell on the streets of Nishua City. This scene caused a shock in the entire Nishua City, and all the warriors exclaimed, God, who is he? Why dare to kill people in Nishua City? He is dead for daring to challenge the demonic tribulation Lord. On the street, countless warriors looked at Fangchen mockingly. Above Nishua City, Fangchen stood in the air, holding the hidden star sword, and killing intent surged from his body. Crash! In the depths of Nishua City, a black light burst out, and the demonic tribulation Lord looked at Fangchen from afar. A star venerable dares to be presumptuous in Nishua City. The demonic tribulation Lord sneered and immediately pointed out. Whoosh! Fangchen's figure flickered, and at the same time he blocked with the hidden star sword. Flames splashed, and the hidden star sword blocked the casual blow of the demonic tribulation Lord. At this moment, the demonic tribulation Lord recognized Fangchen. You are the murderer who killed my son? The demonic tribulation Lord exuded a powerful force. He roared to the sky, his face ferocious, and his killing intent surged. His powerful aura approached Fangchen, completely blocking his surroundings. You are back from the immortal divine mountain? God is really helping me. The demonic tribulation Lord said angrily, Today I will refine you into a puppet, so that you will never be reincarnated. Your son, young Master Song Shan's death was his own doing. As his father, you have an unshirkable responsibility. Fangchen said, However, of all things, you shouldn't have touched my brother. Your brother? You refined my brother into a death puppet. How cruel your means are. Today, I will avenge my brother and kill you, demonic tribulation Lord. Fangchen's voice echoed in the sky above Nishua City. The demonic tribulation Lord pointed at himself and sneered, You said you will kill me? Fangchen's eyes were full of cold killing intent. Kill him for me. The demonic tribulation Lord waved his hand, and the death puppet suddenly appeared and punched at Fangchen. Butian. Fangchen saw this and shouted loudly. However, there was no emotion on Butian's face, and he punched. Dong! Fangchen didn't resist, allowing Butian's fists to land on his body. Brother, I will avenge you. Voila! Fangchen flicked his wrist, and a powerful array instantly enveloped Butian. A terrifying aura bound him. You are courting death. Transcendental Tribulation Master did not expect that Fangchen would take the initiative to attack. He struck out with his palm, which was mighty and mighty. Crack! However, just as the palm was about to land on Fang Chen's body, it instantly shattered. There were no injuries on Fang Chen's body. In front of him, a woman in green stood proudly. She stretched out her jade-like hand and touched the air above Nishua City. There seemed to be a touch of indifference on her beautiful face. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "This Nile continent is my territory." For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2943. As soon as the woman in green appeared, the entire Nishua city fell into silence. The cold and desolate aura shocked countless martial artists. Just what kind of expert was capable of doing this? Tribulation Master Xia also felt the changes in Nishua city and the powerful aura of talisman in the air. His dark eyes stared at the woman in green, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The woman in green ignored Tribulation Master Xia and looked at Fang Qin. Fang Qin gently nodded to her. The woman in green flicked her finger, and suddenly a vast power erupted from her body. The powerful aura condensed into an illusory spear in the sky. This is a talisman. Tribulation Master Xia was shocked when he saw this. When did such a powerful talisman master appear in the immortal Divine Mountain? The illusory spear, carrying a powerful talisman aura, penetrated Fang Chen's array and pierced Butian's body. Crack! Butian, who was in a frenzy, suddenly fell into a coma. Fang Chen stepped out and took him into his arms. "Brother." Fang Chen glanced at the wound on Butian's chest, and his heart was full of worry. After all, it was too difficult to wake up after being refined into a death puppet. I forced the death aura out of his body and temporarily suppressed the power of the battle puppet in his body, the woman in green said in a bell-like voice. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his fists to thank her. At the same time, he took Butian into the immortal cave mountain. He had already thought about it. When he saw Qing Ho in the future, he would ask him to help and see if he could save Butian's life. "Who are you? I have never heard of your name in the Nile continent." Tribulation Master Xia's face was gloomy. After seeing the woman in green's means, he was shocked. As everyone knew, there were 5 powerhouses in the Nile continent, namely the Nethermoon City Lord, Tribulation Master Fatty, Tribulation Master Qilong, Illusory Swordmaster, and Tribulation Master Xia. However, the strength of the woman in green was no less than that of Tribulation Master Xia. Moreover, when she first appeared, she said something that shocked everyone. This was her territory. What did this mean? Was she the real king of the Nile continent, the one who had been hiding in the dark? For a time, everyone's mind was full of complicated expressions. Only Fang Qin knew. Yunling was once the king of the Nile continent. However, after Yunling disappeared for countless years, generations of cultivators emerged, and the later generations had long forgotten about her. Yunlinger made a move because she owed Fang Qin a favor and because this was her territory. "I haven't appeared for many years. It seems that many people have forgotten me." Yunling. Oi's red lips opened slightly. She seemed to be talking to herself, and also seemed to be telling the world that she, Yunling, had returned. She slowly looked up at the tribulation's supremacy. Humph, what a joke! Since ancient times, the Nile continent has been jointly controlled by the 5 of us. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself the king of the Nile continent? Tribulation Master Duxie sneered. So what if the opponent is strong? This was the Nile continent. Furthermore, his strength had also increased by a lot. I said, "This is my territory." Yunling, face was gloomy. "You attacked my benefactor in my territory. Tell me, what should I do?" Hearing this, Tribulation Master Xia was even angrier. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. His gaze was too frightening. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distant horizon, a purple figure was rushing over rapidly. Minghua City Lord originally wanted to help Fong Chen fight Tribulation Master Xia, but she stopped when she saw the woman in green. At the same time, Illusory Swordlord, the fat Tribulation Master, and Tribulation Master Qilong also arrived. Mingyue City Lord, do you know who this woman in green is? The fat Tribulation Master asked with a smile. From her tone, it seems that the Nile continent is her territory. Do you have any impression that the Nile continent was once ruled by a woman? Tribulation Master Qilong asked. Illusory Swordlord shook his head. Among the 5 of us, I was the first to cultivate in the Nile continent. The Nile continent has always been very chaotic. I have never heard of anyone who can unify the Nile continent. I don't know this person. Mingyue City, Lord said softly. Then this person is very likely to be an expert Fong Chen met in the immortal divine mountain. The fat Tribulation Master pondered. I just don't know if her strength can threaten Tribulation Master Xia. The 4 experts gathered in the distance and stared at the sky above Nishua City. The eyes of all the people on the Nile continent were gathered here. They wanted to see if the woman in green, who suddenly appeared, could threaten Tribulation Master Xia's position. Ha! Yunling chuckled, and a cold expression appeared on her pretty face. Back then, she was also a demon god who killed without batting an eyelid. After countless years, she woke up in the immortal divine mountain and had just returned to the Nile continent when she encountered such a thing. I have already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Yunling said. Fong Chen knew that Yunling had already made up her mind to kill him. His figure flashed, and he retreated a few steps to ensure that he would not be affected by the battle. At this time, outside Nishua City, there were countless experts watching. Among them, several of the younger generation were incomparably dazzling. They stood side by side, looking at the scene above Nishua City and sighing in their hearts. I didn't expect that after a few hundred years, the gap between us would grow bigger and bigger. Yi Tsang smiled bitterly. That's right. I thought that with our hard work and cultivation, the gap between us and him would become smaller and smaller. Who would have thought? Lin Hai also said he has already become a star venerable. Moreover, he can cause a great battle between Tribulation venerables. On the side, Little Hornless Dragon, the short fatty, and Jian Wuhuan also smiled at each other. Their smiles were full of bitterness. Fong Chen had surpassed them in all aspects. No matter how hard they worked, it was impossible for them to catch up. No matter what, with a goal to pursue, our cultivation will be more motivated. Yi Tsang said with a smile, Yeah, from now on, I, Lin Hai, will set catching up to Fong Chen as my #1 goal. To hell with the peak of martial arts. Let's catch up to this freak first. The short fatty said. Jian Wuhuan and Little Hornless Dragon were silent, but their expressions said everything. Boom! In the sky above Nishua City, Tribulation Master, Evil Crossing, opened his palm. Terrifying lightning swooped down and intertwined with his palm, erupting with a terrifying power. His hand suddenly grabbed at the void, grabbing a large amount of lightning power. You! What are you going to use to fight me? Tribulation Master Evil Crossing could draw the power of lightning between heaven and earth for his own use. It was said that the divine art he cultivated was very strange. He could absorb the power of tribulation lightning during tribulation to strengthen himself. Therefore, he could release the power of tribulation lightning. At this moment, facing Yunling, he knew how strong she was. He immediately grabbed the power of tribulation lightning in the sky. Rumble! His palms were enveloped by the power of tribulation lightning, and the sky changed color. Tribulation lightning of heaven and earth. Destroy everything. With the roar of Tribulation Master Evil Crossing, a deafening voice resounded through the sky. His hand suddenly slammed toward Yunling. The power of tribulation lightning penetrated the void and roared toward Yunling. She stood calmly as if all of this had nothing to do with her. Her eyelids drooped, and she recalled the various things that had happened in the Nile continent. Although I don't have much affection for the Nile continent, this is a place that I once conquered, Yunling said slowly. As she spoke, her pale fingers danced in the air, forming one complicated seal after another. Whoosh! In a flash, a flame talisman appeared on Yunling's fingertip. Seeing the power of tribulation lightning close in front of her, she flicked her finger, and the flame talisman instantly blasted toward the power of tribulation lightning. Boom! The entire sky turned into a sea of fire, enveloping the power of tribulation lightning. Ha ha ha, it's useless. My tribulation lightning is not afraid of fire. Tribulation Master Evil Crossing laughed wildly, mocking Yunling's ignorance. Yunling was still very calm. Her beautiful eyes looked at the erupting sea of fire. Hiss! Hiss! The sea of fire enveloped the power of tribulation lightning, and it seemed to be quickly refining it. After a breath, the smile on Tribulation Master Evil Crossing's face abruptly stopped. Chapter 2944. The fire spread and incinerated the sky. In everyone's eyes, the unparalleled power of the lightning tribulation, under the burning of Yunling's flame talisman, had no power to resist. The sea of fire refined the power of the lightning tribulation with an unstoppable force. Dong, dong, dong! In the sky, the sound of a bell and drum was heard. 9 consecutive bell and drum sounds fell, and the power of the lightning tribulation in the sea of fire was completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. At this time, Yunling waved her white hand, and the sea of fire in the sky shrank and finally turned into a wisp of delicate flame, falling into her palm and finally drilling into her body. The whole process only lasted for a breath of time. The entire Nishua city was dead silent. All the warriors held their breaths, and their eyes widened, looking at this scene in disbelief. The visual shock was much stronger than the spiritual shock. The invincible power of the lightning tribulation was actually extinguished in a flash. How terrifying this thing was. Boom! A moment later, everyone reacted and there was a rumbling sound. All the martial artists were shouting. They had witnessed a miraculous scene. Too powerful! I swear this is the most powerful talisman master I have ever seen in my life. With a flick of her finger, she incinerated the power of the lightning tribulation. Yeah, I didn't expect our Nile continent to have such a powerhouse. Could it be she is a super powerhouse from a talisman sect? I wonder if the Tribulation Lord wants to stop the battle. Countless voices of discussion were incessant because their hearts were too shocked. Yi Tsang, Lin Hai, the short fatty, Jianwu Huan and the little dragon, the 5 young elites, were even more dumbfounded. Fang Chen could actually get to know such a powerhouse, and the latter was willing to fight for him, even if it meant offending the Tribulation Lord. One must know, although they were the top powerhouses of the Nile continent's younger generation, with unparalleled potential. The 4 great powerhouses thought highly of them, but if they encountered the same situation, the 4 great powerhouses would definitely not help. Not only them, the 4 great powerhouses were also very shocked. Too strong. I dare say that this woman must be a powerhouse from the immortal divine mountain. I can sense that her aura is definitely at the level of a god. But why is she so strong? Is she a great tribulation supremacy? Hearing this, the expressions of the 4 powerhouses changed drastically, especially the Nethermoon City Lord. His heart was filled with lingering fear. If he had wanted to kill Fang Chen at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she had made the right choice. Fang Chen had such a strong person behind him. If he had been greedy at that time and made a move against her, he would have inevitably attracted a strong attack from this woman. You have a great tribulation supremacy behind you. No wonder you dared to come to Nishua City alone. Nethermoon City Lord smiled bitterly. At this moment, Everyone knew that the expert behind Fangchen was so powerful that even the demonic tribulation supremacy might not be his match. Great tribulation supremacy? Tribulation supremacy, Duxie exclaimed with a horrified expression. The tribulation supremacy realm was the third major realm of the supremacy realm. This realm was also divided into two levels, minor tribulation supremacy and grand tribulation supremacy. From the literal meaning, it could be seen that the difference in strength between these two levels was too great. The 5 powerhouses of the Nile continent were all at the minor tribulation supremacy level, but they could already rule over a region and become sovereign powerhouses. Damn it. Tribulation supremacy, Duxie clenched his fists, his heart full of anger. He had worked hard and paid an endless price to take the last step and evolve into a great tribulation supremacy, but he did not expect to encounter such a troublesome enemy. As a great tribulation supremacy, you are willing to stand up for a star venerable. Tribulation supremacy, Duxie suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, in front of a great tribulation supremacy, Duxie did not have the slightest temper. As I said, this used to be my territory. Yunling said indifferently. Although I've never managed it, at least it's a place I've conquered. How can I turn a blind eye to your misdeeds here? Then what do you want? Tribulation supremacy, Duxie roared angrily. If Yunling took a step back, he would rather pay a price than continue to be entangled with her. Yunling turned her head to look at Fangchen, asking him with her eyes. My brother, Butian, has no enmity with him, but he ruthlessly refined him into a death puppet. This is an irreconcilable hatred, Fangchen said. He is no longer qualified to live in this world. Kill him. Boy, you are courting death. Hearing this, tribulation supremacy Duxie was furious. He suddenly flung his sleeve, and the powerful tribulation thunder blasted toward Fangchen. Clatter! A small white hand suddenly appeared in front of Fangchen and blocked it with an incredible method. Crack! The power of the thunder calamity shattered with a loud bang, turning into bits of lightning patterns that scattered in the void. Indeed, there is no need for you to live. Yunling, body was full of killing intent. When tribulation supremacy Duxie attacked Fangchen, she had already wanted to kill him. Kill! Yunling took the initiative to attack for the first time. Dazzling light emerged from her body, and the terrifying aura of talismans filled the whole sky. Pucci, under the powerful attack of a great tribulation supremacy, Duxie almost had no power to resist. He was seriously injured in a face-to-face confrontation. Pucci, his body kept retreating, his chest was bleeding, and his face was pale. No, I can't die. Tribulation supremacy Duxie roared in his heart. He desperately dodged, but it was useless. Die! Yunling attacked again. Her small white hand fell from the sky and slapped on tribulation supremacy Duxie's body. Crack! Tribulation supremacy Duxie's head shattered, and his primordial spirit was directly burned by the talisman flame. Miserable screams echoed in the sky above Nishua City. The air was full of an oppressive aura. Countless warriors in Nishua City were shocked. They were terrified, afraid that Yunling would vent her anger on them and destroy the whole city. Tribulation supremacy Duxie died just like that. Yitsong and the others were completely stunned. The 4 powerhouses in the distance looked at each other, their eyes full of fear. Among the 5, tribulation supremacy Duxie was the most likely to take the last step and become a great tribulation supremacy. But in the hands of Yunling, he couldn't withstand a single move, and his body and soul were destroyed. The pressure of a great tribulation supremacy was so strong that the 4 of them were shocked. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cool breeze blew, blowing away the evil aura in the air. Yunling moved lightly and walked to Fong Chen's side. "Thank you." Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked her. If it weren't for Yunling, he wouldn't have come to find trouble with tribulation, supremacy, duxie. "Your potential is very strong. Even if I don't take action, you can kill him with your own hands in time," Yunling said lightly, although there was often a cold aura on her face, as if she was 1,000 miles away. But when she looked at Fong Chen, there was a different look in her eyes. "Your brother was refined into a death puppet. It's very difficult for him to wake up. At least with my current means, I can't do it," Yunling said, "but don't be discouraged. If you can find a world deity-level puppet master, there will be a way." "I know." Fong Chen nodded heavily. No matter what, he wouldn't give up on Butian. "You guys come here." Yunling turned her head, looked into the distance, and said softly. The 4 experts' hearts trembled, and they quickly came to Yunling's side. "Greetings, Senior." The 4 of them cupped their fists and greeted Yunling. "Tribulation Supremacy Duxie is dead. I don't want to see his descendants continue to live in the world. You should know what to do," Yunling said. The 4 of them nodded. They knew that Yunling's words had completely wiped out the forces of Tribulation Supremacy Duxie. "The Nile continent is my territory. Although I will leave soon, at least I have left countless memories here," Yunling said. "I don't want to see the Nile continent in chaos." After a pause, Yunling continued. "From now on, the 4 of you will be my 4 protectors. When I'm not here, the 4 of you will help me inform the Nile continent. If anyone disobeys, kill without mercy." "Yes, my lord." The 4 of them cupped their fists. After giving the order, Yunling and Fong Chen talked for a while and then left the Nile continent. His destination was the southern part of the ancient chaos, the Ling family. "I hope you can fulfill your wish," Fong Chen murmured. After Yunling left, the 4 experts surrounded Fong Chen in the middle, especially the Lord of Nethermoon City. Her eyes were full of surprise when she looked at Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, you really hid your strength." The Lord of Nethermoon City laughed and praised. Chapter 2945. The power of Buddhism in the ancient burial ground had completely purified the evil in Yunling's body. At the same time, it had also removed the evil in her heart. She had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. Now there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to make up for what she owed to the Ling family. Therefore, the purpose of her trip was the Ling family. If there were no accidents, she would stay in the Ling family in the future. It could be considered as an explanation to the ancestors of the Ling family. Looking at Yunling, his departing figure, Fong Chen also sighed. Sometimes it was really out of his control. Brother Fong, you also major in the way of the sword. Come to my illusory sword city, and we can discuss the way of the sword together?" Suddenly, the illusory Swordlord walked over with a smile. Fong Chen froze for a moment. When he saw the 4 of them, he instantly understood. Obviously, the 4 of them regarded him as Yunling's representative in the Nile continent. Now he represented the powerful and unparalleled Yunling. The latter had killed the evil Tribulation Lord with her own strength and unified the Nile continent. The 4 of them also bowed their heads to her. "I said that if you help me find the immortal Calamity Lotus, I will unconditionally promise you one thing. Now that you have done it, I will not hesitate to do anything you need me to do." The Nethermoon City Lord said. For a moment, Fong Chen was somewhat powerless to resist. These 4 old men were all people who had cultivated for countless years. Fong Chen could only hurriedly leave. The Nile continent could be considered to have completely stabilized. Everyone knew that the sky had changed. From now on, the evil Tribulation Lord's forces would completely disappear from the Nile continent. The true ruler was Yunling. After the 4 experts returned, They acted out of character and used thunderous methods to eliminate the evil Tribulation Lord's forces in one fell swoop, uprooting them. In just a few days, the Nile continent was completely under the control of the 4 experts. Nethermoon City, Yi Tsang, Lin Hai, the short fatty, the little hornless dragon, and Jian Wuhuan stood side by side. Their gazes fell on Fang Qin. Fang Qin, I will not give up on catching up to you. Yi Tsang said in a low voice. That's right. In this life, catching up to you is our number 1 goal. Lin Hai smiled. You're too perverted. The other 3 also expressed their opinions, one after another. They and Fang Qin used to be rivals, but now they only appreciated each other. All right, let's compete to see who will become a universe god first. Fang Qin nodded and smiled. At that moment, the 5 of them felt their blood boiling. If they wanted to compete, they would compete to see who became a universe god first. This sentence seemed simple, but in fact, it expressed Fang Qin's confidence in his own martial arts. That's right. As cultivators of our generation, if we don't even believe in ourselves, then who would believe in us? Jian Wuhuan said. His body was ramrod straight, like a long sword, giving people a shocking feeling. You've really decided to leave? Yi Tsang asked. Fang Qin nodded. He had already stepped into the Star Venerate realm, so there was no point in staying on the Nile continent to train. Moreover, he still had many things to do. Then we'll meet again. The ancient Frigid sect had 99 continents under its command. It was one of the top forces in the southern part of the primordial chaos. However, the ancient Frigid sect didn't have a good time recently. Not long ago, the ancient Frigid sect was suddenly attacked by a nearby force. In just half a month, dozens of continents had fallen into the enemy's hands. The flames of war spread throughout the ancient Frigid sect's territory, and the higher-ups were shocked. The ancient Frigid sect's leader was anxious for the higher-ups to hold a meeting. Everyone, is there anything you want to say about the Eagle Sword sect's recent attack? The ancient Frigid sect's leader looked around and asked. Actually, the Eagle Sword sect and the ancient Frigid sect weren't very close. Usually, they would stay out of each other's way, but the Eagle Sword sect suddenly attacked for unknown reasons. Moreover, according to the Eagle Sword sect's momentum, they wouldn't stop until the ancient Frigid sect was completely destroyed. This made the ancient Frigid sect anxious. Although our ancient Frigid sect has 99 continents, it's only at the edge of the southern part of the primordial chaos. Although we're an overlord force compared to the Eagle Sword sect, we're too weak, an elder said. The Eagle Sword sect's goal is obvious. They want to invade the ancient Frigid sect and expand their territory. Our ancient Frigid sect isn't that easy to bully. If they really push us too far, we'll send all the younger disciples away. We'll stay behind and fight to the death with the Eagle Sword sect. If they want to destroy our ancient Frigid sect, the Eagle Sword sect will have to pay a heavy price. The elders spoke one after another, their words filled with anger towards the Eagle Sword sect. After a round of discussion, they still couldn't come up with a solution. After the elders left, the ancient Frigid sect's leader arrived at the peak of the ancient Frigid sect in a flash. Ancestor Han. The ancient Frigid sect's leader bowed respectfully towards the thatched hut. The Eagle Sword sect is coming aggressively, determined to destroy our ancient Frigid sect. I wonder if you have any ideas? With a creak, the door of the thatched hut opened, and the gray-robed Ancestor Han walked out slowly. One could see that there were more wrinkles on his face, and there was more white hair on his head. Ancestor Han. The ancient Frigid sect's leader exclaimed when he saw Ancestor Han's haggard face. He was very worried. Ancestor Han was the strongest expert of the ancient Frigid sect, and he was also the guardian of the ancient Frigid sect. If anything happened to him, the ancient Frigid sect would definitely be destroyed. Thus, no matter what, they couldn't let anything happen to him. Ancestor Han waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. It's fine. It's an old problem. It's fine. Ancestor Han asked. Is the Eagle Sword sect still attacking? The Eagle Sword sect has already occupied dozens of continents of our ancient frigid sect. Their attacks are very strong, and our ancient frigid sect is continuously retreating. That old fellow can't sit still anymore. Ancestor Han's deep eyes looked towards the distant horizon as he muttered, Fine, this old man can still fight one last battle before I die. Ancestor Han, you can't. The ancient frigid sect's leader hurriedly said, Ancestor Han, you're the totem of our ancient frigid sect. Nothing must happen to you. By the way, has Ancestor Han contacted the Empty Star Sector Lord? Ancestor Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Empty Star Sector Lord is very busy every day, and he doesn't have much of a relationship with our ancient frigid sect. He has a noble status, and the reason why he lowered his status to contact me is all because of Fangchen. The Empty Star Sector Lord was a world deity expert with great strength and a noble status. How could he make a move for a small, ancient, frigid sect? Is there really no other way? The ancient frigid sect's leader revealed a look of despair. Now, he desperately hoped that Fangchen could return from the Nile continent. Unfortunately, I'll send a disciple to the Nile continent to look for Fangchen. The ancient frigid sect's leader was unwilling to give up his last hope. There's no need. What's coming can't be avoided, Ancestor Han said. Hoo. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and a bald, old man suddenly appeared. You're here? Ancestor Han nodded. Greetings, Senior Demon Slayer. The ancient frigid sect's leader hurriedly greeted. The bald old man was Bution's master, who was known as the Demon Slayer Tribulation Master. How is it? The Demon Slayer Tribulation Master asked. The Eagle Sword sect is so aggressive. I think that guy has already taken that step. Ancestor Han said. No matter what, I'll stand with you this time, the Demon Slayer Tribulation Master said. After so many years, Fangchen returned to the ancient frigid sect again. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Fangchen felt much better. My clone is in the south of the immemorial chaos. After coming out of the Nile continent, Fangchen sensed his clone and re-established a connection with it. This time he came back just to use the teleportation formation of the ancient frigid sect to go to the core area of the south. Strange. Why is the atmosphere so tense? What happened in the ancient frigid sect? Fangchen was a little surprised. When he came out of the teleportation formation, he didn't see anyone. What the hell happened? Fangchen walked quickly on the tree-lined road of the ancient frigid sect. Not long after, he met an acquaintance. Wang Heng, Fangchen called out. Brother Fang. When Wang Heng saw Fangchen, his eyes widened in disbelief. You're back from the Nile continent. Fangchen nodded and asked directly, what happened in the ancient frigid sect? Hearing this, Wang Heng's face became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, During this period of time, the ancient frigid sect has encountered a great enemy and is in danger. All the disciples have been sent to the battlefield. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2946. Danger. Fangchen asked in surprise. The Eagle Sword sect, a top force in the southern part of the primordial chaos, has been attacking the ancient cold sect for some reason. In just a few days, dozens of continents under the ancient cold sect have fallen. Wang Heng's face was full of bitter smiles. If this continues, the ancient cold sect will be completely destroyed by the Eagle Sword sect in less than 3 months. All the disciples have been sent to the battlefield to fight. I also came back to exchange for pills, and now I'm ready to go back. Eagle Sword sect. Hearing these 3 words, Fangchen's expression changed, and he recalled the battle in front of the Green Mountain Stream in the ancient God Institute. Ingwudi used the heavenly eagle swords and was severely injured by him. In the end, he fled. Brother Fong, after hundreds of years, you actually came back from the Nile continent. That's great. Wang Hung changed the topic and said with a smile, ever since you left, Elder Ding and Ding Mu have been gloating every day and spreading rumors that you died in the Nile continent. I was really worried about you. Fong Qin patted Wang Heng's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Where is the sect master? Fong Qin asked. The sect master is in the meeting hall. I'll take you there. Wang Hung took Fong Qin to the meeting hall. Today, there were still many high-level elders in the meeting hall, including the ancient cold ancestor and the demon slayer Tribulation Lord. Everyone, is there anything you don't know? Ancient cold sect master looked around and asked. He had just told everyone the details of the battle. This was a life-and-death battle. If they won, the ancient cold sect would rise again. But if they failed, the ancient cold sect would fall into eternal damnation. This time, with the help of the demon slayer Tribulation Lord, our ancient cold sect will definitely win. Although he was still not confident, at this moment, ancient cold sect master was still magnanimous for everyone. Thump! Thump! Wang Hung knocked on the door and walked into the meeting hall. Wang Hung. In the hundreds of years since Fong Chen went to the Nile continent, Wang Heng's performance had been outstanding. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now a core disciple of the ancient cold sect. Seeing that it was Wang Hung who broke in, the anger on the face of the ancient cold sect master disappeared instantly. What are you doing here? Sect master, Fong Qin has returned. So what if you're back? Why are you making such a fuss over nothing? Do you know? Sect leader Han Gu waved his hand. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Soon after, his body trembled. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Wang Hung as he hurriedly asked, What did you just say? Fong Chen has returned from the Nile continent, Wang Hung repeated. Really? At this moment, Fong Chen walked in from outside. Sect leader. Fong Chen bowed slightly and said with a smile, Sitting at the head of the table, Ancestor Frost and Tribulation Supremacy Fiend were a little surprised to see Fong Chen. Then they looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. You came back from the Nile continent? Ancient Cold Sect Master asked. I've completed my training mission, so I've returned to the Ancient Cold Sect, Fong Chen said. Good, very good. It's great that you can come back. Ancient Cold Sect Master was very happy. Fong Chen was a genius personally appointed by Ancestor Frost. He had great potential and was very likely to be the next sect leader. He was the hope of the Ancient Cold Sect. Therefore, Ancient Cold Sect Master paid special attention to Fong Chen. How's the situation on the Nile continent? Ancestor Frost, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked. The situation of the Nile continent being jointly controlled by the 5 great experts no longer exists. Now the Nile continent is ruled by one person, Fong Chen said. What? Ancestor Frost and Tribulation Supremacy Fiend were both surprised. Fong Chen briefly told them what had happened on the Nile continent. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Ancestor Frost and Tribulation Supremacy Fiend were even more stunned. This woman named Yunling was too powerful, wasn't she? As far as they knew, Tribulation Supremacy Fiend's cultivation had reached the limit of the minor Tribulation Supremacy. He was only one step away from becoming a Grand Tribulation Supremacy. However, such an expert had been crushed by Yunling. It was no wonder that the other 4 experts on the Nile continent were willing to bow their heads to her. After that, Ancestor Frost introduced Fong Chen to the Tribulation Supremacy Fiend. Only then did Fong Chen know that he was Butian's master and had secretly helped him. He felt grateful and guilty at the same time. When the Tribulation Supremacy Fiend asked about Butian's whereabouts, Fong Chen lied to him. Brother Butian is cultivating in seclusion on the Nile continent and has obtained some inheritance. He shouldn't be back for a while, Fong Chen said. He really didn't want to see a dying old man heartbroken, so he chose to lie. When I wake Brother Butian up, I will bring him to you, Fong Chen swore to himself. The tribulation supremacy fiend didn't find that Fong Chen was lying and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. In just a few hundred years, you have stepped into the star-venerable realm. Ancestor Frost spoke highly of Fong Chen. Then Fong Chen asked about the recent situation of the ancient cold sect. Fong Chen, you have great potential. You are the future hope of the ancient cold sect, Ancestor Frost said. For the time being, the ancient cold sect is in danger. You should go out and hide for a while. Is the Eagle's Sword sect very strong? Fong Chen asked. Can't we ask for peace? The Eagle's Sword sect came prepared. How can they give us hope? Sect Master Frost shrugged. Fong Chen's mind flashed. Even if he asked the Ling family for help, they wouldn't be able to reach the ancient cold sect in a short time. So he had to stall for time. Dead Star Sector Lord. Thinking of this, Fong Chen secretly activated the jade pendant to contact Dead Star Sector Lord, but there was no response. What's going on? Fong Chen frowned, puzzled. Sect Master Frost and Ancestor Frost were good to him and took care of him. He didn't want to watch the ancient cold sect be destroyed, especially by the Eagle Sword sect. Could it be that Dead Star Sector Lord is busy and has no time to care? Fong Chen curled his lips and put away the jade pendant. Since Dead Star Sector Lord didn't have time to care about this, he could only place his hopes on the Ling family. The Ling family was one of the powers with the deepest foundation in the southern region of the ancient primal chaos. With Yunling guarding it, their strength was outstanding. If the Ling family helped, the Eagle Sword sect would definitely be defeated. Sect Master Ancestor Frost Senior Tuomo, Fong Chen carefully organized his thoughts and slowly said, I have a way to resolve the ancient cold sex crisis, but I need time. Ancestor Frost and the other two exchanged glances. They thought that Fong Chen was going to contact Dead Star Sector Lord. How long do you need? Ancestor Frost asked. At least 3 months, Fong Chen said solemnly. 3 months, that's a bit difficult. Sect Master Frost paced back and forth, racking his brains to think of a solution. Fong Chen took out the Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What is this? Sect Master, this is the Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords, the most precious treasure of the Eagle Sword sect, Fong Chen said. What? This is the Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords? Sect Master, Frost exclaimed. Ancestor Frost stood up and personally took the Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords. He carefully sensed it and confirmed it. It is indeed the Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords, Ancestor Frost said. The Tribulation Paragon was also very surprised. The Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords were the most precious treasure of the Eagle Sword sect. So where did Fong Chen come from? How did you get the Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords? Sect Master Frost asked. Fong Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I defeated the Eagle Sword sect's unrivaled eagle and took it from him. Unrivaled eagle? Did he also go to the Nile continent? Sect Master Frost asked. However, Ancestor Frost suddenly spoke. He seemed to have thought of something. You entered the Immortal Divine Mountain? To be exact, you entered the Immortal Creation Academy. The Immortal Divine Mountain of the Nile continent was also famous in the southern part of the primordial chaos. Not long ago, the Immortal Creation Academy appeared, and the Path of Heaven appeared, shaking the entire primordial chaos. They naturally received the news. However, they never thought that Fong Chen would enter the Immortal Creation Academy from the Immortal Divine Mountain. Now, after combining all the factors, they were sure that Fong Chen should have entered the Immortal Creation Academy. Fong Chen nodded. Everyone exclaimed. That was the Immortal Creation Academy, and all the cultivators who came out of it would become overlords in the future. Ha ha ha, that's great. Finally, Someone from the Ancient Frost sect has entered the Immortal Creation Academy. Sect Master Frost was very excited. Ancestor Frost and the Tribulation Paragon also nodded slightly. It seems that your battle with unrivaled Eagle should have taken place in the Immortal Creation Academy, the Tribulation Paragon said. They had even forgotten that the Eagle Sword sect had besieged the city. They were all curious about what kind of existence the Immortal Creation Academy was. Chapter 2947. For them, the imperishable Creation Hall was a legendary place. As long as one could enter it, they would definitely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. However, Fang Chen had come out of it unscathed and had even severely injured Ingwudi and taken the Sky Eagle swords from the Eagle Sword sect. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause a powerful storm in the southern region of the ancient chaos. The Demon Slayer Tribulation Lord naturally thought that his disciple Butian was cultivating in seclusion in the imperishable Creation Hall, and he was even more delighted. After a long time, the people of the ancient Frigid sect finally calmed down. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Ancestor Han was determined that if the ancient Frigid sect was unable to reverse the situation and was about to be destroyed, he would send Fang Chen away at all costs. After all, Fang Chen was the future hope of the ancient Frigid sect. Good, very good. Ancestor Han laughed. As expected of the most outstanding disciple in the history of the ancient Frigid sect. Fang Chen was the first disciple in the history of the ancient Frigid sect to successfully walk out of the imperishable Creation Hall. One could imagine how excited the higher-ups of the ancient Frigid sect were. This was of epic-making significance to them. After receiving the Sky Eagle swords, the ancient Frigid sect master's face was full of excitement. Everyone, this is a matter of great importance. I hope you won't spread the news. The smile on Ancestor Han's face disappeared, and he became a little more serious. They all knew what Fang Chen meant. Once the other forces knew of Fang Chen's existence, they would definitely kill him at all costs. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Everyone nodded. Fang Chen, come with me. After the meeting, Ancestor Han and the Demon Slayer Tribulation Lord left with Fang Chen. The ancient Frigid sect master personally went to the battlefield with Wang Heng. A few days later, the ancient Frigid sect master returned with a smile. He brought a piece of good news. The Eagle Sword sect has compromised, the ancient Frigid sect master said with a smile. Really? That's great. Ancestor Han and the Demon Slayer Tribulation Master were overjoyed, while Fang Chen secretly contacted Yunling. You didn't see how ugly the faces of the Eagle Sword sect were when I took out the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Ancient Han laughed heartily. During this period of time they had been suppressed by the Eagle Sword sect and had almost fallen. And now he could finally hold his head high for once. With the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords as the price, the Eagle Sword sect will stop fighting for 3 months. Ancient Cold sect leader said. The Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords are too important to the Eagle Sword sect. Not to mention 3 months. Even if they had to stop fighting for 3 years, they would still be willing. However, at this point, Ancient Cold sect master hesitated for a moment before continuing. Right now, the Eagle Sword sect has already obtained the Sky Eagle swords. Although we have 3 months to catch our breath, if we are unable to find reinforcements after 3 months, the Eagle Sword sect will definitely destroy our Ancient Cold sect in a fit of rage. To put it simply, they had already thought of this when they threatened the Eagle Sword sect with the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords. At this time, Ancient Cold sect master, and Tribulation Paragon Demon all looked at Fang Chen in unison. Fang Chen exchanged glances with the 3 of them and said, Don't worry. After 3 months, the crisis of the Ancient Cold sect will naturally be resolved. Fang Chen's words were very mysterious, which made the 3 of them rather curious. However, Ancient Cold sect master faintly guessed that Fong Qin should be communicating with the Empyrean Star Domain Lord. I hope you have enough influence. Ancient Cold Sect Master prayed inwardly. If Fong Qin could really persuade the Empyrean Star Domain Lord to help, the Eagle Sword Sect would be nothing. In a certain region in the southern part of the primordial chaos, there was a huge faction here called the Eagle Sword Sect. The Eagle Sword Sect specialized in the sword Dao, and there were countless sword cultivation geniuses in the sect. Of course, the most dazzling of them all was Ingwudi. Ingwudi of the younger generation could even rank in the top 10 of the primordial chaos ancient god ranking. One could imagine how great his potential was. However, after the imperishable creation hall closed, the Eagle Sword Sect happily welcomed many disciples. However, what he received was an extremely angry message. Ingwudi had been injured in the imperishable creation hall and even lost the Sky Eagle Swords, the sect's most precious treasure. After hearing this news, the upper echelons of the Eagle Sword Sect were all furious. The Sky Eagle swords were too important to them. They had to find them no matter what. Damn it! In a garden, the Eagle Sword Sect Master's expression was gloomy. So much time had passed, but there was still no clue. In the vast primordial chaos, where could they find the Sky Eagle Swords? That's the hope of my Eagle Sword Sect's revival, he muttered to himself. Ingwudi stood behind him quietly, his heart filled with fear. Ancestor, it's my fault. Ingwudi said guiltily, I lost the Sky Eagle Swords. I am a sinner of the Eagle Sword Sect. Ancestor, please punish me. The Eagle Sword Ancestor gently shook his head and sighed. He turned to Invincible Eagle and slowly said, Invincible, do you know why I named you Invincible when you were born? Ancestor, you wanted me to be invincible, Ingwudi said. The Eagle Sword Sect Master nodded. This matter isn't your fault. I am partly responsible for the loss of the Sky Eagle Swords. Dang, dang. Just as Eagle Sword Old Ancestor finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Eagle Sword Sect Master was back. Ancestor. The Eagle Sword Sect Master's face was filled with joy. Look, what is this? The Eagle Sword Sect Master didn't keep him in suspense and took out the Sky Eagle Swords. What? Ingwudi's eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. Even Ancestor Ingjian revealed a surprised expression when he saw this. Soon after, he parted his mouth into a smile. That's right. These are the Sky Eagle Swords of my sect. Where did you find them? The Eagle Sword Sect Master touched the Sky Eagle Swords. He was sure that these were the sect treasures of the Eagle Sword Sect. There was no doubt about it. This matter is quite coincidental. The Eagle Sword Sect Master told the Eagle Sword Sect Master in detail. The Eagle Sword Sect Master nodded slightly. It seems that the one who injured Wudi was a disciple of the ancient Frigid Sect. The Eagle Sword Sect Master said, but I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the ancient Frigid Sect. The Eagle Sword Sect Master didn't dwell on this matter. He smiled and said, You've done well. It's only been 3 months. They won't be able to do anything. I don't believe that there is any faction in the southern region that dares to go against our Eagle Sword Sect and help the ancient Frigid Sect. Exchanging 3 months for the Sky Eagle Swords was definitely a great deal. We'll give them 3 months, the Eagle Sword Sect Master said. After 3 months, we'll attack with all our might. Leave no one alive. As he spoke, the Eagle Sword Sect Master's face darkened. Anyone who went against the Eagle Sword Sect wouldn't have a good ending. The primordial chaos was vast, and it was roughly divided into 4 regions: north, south, east, and west. The southern region was extremely hot, and resources were scarce there. In the eyes of many experts, it was a barren land. The Ling family was one of the top factions in the southern region. Their overall strength was above the Eagle Sword Sect. On this day, the atmosphere in the Ling family's residence was heavy. In the meeting hall, Many elders sat on their chairs with gloomy expressions. The head of the Ling family sat on the throne at the head of the table and remained silent. In the middle of the hall, a beautiful figure paced back and forth. Her face was filled with anxiety. She was Ling Shan, father. As time passed, Ling Shan couldn't help but look at the Ling family head. Although Fang Qin has done a great favor for our Ling family, it's not appropriate for us to interfere in the battle between the ancient Frigid sect and the Eagle Sword sect. That's right. If we interfere, we'll become enemies with the Eagle Sword sect. It's not in our interest. Some elders objected. Of course, there were also some who agreed. Don't forget, without Fang Qin, how could Ling Shan have obtained the ancestors' inheritance? That's right, he didn't save Ling Shan, but the future hope of the Ling family. The Ling family was very resourceful. Naturally, they found out about Fang Qin's background. After learning that he was a disciple of the ancient Frigid sect, he was also shocked. Now that the ancient Frigid sect was in danger, the Ling family was in a dilemma. Ling Shan's eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't have the right to make a decision. Patriarch, you have to consider the big picture. If Fang Qin is in danger, our Ling family will naturally step in. However, this is a battle between two sects. If we are not careful, our Ling family will suffer a setback. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2948. The Ling family's argument only involved their own interests. Under normal circumstances, big families like this rarely talked about relationships and only talked about interests. If Fang Qin was alone, with the Ling family's prestige, they wouldn't fall out with the Eagle Sword sect even if they wanted to protect him. However, it was a different story in a battle between sections. Once the two-sect war started, unless one side was destroyed, they wouldn't stop. This involved a certain level of interests. If the Ling family interfered, they would definitely start a war with the Eagle Sword sect. It would be fine if they won, but if they lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of various reasons, the Ling family elders didn't agree with this. As the head of the Ling family, he naturally had to weigh the pros and cons. He wasn't just one person, but the entire family. Ling Shan's eyes were red, but she couldn't do anything. She could only wait for her father to make the final decision. Under everyone's gaze, the head of the Ling family raised his head. An invisible pressure was emitted from his body, giving people a feeling of suppression. The reason why the Ling family can come to this point is because of our ingenious strategy. The head of the Ling family said in a deep voice, "There are many forces in the south that are eyeing us covetously. If we make the slightest mistake, we will definitely suffer a fatal blow." Hearing this, the elders who objected smiled. The head of the Ling family's meaning was clear. He wouldn't participate in the war between the two sect wars. As for those who agreed, they felt somewhat helpless. "Father," Ling Shan finally couldn't help but speak. But the head of the Ling family waved his hand to stop her. "Fang Qin is very important to the Ling family. We should repay his kindness." But Ling Shan's heart was in pain, and her face was full of tears. She thought about how Fang Qin saved her despite the danger and gave her the ancestors' inheritance. Her heart was in a mess. "It's all my fault." Ling Shan blamed herself. If she was strong enough, she wouldn't be so helpless. Just as the head of the Ling family was about to make the final decision, his body suddenly trembled. Then he took a deep breath, looked around, and said, "So, I've decided that the Ling family will help the ancient cold sect." Whoosh! The entire meeting hall was in an uproar. Those elders who objected were even more dumbfounded. It wasn't like this just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly change his mind? "Patriarch!" The elders began to panic and hurriedly opened their mouths. "No, absolutely not." "Patriarch, don't lose the big picture for the small." The elders all tried to dissuade the patriarch, hoping that he would take back his decision. However, the patriarch had already made up his mind and would not change it. Seeing this, Ling Shan looked at her father in surprise and smiled through her tears. "Patriarch, I don't understand. You clearly didn't want to participate in the battle. So why did you suddenly? An elder stood out and questioned. Because, the Ling family's patriarch muttered. This is my decision. Suddenly, a beautiful girl in a green robe appeared in the meeting hall. The moment she appeared, the temperature in the meeting hall dropped sharply. Space seemed to have congealed, and an oppressive aura gushed forth. Many elders were stunned when they saw this. Senior Yin, the Ling family head, cupped his fists in greeting. Not long ago, Yunling had barged into the Ling family. At that time, the Ling family master was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. However, when they learned that Yunling was the woman that their ancestor once loved, the Ling family was extremely furious. However, when Yunling explained all the grievances, the Ling family was very surprised. In the end, Yunling became the protector of the Ling family. Do you know what Fong Chen means to the Ling family? Yunling stood with her hands behind her back and said indifferently. Everyone was puzzled. Fong Chen brought the hope of the Ling family's rise and a protector who can ensure the rapid rise of the Ling family in a short period of time. Isn't that enough? In the face of Yunling's questioning, the Ling family was silent. Yunling's beautiful eyes swept across everyone and finally landed on Lingshan. You should all know Lingshan's potential, right? She will definitely be the new leader of the Ling family in the future, and even the overlord of the southern region. Yunling said, however, compared to Fong Chen, she is like an ancient god and a world god. What? Everyone was shocked that Yunling's evaluation of Fong Chen was so high. You will never understand how terrifying Fong Chen's potential is, Yunling said. This is the best opportunity for you to make friends with Fong Chen. If you miss it, you will regret it in the future. All right, that's all I have to say. If the Eagle Sword sect dares to go to war with the Ling family, I will personally meet the Eagle Sword sect's ancestor. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunling's figure disappeared. Everyone was left in shock, looking at each other. After a long time, everyone came to their senses. Master, Senior Yin. For a moment, many elders didn't know what to say. Senior Yin is a great tribulation supremacy, and her strength is the strongest in the south. Unless a world god acts, no one can defeat her. Moreover, she is now the protector of the Ling family. Since she said so, the Ling family must respect her decision, the Ling family master said. Lingshan looked at her father and smiled foolishly. The leisurely years passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this period, the ancient frigid sect had the most difficult time. They had been racking their brains to think of a way, but Fong Chen's side didn't make any moves. As time passed, they became more and more anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. On this day, Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy finally couldn't hold back. Fong Chen, do you have any good ideas? Ancestor Han asked. Fong Chen sat in the courtyard, looked up at the sky, and murmured, "It should be soon." Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy didn't understand what he meant and were a little surprised. Just as they were about to ask, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the ancient frigid sect. Who is it? Ancestor Han immediately became alert and shouted loudly, "Ancestor Han, how have you been?" In the void, the Ling family master's figure slowly appeared. Ling family master? Ancestor Han was a little surprised when he saw this. "What? Am I not welcome?" The Ling family master said with a smile. "Of course you are welcome." After the Ling family master nodded to the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy and Ancestor Han, he walked straight to Fong Chen. "You must be Fong Chen, right?" the Ling family master asked with a smile. "Greetings, Ling family master." Fong Chen stood up and cupped his fists. "There's no need for that. You are the benefactor of the Ling family, and I can't thank you enough." The Ling family master smiled. "I'm here on Senior Yun's order to help Brother Fong." Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy were shocked when they heard this. Fong Qin actually managed to invite the Ling family head over? Thank you, Ling family master, Fong Qin said. Ling family master? Ancestor Han couldn't help but ask. Originally, the Ling family didn't need to intervene in the battle between the ancient Frigid sect and the Eagle Sword sect, Ling family master Adong said. However, we are indebted to Fong Qin. The entire Ling family has decided to fully support the ancient Frigid sect and fight the Eagle Sword sect to the end. The Ling family master waved his hand and said, heroically, Our team is already on the way and will arrive at the ancient Frigid sect soon. Ancestor Han, you have the final say on whether to fight or not. This, Ancestor Han felt like he was dreaming. A giant force like the Ling family was actually willing to help the ancient Frigid sect stop the Eagle Sword sect. Ancestor Han couldn't help but look at Fong Qin, feeling that this kid was unfathomable. Although he's not the extinct star field master I imagined, with the full support of the Ling family, a mere Eagle Sword sect is nothing. Ancestor Han thought to himself. The demon-slaying tribulation supremacy on the side also grinned. After chatting with the two for a while, the Ling family master said, Can the two of you let me talk to Brother Fong alone for a while? Of course, Ancestor Han said. Ling family master, if you need anything, you can come to me directly. After saying that, Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy quickly left. In the square, the two walked side by side. Ancestor Han, what do you think Fong Qin did for the Ling family? Why would the Ling family risk fighting the Eagle Sword sect to help? The demon-slaying tribulation supremacy was puzzled. A big family like them should value benefits more. I don't believe that a mere favor would make them come to help. Ancestor Han nodded. You and I know the situation of the Ling family very well, but someone like the Ling family master wouldn't joke with us. Since he said that they would come to help, it can't be wrong. Ancestor Han's eyes flickered as he murmured, Maybe Fong Qin helped the Ling family obtain some heaven-defying opportunities in the imperishable creation courtyard. This was the only explanation that made sense. No matter what, from now on, Fong Qin was more important in Ancestor Han's heart, even surpassing the ancient Frigid sect. Chapter 2949. In less than half a month, the vertigo came again. I couldn't imagine it and couldn't accept it. Those who have experienced vertigo would probably understand how I feel now. It was too painful. The doctor said it wasn't a big problem. The main problem was the lack of exercise. My body's resistance was too low and I was quite weak. After I recovered, I decided to run every day to exercise. The body is the capital of a revolution. However, after leaving school, I didn't have a decent workout. Every day, I would drag my tired body home after work. Some people might say I'm looking for excuses. That's not the case. No one would use illness as an excuse. Moreover, the more I write, the more money I earn. Those who are familiar with MOE's welfare should know that money will be deducted if I don't update. If possible, I don't want to stop updating. However, I really don't have the energy to update. After resting for 2 days, my body recovered. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 2950. With the addition of the Ling family, the combat power of the ancient cold sect soared. The primordial chaos was boundless and vast. Some people couldn't travel all over the primordial chaos in their lifetime. Since ancient times, some seniors had divided the primordial chaos into 4 regions for ease of management. The region where the ancient cold sect was located was in the southernmost part of the primordial chaos, so it was called the southern region. The characteristic of this region was that it was at the edge of the primordial chaos, and its martial arts were backward. Although the ancient cold sect had 99 continents under its command, it could only be considered a second-rate force and not a top force. But the Eagle Sword sect was different. They had a deep foundation and a long history. Some heaven-defying monstrous geniuses had appeared in the sect before, and their name had shaken the ancient chaos. Therefore, their overall strength was even stronger, and they could be considered a first-rate force in the southern region of the ancient chaos. They were much stronger than the ancient cold sect. In the battle between the Eagle Sword sect and the ancient cold sect was suppressed in all aspects. However, at this time, the Ling family joined the battle, causing a great change in the battle. Ancestor Han, the Demon Slayer Tribulation Paragon, the ancient cold sect master, and the others were all smiling and excited. The Ling family was the top force in the southern region, and even the Eagle Sword sect didn't dare to clash with them. The ancient cold sect had never had any interaction with the Ling family, so they didn't expect the Ling family to stand up at this critical moment. This made Ancestor Han and the others even more curious. What kind of force was behind Fang Qin? Why did the Ling family give him face? Moreover, from the looks of it, the Ling family head seemed to like Fang Qin quite a bit. On the boulevard, Ancestor Han and the Demon Slayer Tribulation Paragon looked at each other with smiles on their faces. The crisis is finally over. The most difficult days are over, Ancestor Han said slowly with a sigh. Yes, the ancient cold sect is really lucky to have such a monstrous disciple like Fang Qin. The Demon Slayer Tribulation Paragon was envious. One had to know that Fang Qin wasn't just backed by the Empyrean Realm Master. Now, the Ling family stood behind him and didn't hesitate to go to war with the Eagle Sword sect. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Ancestor Han nodded and made up his mind. They would do their best to protect Fang Qin. As long as he was still around, the ancient frigid sect would rise again. Let's go. With the addition of the Ling family, it's time for us to strike back. Ancestor Han smiled and left with the demon-slaying Tribulation Lord. In the courtyard, the Ling family head looked at Fang Qin with a smile. He really couldn't imagine that this seemingly ordinary man in front of him was actually the great benefactor of his Ling family. Not only did he save Lingshan and help the Ling family obtain the ancestral inheritance, but he also saved Yunling. After a long while, the Ling family patriarch said, "Little friend Fang, before I came, Shaner kept reminding me to thank you on her behalf. Thank you for saving her in the Nile continent. It's just a small matter. I'm very grateful that the Ling family head is willing to come and support the ancient frigid sect." Haha, what are you talking about? With little friend Fang's kindness to the Ling clan, how could we not save him? The Ling family head and Fang Qin talked a lot. As they chatted, the Ling family head became more and more shocked. He could vaguely feel that Fang Qin had an aura that said, "Who else but me?" Little friend Fang, don't worry. With the Ling family's help, the Eagle Sword sect is nothing. The Ling family head smiled. If the Eagle Sword sect knows what's good for them, they'll definitely retreat. If they don't know what's good for them, we don't mind going to all-out war with them. This was the Ling family's intention, as well as Yunling Er's. All along, the Ling family had wanted to dominate the southern region, and the only obstacle was the Eagle Sword sect. Now that they finally had Yunling as their backer and could hold back the Eagle Sword sect, the Ling family naturally had no scruples. "Thank you, Ling family head." Fang Qin bowed slightly and thanked him. Half a month later, the ancient frigid sect and the Eagle Sword sect launched an all-out war. In the face of the ancient frigid sect's strong counterattack, the Eagle Sword sect also wanted to destroy the ancient frigid sect at all costs. On a certain continent, sect head the ancient frigid sect is attacking. In the center of the continent, in a manner a subordinate quickly ran over and reported. Hearing this, the eagle-browed man's body emitted a strong aura, and the robes on his body fluttered without any wind. There was an eagle and a long sword embroidered on his green robes. This was the symbol of the Eagle Sword sect, and this person was the supreme sect head of the Eagle Sword sect. "Fine, we'll fight with the ancient frigid sect here." The Eagle Sword sect head sneered. "After today, the ancient frigid sect will completely disappear." He waved his robes, and a mighty aura spread out. In the blink of an eye, All the experts of the Eagle Sword sect had gathered here, waiting for the ancient frigid sect's arrival. At the edge of the continent, under the leadership of the ancient frigid sect head, many experts were crazily killing their enemies. Kill! Angry roars could be heard from the crowd. From time to time, there would be cultivators falling into a pool of blood. Among them were cultivators of the ancient frigid sect and the Eagle Sword sect. Pucci, the ancient frigid sect head, who was standing at the front, slammed his palm down, and a violent force gathered in the air, forming a palm print that swooped down and covered the entire continent. No. Miserable cries rang out from below. When the huge palm landed, countless Eagle Sword sect disciples died a violent death. In just a short while, the experts of the ancient frigid sect had already killed their way to the central city of the continent. Facing the experts of the ancient frigid sect, the Eagle Sword sect masters' pitch-black eyes shot out a cold light. Ancient frigid sect head, are you in such a hurry to die? The Eagle Sword sect head stood above the city and sneered. The Eagle Sword sect killed my ancient frigid sect's disciples for no reason. Today, my ancient frigid sect will take revenge. Is that so? The Eagle Sword sect head ordered, and many experts rushed out of the city. A mighty battle instantly broke out. Fang Qin did not follow the group to the battlefield, but stayed in the ancient frigid sect. In the manor, Fang Qin sat cross-legged, and sword runes flashed around his body. A powerful sword Dao energy circulated around him. Around his head there was a powerful soul Dao power. Condense. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Qin let out a low shout. Immediately, the sound of an explosion came from the void. Then, soul Dao energy surged out from his primordial spirit like a storm. Kacha! Under Fang Qin's control, the soul Dao energy condensed into a vast light in the void. It was incomparably terrifying. Rumble. A deafening sound spread. The vast light flickered, and it was extremely unstable. Fang Qin looked up and stared at it. He took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. Break. As his voice fell, the soul Dao energy instantly retracted, and the vast light in the void disappeared. In his mind, his primordial spirit shook, and an earth-shattering change occurred. Late-stage Emperor Realm. Fang Qin muttered. Although he was calm, he could not hide his joy. After the training in the Immortal Academy of Fortune, he had finally completed his transformation. His primordial spirit had improved, and he was one step closer to the Emperor Realm. My primordial spirit and physical body are both comparable to holy venerables, but my invincible sword principle has not made a breakthrough. Fang Qin smiled bitterly. His strongest trump card was the invincible sword principle, but so far he had not made any progress. It was inevitable that he was a little impatient. Dong! Just as he was thinking, the primordial spirit in his mind suddenly trembled, and then a large amount of information poured into his mind. At the same time, the same thing happened to his doppelganger. The doppelganger that was forcibly separated by the mysterious expert finally got in touch with his original body. With a thought, Fang Qin sensed his doppelganger's every move. My doppelganger is in the northern region, and his cultivation is going smoothly, Fang Qin muttered to himself. Now, the doppelganger's cultivation had reached the ancient god level, and it was not far from becoming a god. It was not a big problem to cultivate in an inconspicuous place in the northern region. Who is that mysterious expert? After getting a general understanding of the doppelganger situation, Fang Qin frowned and pondered. To be able to forcibly cut off the connection between his doppelganger and his original body, this expert was at least a universe god, and an extremely powerful one. After pondering for a while, Fang Qin could not figure it out, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. I wonder how they are doing. Did they find you Er's whereabouts? Thinking of Star and Moon, Fang Qin was a little anxious. The 3 women had disappeared, and he guessed that they had most likely come to the immemorial chaos. However, the immemorial chaos was so big, how could they find them with just the few of them? Borrowing power. As the thought crossed Fang Chen's mind, he decided to ask the ancient Frigid sect and the Ling clan for help after the battle to see if Xing Yue and the other two ladies had appeared in the southern region. I hope you are safe. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and he was very anxious. However, Fang Chen was also someone who had been through storms, and he knew that it was useless to be anxious. Things had to be done slowly. Sometimes, the more anxious you were, the easier it was to lose control. Now, there were too many things that he needed to do. He had to wait for the war between the Ancient Cold Sect and the Eagle Sword Sect to end first. After the war with the Ancient Cold Sect ends, I will do my best to find them. Fang Chen thought to himself, with the help of the Ling family, the Eagle Sword Sect will not be able to resist at all. The war will probably end soon. The war between the Eagle Sword Sect and the Ancient Cold Sect attracted the attention of the entire southern region. All the forces were secretly paying attention to this earth-shattering battle. No matter who won in the end, the situation in the southern region would change. At the beginning, everyone thought that the Eagle Sword Sect would be able to suppress the Ancient Cold Sect. However, the Ling family's participation shocked everyone. How is this possible? The Ling family is above worldly affairs. Why would they join forces with the Ancient Cold Sect? Could it be that this war was planned by the Ling family from the beginning? The Eagle Sword Sect might not even be able to defeat the Ling family, let alone the Ancient Frigid Sect. This time, the Eagle Sword Sect is done for. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Of course, news of what had happened on the battlefield had quickly reached the ears of the Eagle Sword Sect's old ancestor. Bang! Old ancestor Ingjian was infuriated and smashed the stone table in front of him with a palm strike. He jumped to his feet, his hair standing up in anger as he coldly said, "The Ling family has gone too far. Do you think I'm afraid of them after shaking up my Eagle Sword Sect?" For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2951. Eagle Sword Old Ancestor's rage had affected the Eagle Sword Sect's attack strategy. Soon, Eagle Sword Old Ancestor made a decision. He would personally head to the battlefield to destroy the Ancient Cold Sect and destroy their alliance. After settling the matters at the Eagle Sword Sect's headquarters, Eagle Sword Old Ancestor left the Eagle Sword Sect alone. A few days later, Eagle Sword Old Ancestor arrived at the continent where the battlefield was. At this moment, the continent was shrouded in the smoke of war. Lives were lost and blood flowed like a river. This was the continent under the Ancient Cold Sect. If they had any other choice, the Ancient Cold Sect would not want to see such a situation. However, in order for the Ancient Cold Sect to survive, they had to fight to the last moment. Fight! The Ancient Cold Sect master stood in the air and looked down at the ground. He was furious when he saw the cultivators lying in pools of blood. He roared to the sky and blew the horn for the attack. Kill! The Ancient Cold Sect master took the lead and a powerful force surged out, courting death. When the Eagle Sword Sect master saw this, he sneered and leaped into the sky to fight with the Ancient Cold Sect master. Dong! After the first collision, a blinding light burst out and their bodies quickly retreated. I'm coming too. With the addition of the Ling family head, the situation of the battle was quickly reversed. The Eagle Sword Sect was forced to retreat and their morale was at its lowest. They were praying for the arrival of Eagle Sword Old Ancestor. The entire continent was in chaos. After a fierce battle, the Eagle Sword Sect Master was suppressed by the Ancient Cold Sect Master and the Ling family head. Crack! The Eagle Sword Sect Master was heavily injured and his body was covered in blood. He kept retreating and his face was pale. However, at this moment he let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, the old ancestor is here. You're all dead. Just as he finished speaking, an extremely vast power surged over from the distant horizon. Then the void tore apart and a huge figure walked out. The entire world seemed to change color. The powerful power made everyone feel suffocated. Whoosh! 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 The war came to an abrupt end at this moment. Everyone raised their eyes and looked up at the sky. The eyes of the ancient cold sect and Ling family cultivators were filled with fear. That figure was none other than old ancestor Ingjian. Roar! A heart-wrenching howl resounded through the sky. Ancestor Ingjian held over with unparalleled power. Old ancestor Ingjian. Seeing this, the ancient Han sect master and the Ling family head quickly retreated. Dong! With every step old ancestor Ingjian took, the void trembled as if it was about to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the eagle sword ancestor arrived at the center of the battlefield. He looked down and saw the tragic deaths of the eagle sword sect's disciples. His fists clenched tightly as his heart burned with rage. Ling family, old ancestor Ingjian said coldly as his gaze pierced through the void and stared at the head of the Ling family. My eagle sword sect has no relationship with your Ling family. Why would you do this? The ancient frigid sect is an ally of the Ling family. Anyone who wants to touch the ancient frigid sect is an enemy of the Ling family, the head of the Ling family said in a low voice. The head of the Ling family represented the entire Ling family. His answer was no different from telling the eagle sword sect that the Ling family and the ancient frigid sect would stand together forever. For a mere ancient frigid sect, your Ling family is willing to go to war with my eagle sword sect. Old ancestor Ingjian was puzzled. The head of the Ling family remained silent. Old ancestor Ingjian laughed sinisterly. Fine. Originally, my eagle sword sect didn't intend to fight to the death with your Ling family. But all of this was forced by your Ling family. Since that's the case, my eagle sword sect will have a good fight with your Ling family today. As soon as old ancestor Ingjian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the aura of the sky eagle sect whizzed out. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an army appeared in the vast aura of the heavenly eagle behind him. This is the ancient Han sect master cried out when he saw this. Not good. The head of the Ling family also felt the strength of this army. He stared at old ancestor Ingjian cautiously. You should be proud to die at the hands of my eagle sword sect sky eagle army. The Sky Eagle Army was the strongest trump card of the Eagle Sword sect. It was an army completely made up of men of sacrifice. Although there weren't many of them, there were still hundreds of them. These hundreds of people were once peerless experts of the Eagle Sword sect. After their deaths, their resentment didn't dissipate and they turned into undead spirits. Then, with the unique means of the Eagle Sword sect, they were sealed in the bodies of ordinary martial artists. Kill them. At old ancestor Ingjian's order, the Sky Eagle Army immediately launched a large-scale massacre. Crack! The martial artists of the Ling family and ancient frigid sect were almost unable to resist. They're too strong. Ancient Han sect master's expression changed drastically. He secretly transmitted a message to Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying Tribulation Paragon. The head of the Ling family was also shocked. Retreat! In the face of an army of hundreds of Tribulation Paragons, the Ling family was unable to resist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the Sky Eagle Army was massacring, Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying Tribulation Paragon arrived. Old Ancestor Ingjian. Ancestor Han stared at old ancestor Ingjian and said coldly, The Sky Eagle Army may be strong, but as long as we defeat the person controlling them, they will naturally collapse. The demon-slaying Tribulation Paragon said, Kill! At this moment, Ancestor Han couldn't care less. He joined forces with the demon-slaying Tribulation Paragon and attacked old ancestor Ingjian. Kaboom! The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The three powerhouses engaged in a chaotic battle while the Sky Eagle Army swept through the battlefield unstoppably. Let's stop them. Ancient Han sect master and the head of the Ling family leaped in front of the Sky Eagle army, wanting to stop them. In the distant sky, Fong Chen and Yunling are stood side by side. The Sky Eagle army. I didn't expect the Eagle Sword sect to have such a trump card. Fong Chen was a little anxious. However, Yunling was very calm from beginning to end. The Eagle Sword sect is really despicable. Yunling, his red lips moved slightly. Huh. Fong Chen looked at Yunling, with some confusion. She explained, only a few of the Sky Eagle Army's members are from the Eagle Sword sect. Most of the remaining members are martial artists from other forces. The Eagle Sword sect forcibly captured them and infused the Sky Eagle Army's power into them to turn them into puppets and refine them. Hearing this, Fong Chen immediately understood. The Eagle Sword sect's action was really evil. If the various forces in the southern region knew about it, they would definitely go on a crusade. However, the most important thing now was how to defeat the Sky Eagle Army. Fong Chen was about to speak when Yunling waved her hand to stop him. It's fine. Although the Sky Eagle Army is strong, it needs someone to control it. Yunling. Er's gaze fell on old ancestor Ing Jian. Over the years, the Ling family has always thought of themselves as the top force in the southern region. No one can shake their position, so they are more or less arrogant. It just so happens that this battle can teach them a lesson. Let the Heavenly Eagle Army temper the Ling family spirit. After this battle, the Ling family would definitely realize that there were many powers in the southern region that threatened the Ling family's position. Kaboom! The killing continued on the battlefield. In just half an hour, the Sky Eagle Army had already defeated the allied forces of the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect. Although the ancient Frigid ancestor and the Fiend Slayer Tribulation Lord could fight against old ancestor Ing Jian, they couldn't completely suppress him. Ha ha ha, the ancient Frigid sect is finished. Old ancestor Ing Jian laughed crazily and continued to control the Sky Eagle Army to sweep the battlefield. Enough! All of a sudden, a clear voice rang out. Then old ancestor Ing Jian, who was laughing crazily, trembled as if he was imprisoned. His eyes widened as he looked into the distance, his heart trembling. He subconsciously looked at the Sky Eagle Army and was shocked to find that the Sky Eagle Army that was sweeping the battlefield seemed to be imprisoned and couldn't move. They stood on the ground in a daze. How is this possible? He exclaimed loudly and struggled, desperately but to no avail. Whoosh! The void was torn apart as two figures approached from afar. Senior Yin. Seeing Yunling, Er's arrival, the Ling family was overjoyed. The people of the ancient Frigid sect were a little surprised. When they saw Fong Chen walking side by side with this woman, they were even more surprised. The Heavenly Eagle Army shouldn't exist in this world. Your Eagle Sword sect has committed a grave sin, Yunling said calmly. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to criticize my Heavenly Eagle troop? Old ancestor Ing Jian roared furiously. Don't you dare insult Senior Yin. The head of the Ling family berated loudly. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2952. At this moment, all the forces in the southern region who were watching in the dark were secretly shocked. The aura emitted by the woman who had suddenly appeared was too strong. They were very curious. When did such a powerful expert appear in the Ling family? It was too unimaginable. Senior Yun is the guardian of the Ling family. No one has the right to insult her. The Ling family head said in a deep voice. His attitude made everything clear. Ancestor Han and the others were shocked. They widened their eyes and stared at Yunling. Their hearts were in turmoil. It was hard to imagine that Fong Chen, a disciple of the ancient Frigid sect, could stand side by side with Yunling. Moreover, the latter was willing to help the ancient Frigid sect at all costs because of him. Amazing! Ancestor Han couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he attached more importance to Fangchen. The crisis of the ancient frigid sect had been resolved all because of Fangchen. Even if the Ling family intervenes, my eagle sword sect won't retreat. Although his body was imprisoned, Ancestor Eagle Sword's attitude was still very strong. He roared angrily, his face ferocious, and his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Facing Ancestor Eagle Sword, Yunling gently shook her head. She gently raised her fair hand and flipped her finger in front of everyone's eyes. A dazzling light burst out and formed a powerful light beam in the void. This beam of light contained an unimaginable talisman power. Buzz! When the light beam was about to touch Ancestor Eagle Sword, it suddenly turned into a flower. This dazzling flower covered the sky and completely enveloped Ancestor Eagle Sword. Scram! Ancestor Eagle Sword was furious and used all his strength to block Yunling's attack. However, to his surprise, the beautiful flower didn't deal any substantial damage to him. Instead, old Ancestor Ingjen sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yunling with his dark eyes. It was only then that he finally realized that something was wrong. Cut off my connection with the Sky Eagle Army? Ancestor Eagle Sword cried out involuntarily. At the same time, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head frantically, unable to believe what he was seeing. The Heavenly Eagle Troop was the Eagle Sword Sect's secret trump card, passed down from generation to generation. In the small southern region, no one was able to break through it. But now, Yunling had cleverly broken it. But she doesn't have the aura of a universe god. Old Ancestor Ingjen said solemnly, "Could it be she's a half-step world deity?" At this thought, Patriarch Eagle Sword gradually calmed down from his initial frenzy. Against a half-step world god, even if the Eagle Sword sect used all their strength, it would be like striking a stone with an egg. How could this be? Eagle Sword Old Ancestor was unwilling to accept this. All this time, their Eagle Sword sect had been lying low, waiting for the best opportunity. Although the Ling family was one of the top powers in the southern region on the surface, the Eagle Sword sect had nothing to fear. But then, there was a half-universe god in the Ling family. That was incredible. A half-universe god could directly change the situation of the war. Half-step universe god. Ancestor Frost, Tribulation Master Fiendslayer, and the others looked at each other in surprise. But very soon, their worried hearts calmed down. A half-universe god was considered a top expert in the southern region. The Sky Eagle Troop was nothing. Thinking of this, the people of the Ancient Frost sect were all smiles. It seemed like the battle was about to end. The Ancient Frigid sect had won a complete victory. The existence of the Sky Eagle Troop has violated a taboo. Yunlinger's red lips parted slightly as she spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, the imprisoned Sky Eagle Troop suddenly felt a strong gravitational force. Crack! Without the control of old Ancestor Ingjen, they were like walking corpses. They posed no threat at all. Dong! After a while, the Sky Eagle Troop finally couldn't withstand the strong pressure, and their bodies suddenly exploded. Suddenly, a strong resentment came from the bodies of the Sky Eagle Troop that had exploded. Many forces who were watching from afar were shocked when they saw this scene. Damn the Eagle Sword sect. How could they do such a crazy thing? That's a genius of my clan who mysteriously disappeared back then. I didn't expect him to be killed by the Eagle Sword sect. Damn the Eagle Sword sect. For a time, the voices of many forces could be heard. No. Seeing the destruction of the Sky Eagle Troop, old Ancestor Ingjen roared hysterically. His eyes were scarlet, and flames spewed from his mouth as he struggled with all his might. I want you to die. Old Ancestor Ingjen roared furiously. Crack! He used a taboo technique to forcefully break through the seal. and a powerful force whistled through the air. But before the attack could reach her, Yunlinger blocked it with a finger. Bang! Old ancestor Ing Jian's body flew back as if he had been struck by lightning. In an instant, the continent was dead silent. Everyone knew what this meant. The Eagle's Sword sect had been thoroughly defeated. I can't accept this. Old ancestor Ing Jian crawled out of the large pit, his body covered in blood. He was in a sorry state. His scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. However, his rationality gradually won over his madness, and his body gradually calmed down. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright light shot over from afar. Then the cry of an eagle sounded. Ingwudi appeared with a powerful aura. Old ancestor. Ingwudi hurriedly called out when he saw old ancestor Ing Jian's injuries. What are you doing here? Old ancestor Ing Jian scolded loudly. Old ancestor. Ingwudi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. Ingwudi? In the sky, Fong Qin saw Ingwudi and was a little surprised. Star Venerate? He remembered that when he fought Ingwudi in the Ancient God Institute, the latter was already a half-step venerable god. It was normal for him to become a Star Venerate now. Yunlinger destroyed the Sky Eagle troop with a finger and defeated the Eagle Sword sect's powerful attack. Then, she floated back to Fong Chen's side. The Ling family head, Ancestor Frost, and the demon-slaying Tribulation Master were all smiling. They had won the battle, and they could now clean up the mess. However, old ancestor Ing Jian suddenly raised his head and stared at Yunlinger with his black eyes. I admit that the Eagle Sword sect has lost. However, we only lost to you, not the Ling family or the Ancient Frost sect. Old ancestor Ing Jian said, although we lost, we still have the foundation of countless years. If the Ling family and the Ancient Frost sect want to take this opportunity to eliminate us, don't even think about it. Old ancestor Ing Jian's meaning was clear. He would not give in even if both sides suffered. Old ancestor Ing Jian, the Ling family head said in a low voice, don't think that the Ling family is afraid of you. With Senior Yun here, the Eagle Sword sect won't be able to do anything. Everyone in the Eagle Sword sect, listen up. Protect the Eagle Sword sect to the death. At old ancestor Ing Jian's order, everyone entered a state of alert. They were already prepared to die. Everyone's eyes fell on Yunlinger. She raised her head, her heart empty, and looked directly at old ancestor Ing Jian. Old ancestor Ing Jian avoided Yunlinger's gaze with some fear, then said in a low voice, the Eagle Sword sect has lost this battle. According to the rules, we should cede territory to the winner. However, I've changed my mind. The most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Eagle Sword sect, Ingwudi, will challenge the strongest of the younger generation of the Ancient Frost sect. If Wudi wins, then the Eagle Sword sect will retreat and never offend you again. What do you think? Old ancestor Ing Jian's tone was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. If you don't agree, then we can only fight to the death, old ancestor Ing Jian said coldly. Yunlinger's eyes flashed as she looked at the distant sky. Her expression was absent-minded, as if she was thinking about something. After a long time, Yunlinger nodded. Fong Qin, do you dare to fight with me? Seeing Yunlinger nod, Ingwudi jumped out and issued a challenge to Fong Qin. If Ingwudi loses, give up twice the territory. If I lose, I will no longer make things difficult for the Eagle Sword sect, Fong Qin said. Good. Old ancestor Ing Jian sneered. Ingwudi looked mockingly at Fong Qin as if he was looking at an idiot. Only Ancestor Frost, the Tribulation Lord Demon Slayer, and the head of the Ling family knew that Yunlinger was actually making such a concession to protect the Ling family and the Ancient Frost sect. The destruction of a sect was a big deal. If the Eagle Sword sect was really destroyed, It would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of some of the peerless powerhouses in the immemorial chaos. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2953. Although the Eagle Sword sect was weaker than the Ling clan, with Yunling as a powerful talisman master, they could destroy the Eagle Sword sect at any time. However, Yunling had some misgivings in her heart. After all, she was no longer alone. She had the Ling clan behind her. She wanted to revive the Ling clan and lead it to the peak for the ancestors of the Ling clan. Therefore, she had to consider the interests of the Ling clan before making any decision. Just as Eagle Sword sect had said, if they forced the Eagle Sword sect into a corner, they would do something desperate. Even if they destroyed the Eagle Sword sect in the end, the two forces would suffer heavy losses. Besides, there had been many experts who had come out of the Eagle Sword sect for countless eras. Once the Eagle Sword sect was completely destroyed and the situation in the southern region changed, it would definitely attract the attention of peerless experts and cause unnecessary trouble. Fang Qin took a step forward and stood in the air, facing Invincible Eagle. Only then did Eagle Sword sect know that Fang Qin was the one who had taken the heavenly eagle swords. Take this. Eagle Sword sect flipped his sleeve, and the heavenly eagle swords shot toward Invincible Eagle. Invincible Eagle waved his hand and caught them firmly. It's time to settle the grudge between you and me, Invincible Eagle said confidently. Ancestor Han, Tribulation Lord Demon Slayer, and the others came behind Yunling, to watch the battle. Is Fang Qin all right? Sect Master Han asked in a low voice, somewhat worried. Ancestor Han shook his head. Don't worry. Senior Yin has a good relationship with Fang Qin. If there's an accident, she won't leave him in the lurch. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Invincible Eagle indifferently. I defeated you back then, and I can still defeat you now. Fang Qin sneered. Besides, I was able to take your heavenly eagle swords last time, and I can do it again this time. I'm going to kill you. Fang Qin's words completely enraged Invincible Eagle. The latter roared angrily and leaped up. His body turned into a black shadow and shot toward Fang Qin. At the same time, eagle cries came from the sky. Many cultivators were shocked and kept retreating. Is that Invincible Eagle? In the distant horizon, countless forces were secretly watching. When they saw Invincible Eagle's aura, they were shocked. It's said that Ingwudi got a great opportunity in the Immortal Academy of Fortune. He broke through to the Star Venerable realm and became even more powerful. I've never heard of this disciple of the ancient Cold sect. It seems like he's also a Star Venerate. I wonder if he can block Ingwudi's attack? It's hard to say. That talisman master seems to think highly of this guy. Many forces were whispering to each other. The battle had already begun. The Eagle Sword Patriarch had threatened the ancient Frigid sect, with both sides suffering losses, so that the Eagle Sword sect could borrow unrivaled eagles' strength to minimize their losses. As long as Wudi wins, our Eagle Sword sect won't need to give up our territory. Our foundation won't be harmed. Eagle Sword Ancestor thought to himself. Moreover, this guy called Fang Qin seems to have good potential. If we kill him, the ancient Frigid sect will definitely be heartbroken. Furthermore, I don't think the Ling family will ally with them anymore, right? This was simply killing two birds with one stone. Old Ancestor Ing's sword sneered in his heart, as though he had already seen the light of dawn. Boom! In the sky, a majestic black force descended and formed a terrifying vortex in front of Fang Qin. The Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword shot out from the vortex. Rip! The Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword pierced toward Fang Qin at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. When it was about to reach Fang Qin, it turned into two long swords, one big and one small, and its attacking power doubled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Vast power spread out. Although Ingwudi had just broken through to the Star Venerate realm, his attacking power was no weaker than that of a mid-stage or even late-stage Star Venerate. Ingwudi is too strong. The Eagle Sword sect actually has such a monstrous genius. Many people sighed in secret. The Ling family looked at each other. Some were worried about Fong Qin, but when they saw Yunling, or his calm expression, they didn't say anything. Ancestor Han and the demon-slaughtering tribulation venerate wanted to say something, but they stopped and nervously prayed for Fong Qin. Yunling was the only one who was calm from the beginning. She knew Fong Qin's strength better than anyone else. Ingwudi was nothing to him. Even a holy venerate martialist would find it very difficult to kill Fong Qin. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the Sky Eagle mother-child sword pierced Fong Qin's body with unparalleled power. Buzz! The chaotic sword body was fully activated. Powerful swordway runes wrapped around Fong Qin's body, forming a halo of swordway that blocked the Sky Eagle mother-child sword's attack. Ingwudi was surprised to see this. I'd like to see how many times you can block it. Then Invincible Eagle gathered his thoughts and increased his strength. He pushed the Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords to attack Fong Qin's body. However, the chaotic sword body was so powerful that the Sky Eagle mother-child sword couldn't break through it. Facing the crazed, unrivaled eagle, Fong Qin smiled faintly. Is that enough? Fong Qin's voice was like a clap of thunder that entered Ingwudi's ears. Ingwudi's body trembled as he looked at Fong Qin. Fong Qin raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched out casually. You're not qualified to be my opponent now. Fong Qin's voice was domineering, revealing his disdain for the world. As he threw out a punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire sky darkened completely. At the same time, the entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Through the Sky Eagle mother-child sword, an extremely powerful force drilled into Ingwudi's body. Damn it! Ingwudi roared and tried to block it. However, it was to no avail. Bang! Fong Qin's huge fist landed on Ingwudi's body. Ingwudi's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, Fong Qin opened his hand and grabbed the Sky Eagle mother-child sword. Condense! Fong Qin spat out a word. The Sky Eagle mother-child sword instantly returned to its original form and was held tightly in Fong Qin's hand, unable to move. A powerful force wreaked havoc in the air. The martial artists who were watching in the dark widened their eyes in disbelief. They had thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle, but who would have thought that it would end like this? In just one move, Ingwudi, who was known as the strongest genius of the Eagle Sword sect, was defeated, and even the Sky Eagle mother-child sword was suppressed. How strong was Fong Qin? There was an uproar in the dark, and countless martial artists were shocked. The ancient frigid sect and the Ling family were stunned, and then burst into thunderous applause. Yunlinger looked at Fong Qin's back and smiled indifferently. Everything was under control. How is this possible? Ancestor Ingwudi, who was originally full of confidence, was shocked when he saw this scene. His body trembled. No, impossible. Invincible in the same realm. How can he lose? Ancestor Ingwudi shook his head, crazily, unable to accept the reality in front of him. However, he was an old monster who had cultivated for countless years, and he immediately took action and brought the heavily injured Ingwudi to his side. You're not even qualified for me to kill you. Fong Qin glanced at Ingwudi, put away the Sky Eagle mother-child sword, and returned to Yunlinger's side. Pucci! Hearing this, Ingwudi spat out blood and fainted. Although his heart was burning with anger, Ancestor Ingwudi had to admit that the Eagle Sword sect had lost, and it was a complete loss. My Eagle Sword sect lost. The price of losing was to give up twice as much territory. At this point, there was no other way. My Eagle Sword sect will go back and discuss the matter of giving up territory. We will definitely give an answer within half a month. After saying this, Ancestor Ingwudi dragged his body and turned to leave. We won. The people of the ancient Frigid sect cheered. They didn't expect the final result to be like this. Feng Qin is too strong. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Ancestor Frost, Ancient Frigid Sect Master, Tribulation Paragon Fiend, and the others looked at Feng Chun with a smile, and there was a hint of admiration in their eyes. The forces that were watching in the dark quickly retreated. They knew that after this battle, the Ancient Frigid Sect and the Ling family would be completely allied, and the southern region would be under their control for a long time to come. The situation had changed, and they needed to go back and make arrangements as soon as possible. They surrounded Feng Qin like stars surrounding the moon, and they had endless questions to ask Feng Qin. This matter is over, and the Ling family doesn't need to stay here. The Ling family and the Ancient Frigid Sect will equally divide the territory ceded by the Eagle Sword Sect, Yunlinger said softly. From now on, the Ancient Frigid Sect will be the Ling family's closest ally. Chapter 2954. The outcome of the war was out of everyone's expectations. At first, it was just a fight between the Eagle Sword Sect and the Ancient Cold Sect. Who would have thought that the Ling family would join in? Moreover, the most important thing was, since when did the Ling family have a half-step universe god behind them? One should know that in a barren land like the southern region, a half-universe god was the pinnacle, an existence that one could only look at but not reach. The appearance of a half-step universe god had stabilized the Ling family's position. Before this, there were some forces that were not weaker than the Eagle Sword Sect. They wanted to take advantage of the situation when both sides were injured. However, after seeing Yunling, Er's powerful skills, they gave up on the idea. After the war ended, Yunling, Er's name was known throughout the southern region. Whenever someone mentioned her name, they would think of those unimaginable talisman methods. At a glance, the battlefield was already full of holes. Behind every war, blood flowed like rivers and lives were lost. The Ancient Frigid Sect was no exception. Feng Qin stood on the ground and looked at the continent that was filled with smoke. He shook his head gently. Yunling had returned to the headquarters of the Ling family. Before she left, she told Feng Qin, if there was anything, he could come to the Ling family to look for her. During his conversation with Yunling, Feng Qin found that Yunling had completely let go of her worries and wholeheartedly integrated into the Ling family. Moreover, she seemed to want to take Ling Shan as her disciple. It was not hard to imagine that the next time they met, Ling Shan's strength would definitely skyrocket. In just a few days, almost everyone in the Ling family had returned. Only the Ling family master stayed in the Ancient Cold Sect. They were waiting for the Eagle Sword Sect to cede their territory and then discuss it. No matter what, after this war, the Ling family and the Ancient Cold Sect had formed an alliance. It was a permanent alliance. For the Ancient Cold Sect, this was a great gain. This also made the Cold Ancestor look at Feng Qin in a new light. He saw him as the future hope of the Ancient Cold Sect. At the same time, Feng Qin's name was known throughout the southern region. An early star venerable could suppress Ingwudi with a flick of his finger and even ignore the attack of the heavenly eagle swords. How powerful did he need to be? After the war ended, many forces began to inquire about Feng Qin. After many inquiries, they learned that Feng Qin had come from the Eternity Institute of Fortune, which shocked them even more. Countless people sighed in their hearts. The Ancient Frigid Sect had produced a genius. In the near future, he might even be able to stand at the peak of the southern region. Ancient Frigid Sect. Ancestor Frost. In front of Feng Qin were the head of the Ling family, Ancestor Han, Tribulation Lord Demon Slayer, and Sect Master Han Gu. They looked at Feng Qin with smiles, their eyes full of praise. With a thought, Feng Qin took out the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords from Dark Cave Mountain. This Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child sword is useless to me. Leave it in the sect and let Ancestor Han deal with it, Feng Qin said as he handed the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child sword to Ancestor Han. The latter was stunned for a moment, and then he was stunned. This Everyone present knew the value of the Heavenly Eagle mother-child swords. It was the most precious treasure of the Eagle Sword sect, and its value was immeasurable. Fang Qin could have used it to exchange for something useful of the same value. However, he had given the Heavenly Eagle mother-child sword to the ancient Frigid sect for free, which made Ancestor Han feel guilty. "You're also a sword cultivator. The Heavenly Eagle mother-child sword is very rare for sword cultivators. You should study it carefully," Ancestor Han said. Fang Qin shook his head. He had made up his mind. "My sword Dao is different from that of the Eagle Sword sect. The Heavenly Eagle mother-child sword is useless to me." Seeing that Fang Qin was so determined, Ancestor Han didn't say anything else and put away the Heavenly Eagle mother-child sword. "Fang Qin, you've made a great contribution in this war. If you need anything, just ask. The sect will do its best to satisfy you," Ancestor Han said. Fang Qin nodded gently. "Thank you, Ancestor Han." After chatting for a while, Fang Qin turned and left. Looking at his back, the Ling family master and the demon-slaying Tribulation Master sighed. "Ancestor Han, your ancient Frigid sect has an amazing genius." The demon-slaying Tribulation Master's face was full of envy. Even his disciple, Butian, couldn't be compared with Fang Qin. Yes, he could suppress Eagle Wudi with a flip of his hand. Judging from his combat power, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's invincible among Star Venerables, the Ling family master said with a smile. "I have a feeling that in the near future his legend will be left in the southern region and even the entire ancient chaos." Ancestor Han grinned when he heard that. However, at this moment, a disciple quickly ran over from afar. "Ancestor Han, outside the mountain gate, Master Tian Shuyuan of the Despair Continent requests an audience." Despair Continent. Ancestor Han and the other three looked at each other. Apparently, the Despair Continent was so small that they hadn't even heard of it. "Not everyone is qualified to see Ancestor Han," the ancient Frigid sect master said in a low voice. But the disciple hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "That person said he's the master of Tianshu Yuan. He said he's old friends with Fang Qin." "What?" Ancestor Han's face immediately changed when he heard that. "Let him in." After a while, the master of Tianshu Yuan came to the garden of the ancient Frigid sect. The master of Tianshu Yuan bowed slightly to the four people, then said, "I'm the master of Tianshu Yuan of the Despair Continent. I'm here to tell Fang Qin something very important." "Oh." Ancestor Han stared the master of Tianshu Yuan. The latter was nothing in his eyes. "What's the matter?" The war had just ended, and Fang Qin's reputation had spread in the southern region. It was inevitable that some warriors with ulterior motives would approach Fang Qin under the guise of being old friends with him and wait for an opportunity to sneak up on him. Although Ancestor Han and the other three weren't afraid, they had to be cautious. "It's an important matter. I want to talk to Fang Qin personally," the master of Tianshu Yuan said. The four of them looked at each other. Finally, Ancestor Han nodded. He transmitted his voice to Fang Qin. After a while, Fang Qin returned. Seeing the master of Tianshu Yuan, Fang Qin was a little surprised. "Fang Qin." The master of Tianshu Yuan saw Fang Qin and greeted him with a smile. "Master of Tianshu Yuan, why are you here?" Fang Qin asked in surprise. Seeing Fang Qin's expression, Ancestor Han and the other three were sure that this person was telling the truth. He was indeed old friends with Fang Qin. "There's something very important, but..." The master of Tianshu Yuan glanced at Ancestor Han and the other three. He was a little hesitant. "Let's talk somewhere else." Fang Qin nodded to Ancestor Han and the other three. Then he led the master of Tianshu Yuan to a secluded place. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a vast aura completely sealed off the surrounding space. "Speak," Fang Qin said. "Something has happened in your hometown," the master of Tianshu Yuan said straightforwardly. "What?" Fong Chen's expression instantly froze. He said in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Not long ago, a Tao Ze beast escaped from your hometown and found Tian Shu Yuan. He told me everything that happened in your hometown. The master of Tian Shu Yuan said that an evil race has appeared in your hometown. They are so powerful that they have taken control of the entire ancient sacred chaos space and the dark swamp chaos space. They have isolated you." Fong Chen's heart tightened. The ancient sacred chaos space was his hometown. His family and friends were there. "What else did it say?" Fong Chen asked hurriedly. The master of Tianshu Yuan shook his head. Fong Chen continued to ask, "Where is the Tao Ze beast now?" "It's in Tianshu Yuan. Originally, we were worried about how to inform you of this matter. But not long ago, we heard your name and confirmed that you were in the ancient cold sect. So, we came to find you," the master of Tianshu Yuan said. He didn't expect that Fong Chen's name would spread throughout the southern region in such a short time. "Let's set off for Tianshu Yuan now," Fong Chen said in a deep voice. After the conversation, Fong Chen said a few words to Ancestor Han and the other three and left. "Ancestor Han, I have something to do now. I have to return to the continent of despair. Do you need help?" Ancestor Han asked. Fong Chen shook his head. Not for now. He wasn't sure if the evil race that appeared in his hometown had anything to do with the ancient chaos space. He didn't dare to act rashly before he figured out the truth. Otherwise, if the evil race went crazy, the entire ancient sacred chaos space would be destroyed. The most important thing now was to figure out what happened in the ancient sacred chaos space. I hope you're all right. Chapter 2955. The continent of despair was Fong Chen's first stop in the primordial chaos. He still remembered that he was valued by the 3 envoys on the God-slaying island in the celestial sea at the border between the Black Marsh chaos and the primordial chaos. Then he was brought to the Tianshu Yuan in the primordial chaos. He had experienced a lot in the continent of despair and gradually grew up. Now his strength was already invincible in the continent of despair. Returning to the continent of despair, Fong Chen had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Tianshu Yuan is now the dominant force in the continent of despair. "We have absolute dominance," the Tianshu Yuan chief explained. Flying in the sky and looking down at the bustling cities below, Fong Chen nodded gently. "Ever since you left, Tianshu Yuan has been developing. The 108 blood demons have been reshuffled. Some of them have fallen, and their positions have been taken by the latecomers." When the Tianshu Yuan chief said this, there was a hint of joy on his face. Back then, the 108 blood demons were famous in the continent of despair. Now, 80% of the blood demons were from Tianshu Yuan. From this point, it could be seen how powerful Tianshu Yuan was. As they spoke, the two arrived at Tianshu Yuan. Fong Chen's divine sense spread out and instantly found Tao Ze Shou. Whoosh! His figure flashed. He tore through the void and appeared in front of Tao Ze Shou. At this time, Tao Ze Shou was covered in wounds. His vitality was gradually fading, as if he would die at any time. Seeing Fong Chen, Tao Ze Shou's eyes flashed with excitement. "What's going on?" Fong Chen went straight to the point. "Ever since you left, I have been guarding the Black Marsh chaos. One day, I accidentally entered the Celestial Sea and was shocked to find that I couldn't enter the primordial chaos, no matter what. This discovery completely stunned me." Tao Ze Shou recalled. However, the real nightmare had just begun. When the evil race discovered me in the Heavenly Highness Sea, they sent a large number of experts into the Heavenly Highness Sea and sealed it off. Even the Black Swamp Chaos was sealed off. I risked my life and lost a large amount of blood essence before barely escaping into the spatial storm. At this point, Tao Ze Beast felt a lingering fear. Back then, he had been forced into a corner. There was no other way. Even though he knew that entering the spatial storm was a narrow escape, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he won the bet. His luck was good. When he came out of the spatial storm, he found that he was not far from the primordial chaos. Evil race. Fang Qin frowned and said in a deep voice, "Too evil. Their bodies have no flesh and blood, as if they are skeletons. Their bodies emit an abnormally evil aura." Tao Ze Beast said slowly. Fang Qin raised his palm and placed it on the Tao Ze Beast's body. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted and poured into the Tao Ze Beast's body. Tao Ze Shou was shocked when he sensed the changes in his body. This is... Tao Ze Beast's heart trembled, his body trembled. Too strong. Tao Ze Beast sighed and couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes widened as he stared at Fang Qin. He really couldn't imagine that Fang Qin's strength had reached such a level. "Well, your injuries are no longer a problem," Fang Qin said calmly. "You want to go back?" Tao Ze Beast asked. Fang Qin nodded. "The primordial chaos is my hometown. I won't allow anyone to trample on it." After saying that, Fang Qin turned around and prepared to leave. "You can recuperate in Tianshu Yuan. The dean will take care of you." "Don't you need Tianshu Yuan's help?" the Tianshu Yuan chief asked. "No need. I alone am enough." Fang Qin's figure disappeared, and his voice came faintly. The Tianshu Yuan chief looked at the void with a complicated expression and nodded slowly. Fang Qin's current strength could suppress Tianshu Yuan alone. If even he couldn't solve the problem, Tianshu Yuan wouldn't be able to do anything. To a certain extent, Her Eminence could already roam freely in the void. However, the primordial chaos was extremely vast, and there would be spatial storms from time to time, so ordinary Her Eminence wouldn't dare to do so. Whoosh! The vast dark void was silent and cold. One day, a dazzling light pierced through the void and disappeared into the darkness. 10 years later, Fang Qin appeared in the void outside the celestial ocean. He stared ahead, and the celestial ocean was faintly discernible. An evil aura. Fang Qin murmured. He immediately stepped out and entered the celestial ocean. With his current strength, he could easily tear through the realm wall, penetrate the light membrane, and arrive at the celestial ocean. He spread his divine sense and shrouded the celestial ocean. Soon, Fang Qin found the corpse demon in the celestial ocean. "Are you the ones causing trouble?" Fang Qin said eerily. His figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of a corpse demon. Bang! He sent it flying with a slap and suppressed it with lightning. "Speak, where are you from? Why do you want to occupy the ancient Saint Chaos?" Fang Qin asked coldly. "Puny human, you are provoking me," the corpse demon. "You will die miserably." The corpse demon glared at Fang Qin and roared angrily. "Corpse demon!" Fang Qin frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this race. Crack! Fang Qin punched the corpse devil clan member, destroying his body. A ball of primordial spirit light floated in midair. "You dare to kill me?" The corpse demon won't let you go. Knowing that he couldn't get any information from it, Fang Qin killed it with a punch. Subsequently, Fang Qin spent the next few days clearing out the corpse demon in the celestial ocean. 7 days later, the celestial ocean had returned to normal. Although it didn't cause any trouble on the surface, Fang Qin had eliminated all the corpse demon here. Let's go to the Black Marsh Chaos first. After passing through the celestial ocean, Fang Qin arrived at the Black Marsh Chaos. Damn it! In the Black Marsh Chaos, the corpse demon was wreaking havoc and causing a shocking massacre. On a huge piece of land, almost all the experts of the Black Marsh Chaos were gathered here. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were extremely pale. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were countless corpse demon around them. What should we do? The corpse demon is too strong. We can't stop it at all. The Black Marsh chaos is finished. We will definitely die. Does the heavens want the Black Marsh chaos to die? Everyone fell silent. The moment the Tao Ze beast escaped, they knew that no one in the too chaotic void could resist the attack of the Corpse Devil Clan. Maybe only that person can stop it. Suddenly, someone spoke. The Corpse Demon massacred our brethren in the Black Marsh chaos and destroyed our homeland. Even if we die, we must drag them down with us. That's right. Let's fight to the death with them. Someone in the crowd roared. Suddenly, all the experts of the Black Marsh chaos burst forth with unprecedented power. They roared angrily and charged toward the Corpse Demon army without any regard for their own safety. Kiki, stupid humans, you all deserve to die. The leader of the Corpse Demon sneered and waved his hand. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Rumble. War was about to break out. The Black Marsh chaos and the Corpse Demon were locked in a fierce battle. There were screams from time to time. The Corpse Demon's attacks were too strong. The Black Marsh chaos couldn't resist at all. Bang! The leader of the Black Marsh chaos was sent flying by the Corpse Demon. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked unwillingly at the Black Marsh chaos that was in deep trouble. I can't accept this. He roared angrily and took a step forward. His body was burning with flames as he charged toward the Corpse Demon. Die. Seeing this, the Corpse Demon roared and punched out. Crack! This punch was too powerful. As soon as it appeared, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Crash! In the void, Fang Chun appeared out of thin air. Cruel. The Corpse Demon's actions were too cruel. Fang Chen's heart was burning with anger. He gathered all the strength in his body and pointed out. Die. With a whoosh, a finger light descended from the sky. It carried with it endless pressure and blasted the Corpse Demon that was attacking the leader of the Black Marsh chaos into pieces. Rumble. The entire Black Marsh chaos was trembling. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the figure shrouded in golden light in the void. What's going on? Everyone was confused. They didn't know what had happened. You're courting death. The other members of the Corpse Demon roared and charged toward Fangchen. Crack! The vast finger light swooped down again. The Corpse Demon couldn't resist at all and was instantly killed. Killing all living beings is intolerable. Thunder rumbled. Fang Chen's voice resounded through the sky. Chapter 2956. Fang Chen's voice reverberated through the air like the Grim Reaper's pronouncement. The entire Black Marsh primal chaos trembled. It's him. It's Fang Chen. The people of the Black Marsh primal chaos, who had fallen into despair, suddenly raised their heads. Their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Their hearts were filled with tempestuous waves. They didn't expect Fang Chen to return in time at such a critical moment. Their despairing hearts were rekindled with hope. Fang Chen is back. In an instant, every corner of the Black Marsh primal chaos was cheering Fang Chen's name. They placed all their hopes on Fang Chen. Perhaps Fang Chen could become the savior of the Black Marsh primal chaos and save them from the abyss of suffering. The leader of the Corpse Demon looked up at the void with a ferocious expression. Dark flames flickered in his dark eyes, and his entire body exuded an extremely strong corrosive aura. Who are you? How dare you ruin our Corpse Demon's plans? His voice contained extreme arrogance and confidence, as well as ice-cold, killing intent. In his opinion, the Corpse Demon had completely occupied the Black Marsh primal chaos. It was impossible for an expert to contend with the Corpse Demon in such a barren land. I'm the one who will kill you. Fang Chen's voice fell again. He took a step forward and instantly appeared above the Corpse Demon. Foolish human! How dare you provoke the Corpse Demon? Do you know what the consequences are? The leader of the Corpse Demon sneered. He waved his hand, and suddenly a mighty force erupted. Kill him. With a command, All the corpse demon on the battlefield swarmed toward Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen raised his eyelids and looked indifferently at the corpse demon charging toward him. There was no expression on his face. He waved his hand, and a vast array of aura spread out, enveloping everyone in the Black Marsh primal chaos. Humph, do you think you can save them like this? You're too naive. The leader of the corpse demon kept mocking Fang Chen. It was as if he could already see the latter being killed by their corpse demon. Rumble. When the mighty army of corpse demon approached, Fang Chen slowly raised his palm. Sword chi patterns flickered all over his body, and traces of a strange aura spread out. Be careful. The experts of the dark swamp primal chaos were all extremely nervous as they hid within the array formation. However, what happened next completely shook their hearts. Fang Chen's palm suddenly pressed down, and an extremely violent power descended from the sky. The entire dark swamp chaos seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The void shattered and time stood still. The corpse demon charging towards Fang Chen came to an abrupt halt. Bang! The body of the corpse devil clan member at the forefront shattered due to the impact of the powerful force. Seeing this, the corpse demon leader's eyes turned scarlet, and it roared furiously, "You're courting death!" It leaped and rushed towards Fang Chen. However, it was too weak. Fang Chen was already an expert at the level of a supreme god, and these corpse demon were at most some ancient gods. Die. Fang Chen's body exuded a surging, killing intent. He pressed down with his palm, and the terrifying power of the primal chaos sword body erupted. Crack! Wherever the huge palm passed, the space collapsed. Not a single corpse demon could resist it. Dong! When the huge palm pressed heavily on the ground, many corpse demon clansmen were turned into ashes. Who are you? Only the corpse demon leader was left. It was terrified and cried out involuntarily. Could it be? At this moment, it finally realized that something was wrong. You're from the primal chaos? Unfortunately, before it could finish its words, it was killed by Fang Chen's palm. Whoosh! 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 The air was filled with a biting, cold, killing intent. The aura of the corpse demon drifted with the wind. The countless bones on the ground proved that a shocking battle had taken place here. Did we win? After a short silence, someone muttered to himself. Then a thunderous uproar resounded through the sky. Oh my God, what did I just see? A miracle. It's definitely a miracle. I actually saw a miracle. How powerful does one need to be to kill the corpse demon alone? In the Black Marsh chaos, countless martial artists were shocked, and they exclaimed in shock. And in the array, the high-level experts of the Black Marsh chaos, who were covered in injuries, widened their eyes and were tongue-tied. After a long time, they sighed. He's still him. He hasn't changed. Back then, Fang Chen had suppressed the heavenly venerate sea with his absolute strength and subdued the Black Marsh chaos. And now, after so many years, the Black Marsh chaos was facing its greatest crisis in history. It was also him who had appeared out of nowhere and saved the Black Marsh chaos from the fire and water with one palm. At this moment, all the people of the Black Marsh chaos were deeply grateful to Fang Chen. If they were still dissatisfied with Fang Chen suppressing the Black Marsh chaos before, then, at this moment, they completely recognized Fang Chen in their hearts and respected Fang Chen as their master. Buzz! Fang Chen's mind trembled as a majestic power frantically drilled into his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was stunned for a moment and then a little stunned. This was the power of faith of the Black Marsh chaos. A bright smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. My lord, you are the benefactor of the Black Marsh chaos. Someone stepped forward and said loudly. Fang Chen waved his hand. The corpse demon killed the Black Marsh chaos and primordial Saint chaos. The heavens cannot tolerate it. Now that the corpse demon in the Black Marsh chaos has been dealt with by me, quickly begin rebuilding the Black Marsh chaos. With that, Fong Qin turned and left. Countless people watched as Fong Qin left. Streams of power of faith gathered in the void and were finally absorbed by Fong Qin. After dealing with the corpse demon in the Black Marsh chaos, Fong Qin's mood became even heavier. The more he came into contact with the corpse demon, the more he felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Once again coming to the Empyrean Sea, Fong Qin quickly sensed the location of the seal. This seal comes from the primordial chaos. Fong Qin frowned and said in a low voice, "Could it be that the corpse demon has the backing of an expert from the primordial chaos? Or could it be that the corpse demon itself is a hidden force in the primordial chaos?" Thousands of thoughts flashed through Fong Qin's mind. He could only pray that the family and friends of primordial Saint Chaos were safe. "I hope that you don't do anything too cruel, or else." A cold light flashed through Fong Qin's eyes. He touched the seal with both hands and closed his eyes slightly. Primordial Saint Chaos. The members of the Council of Elders and even the ancient gods of the major clans were all trapped in the Palace of Clouds. The entire primordial Saint Chaos was completely sealed. In front of the Palace of Clouds, two corpse demons shrouded in an evil aura sat cross-legged, seemingly guarding the Palace of Clouds. "Big brother, I don't understand. Why didn't the Emperor directly destroy the Palace of Clouds?" One of the corpse demon asked, puzzled. The other corpse demon pondered and said, "The Emperor's injuries have not healed, and his realm has fallen to the ancient god level. This Palace of Clouds is the sacred ground of primordial Saint Chaos. If he attacked, it would consume the Emperor's power. Our main goal is to find that thing. After we get it, we will directly destroy primordial Saint Chaos." Hearing this, the corpse demon who asked the question earlier nodded slightly to show that he understood. "I wonder how the Emperor is doing. Has he found it yet?" All these years, the Emperor has been searching in the galaxy and universe. He seems to have found something. The corpse demon said, "Don't worry, I know what you are worried about. The primordial Saint Chaos will not know about the situation here. With primordial Saint Chaos alone, no one is a match for us. As long as we find that thing, we don't have to worry." Speaking of this, the corpse demon suddenly thought of the Black Marsh Chaos. "I wonder how the old dragon is doing. Did he destroy the Black Marsh Chaos?" Speaking of the Black Marsh Chaos, the corpse demon who asked the question earlier curled his lips and said, "I wonder what the Emperor is thinking. He actually asked the old dragon to destroy the Black Marsh Chaos. Now that the old dragon has absorbed the Black Marsh Chaos origin energy, his strength will definitely skyrocket. When the time comes, he will definitely show off in front of us. All right, I know you are unwilling. When this is over, I will accompany you to find a few chaotic voids for you to absorb the origin energy." Chapter 2957. Fong Qin heard the conversation between the two corpse demon clearly. Above the White Cloud Palace, Fong Qin stood in the air. His figure was hidden in the void, and not a trace of aura leaked out. The seal that shrouded ancient Saint Chaos had no effect on him. Galaxy Universe. Fong Qin frowned, and he was even more puzzled. What exactly are they looking for? Sure enough, the corpse demon came prepared. However, they shouldn't have turned their attention to ancient Saint Hundan. Rip. Fong Qin tore the void and appeared in front of the White Cloud Palace. Fong Qin's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the two corpse demon. "Human!" Seeing Fong Qin, the corpse demon exclaimed, "Die!" One of the corpse demon directly launched a thunderous attack on Fong Qin without saying a word. Crack! With a loud bang, Fong Qin killed the corpse demon with a palm. The remaining corpse demon's face suddenly changed. "You are from the Ancient." Unfortunately, before it could finish its words, it was killed by Fong Qin. Fong Qin found that the corpse demon had a communication jade pendant in its palm. Is it a message? Feng Qin sneered. I don't care how strong your emperor's. When he set his eyes on ancient Saint Chaos, he was already destined to be killed by me. Dong! Feng Qin punched out, and a deafening sound came from the surroundings of the White Cloud Palace. Crack! The seals shattered, and the members of the Elders Guild in the White Cloud Palace were shocked. What's going on? Qing Ho and the others suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. Be careful. It's very likely that the corpse demon is making the final attack, Heavenly Master Sui said. Even if we die, we must protect ancient Saint Chaos. The other elders roared angrily. Creak! However, when the gate of the White Cloud Palace opened, they saw a shocking scene. A tall figure stood in front of the White Cloud Palace, his robes fluttering in the wind. His body exuded an extremely strong power, giving people a kind of incomparable shock. Feng Chen. The ancient god of void space, the ancient god of thunder punishment, and the other ancient gods all cried out in shock. Brother Feng. Qing Ho clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with an excited smile as he charged towards Feng Chen like an arrow. It's really you. Qing Ho and Feng Chen gave each other a big hug. The joy in their hearts was written all over their faces. Everyone, are you all right? Feng Chen scanned the crowd and asked, We're fine. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to come back at this time. Where are the 2 corpse demon guarding the White Cloud Palace? You killed him? Only then did everyone realize that Feng Chen's strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Even Qing Ho was extremely shocked. After greeting them, Feng Chen asked about the corpse demon in detail. After listening, Feng Chen was more or less certain. There must be a powerful force behind the corpse demon. They seemed to be searching for something important in the universe. Feng Chen, the corpse demon, came prepared. The emperor they mentioned is an expert at the peak of the life ancient realm. There are even rumors that he has reached the legendary level of a god. The ancient god of void race said. Feng Chen waved his hand. It's fine. A mere corpse demon wants to do evil in my territory? Don't even think about it. Feng Chen exuded a strong sense of confidence. After chatting with Feng Chen for a while, everyone's hearts were completely turned upside down. They really couldn't imagine that one day they would be able to see a powerful god with their own eyes. Ha ha ha! A god has appeared in the ancient Saint Chaos. This is great. The crisis of the ancient Saint Chaos is finally over. Everyone laughed out loud. They were very excited. In just 3 days, Feng Chen killed all the corpse demon ancient gods scattered in the ancient Saint Chaos. The remaining profound gods were no longer a threat. They were handed over to the members of the Elder Council. During this time, Feng Chen returned to the Shura Sword sect. Fortunately, he had left behind a powerful array formation and various trump cards, so it wasn't too affected. In a short time, the ancient Saint Chaos was once again under the control of the human race. The members of the Elder Council fought everywhere and used all means to kill the corpse demon. Their actions seemed to be known by the corpse demon emperor in the universe. Many corpse demon began to frantically retreat into the universe. After settling the matters of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos, Feng Chen went to the galaxy cosmos alone. Swoosh! He flicked his finger, and a bright light penetrated the void and entered the Shura universe. The next moment, a miserable scream was heard. With a finger, the corpse demon was destroyed. The Shura universe regained its freedom, and Feng Chen's gaze fell on the universe. His face was a little more dignified. Although he was strong enough to shatter the Milky Way and the universe, his heart was heavy. The corpse demon attacked the ancient Saint Chaos without restraint. The thing they're looking for must be very important to them. They must have a backup plan. It's impossible for them to be so weak and vulnerable. After thinking for a moment, Feng Chen chose to deal with it carefully. In the universe, in a certain darkness, a hoarse and angry voice was heard. A bunch of trash. When the corpse devils heard this, their bodies trembled. They were terrified. Emperor, that human warrior seems to be from the ancient chaos. Have our whereabouts been exposed? There are as many experts as there are clouds in the immemorial chaos. Any one of them could annihilate our branch completely. Didn't the main clan say that they have isolated this barren land and that no one in the ancient chaos will notice? Many voices were heard. Some were frightened, some were angry, and some were unwilling. The main clan has done everything. That guy's appearance was an accident. The corpse demon emperor's voice was heard again. According to the information sent back, the 3 generals are all dead. The ancient Saint Chaos and the Black Marsh Chaos have been retaken by the human race. Then what should we do? If that person comes to the universe, how can we resist? Even the 3 generals were killed. They didn't think that they could resist the opponent's attack. Don't worry, I have a countermeasure. The emperor said confidently, according to my speculation, that person's strength is at most the limit of the life ancient realm. When I find that thing, my strength will be restored to the peak. When I step into the god realm again, it will be the time of his death. The emperor said proudly, soon, I will be able to find that thing in 3 days. Hearing this, many corpse demons' faces showed a touch of joy. No matter what, as long as they could find that thing, their mission would be completed. Completely seal off the universe and activate the corpse demon soul refining array. If he dares to come, sacrifice all the humans in the universe. The corpse demon came prepared and quickly activated the corpse demon soul refining array. They even cruelly sealed many ordinary warriors of the human clan in the formation. Let us go. Demon, you are demons. Your actions are worse than the wrath of heaven. Countless angry curses came from the corpse demon soul refining array. However, they were just ordinary warriors. As long as the corpse demon soul refining array moved, they would be instantly turned to ashes. Continue to catch them. The sky corpse demon said in a deep voice. Looking at those weak warriors innocently crying for help, he was very happy. Humans, if you don't care about their lives, then come at me. Outside the universe, Fong Qin had just broken through the boundary wall and was about to enter when he suddenly saw a shocking scene. That is, the powerful corpse demon, Aura, quickly escaped from the boundary wall. He could clearly see the ordinary warriors in the array. Cruel, this is too cruel. Fong Qin clenched his fists in anger. He knew very well that, as long as he attacked the array, the powerful force would easily tear those warriors apart. They're just ordinary warriors, yet you're using them as shields. At this moment, Fong Chen's face was completely gloomy. His body exuded an extremely sharp killing intent. Humans, if you don't care about their lives, then come at me. Ha ha ha. Through the boundary wall, the sky corpse demon laughed wildly. Don't be impulsive. Fong Qin suppressed the anger in his heart and secretly warned. Those ordinary humans were innocent. He could not involve them in this battle. I swear you will all die. Chapter 2958. Even though his heart was burning with rage, Fong Qin did not lose his mind. From the initial craziness, it gradually stabilized. Through the crack in the boundary wall, he saw the arrogant sky corpse Taoist provoking him. Ah! Miserable screams came from the corpse demon soul refining array from time to time. Sky corpse Taoist waved his hand, and the corpse demon soul refining array shook, turning countless ordinary warriors into ashes. Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and raised his hands in the air to sense the corpse demon soul refining array. Dong! The sound of tremors resounded through the sky. He could feel a mighty power coming from the corpse demon soul refining array, directly attacking his heart. This is the corpse demon soul refining array. Fong Qin said in a deep voice. He finally recognized the array. This array is very vicious. It uses ordinary humans as its foundation. As long as there is an external force, it will shake and hurt the innocent. Fang Chen murmured. With his current strength, it was very difficult to break the corpse demon soul refining array, and the slightest carelessness would cause countless innocent cultivators to die tragically inside. I must think of a way. I must break this array as soon as possible. Fang Chen's eyes turned as he thought quickly. I have a way. Suddenly, a voice could be heard coming from a mortal cave mountain. Fang Chen was stunned. Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub came out side by side. Brother, this corpse demon soul refining array is very evil, but I have a way to break it, Xiaohua said. You have a way? Fang Chen asked curiously. During this period of time, I've made great achievements in the fire Dao. I've completely fused the fire seed with my bloodline. I want to use my flame power to burn the corpse demon soul refining array. Then you can take the opportunity to tear the array and enter it. The corpse demon soul refining array was a first-class evil array, but it was afraid of flames. Of course, ordinary flames would not work. Only a fire Dao genius like Xiaohu was confident. Brother, you don't have to worry. My method won't hurt them. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Xiaohu continued. This method was also inspired by the pure-blooded beast cub. I burned the demonic corpse soul refining formation with towering flames, causing changes to the core of the formation. The pure-blooded beast cubs will be able to enter before the power within the formation fluctuates and protect the innocent humans. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and nodded in agreement after a long time. In fact, he had thought of this method before, but he wasn't too sure. Now that Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub were so confident, they could naturally give it a try. All right, be careful, Fang Chen said. The most important parts of the demonic corpse soul refining array were the core and foundation of the array. With a flash, Xiaohua's small and skinny body appeared in front of the corpse devil soul refining formation. Hoo hoo hoo! Violent flames erupted from his body. In an instant, the area before the world wall turned into a sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, the temperature was raised to the extreme. It was as if the entire galaxy would be refined. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With his special method, Xiaohua forcibly controlled the sea of fire to burn the demonic corpse soul refining formation. Crack! In a flash, the demonic corpse soul refining formation was enveloped, and subtle changes occurred within. At this moment, the pure-blooded beast cub shot out and burrowed into the sea of fire. Fang Chen saw it with his own eyes and was a little surprised. Penetration technique. He was a little shocked by the pure-blooded beast cub's penetration technique. Beautiful cooperation. He couldn't help but praise. Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub's cooperation was so skillful. Buzz. Under Xiaohua's cover, the pure-blooded beast cub successfully entered the demonic corpse soul refining formation. With its powerful bloodline power, it protected many innocent humans. Do it! Xiaohua roared. Fang Chen's figure flashed like a gust of wind. The aura of array formation on his body soared to the extreme. Break! With the help of Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub, he didn't have to worry about anything. He suddenly threw out a punch, which contained a powerful force of array Dao. Rumble! The vast and mighty power slammed into the demon corpse soul refining array, creating an earth-shattering sound. Crack! The Sky Corpse Taoist was too weak to support the operation of the demonic corpse soul refining formation. Under Fang Chen's crazy bombardment, the formation was on the verge of breaking. Bang! The Sky Corpse Taoist, who was smug and arrogant, was sent flying. With a loud bang, his body was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his face paled. What's going on? The Sky Corpse Taoist widened his eyes and looked inside the demonic corpse soul refining formation in disbelief. Damn it! The Sky Corpse Taoist cursed angrily. He waved his sleeves and forcibly controlled the demonic corpse soul refining formation to destroy the innocent humans. However, he failed. Crack! When Fang Qin entered the interior of the corpse devil soul refining array, the array formation had already completely collapsed. The innocent humans had been transferred to a mortal cave mountain by Fang Qin and were completely safe. At this time he could give it his all. Break! Fang Qin shouted, and a vast power burst out, shattering the demonic corpse soul refining formation. He walked out of the violent aura and stared at the sky corpse Taoist with his dark eyes. Crack! With a suction force from his palm, he grabbed Sky Corpse Taoist priest and asked coldly, "Tell me, what is your emperor looking for?" "You are dead. The emperor will not let you go." The Sky Corpse Taoist shook his head and threatened. "Are you threatening me?" Fang Qin frowned and said coldly. Boom! At this moment, a trembling power came from somewhere in the divine world. Then, the aura of the corpse demon swept across the land. "Ha ha ha! The emperor of my clan has already found that item. You're all dead meat. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see that." Fang Qin killed the Sky Corpse Taoist with his palm. Then he stood in the air and looked at the distant sky with his dark eyes. "You two go to the lower realm to kill the corpse demon. I will deal with their emperor," Fang Qin said. Xiao Hua and the pure-blooded beast cub left the divine world and went to the lower realm, in a mountain range in the divine world. Ha ha ha, I finally found it. The corpse demon emperor was emitting a fierce and domineering aura, and his body was faintly discernible. His gong-sized eyes stared at the glittering depths of the mountain range. He licked his dry lips, his face filled with an excited smile. He rushed into the depths of the mountain range, and before he got close he felt a vast aura. Crack! He felt the power in his body vibrating, and an evil aura entered his body. "This is," he shouted excitedly, "my cultivation is recovering." Rumble! The whole mountain range was shaking, and the universe was shaking as if it would collapse at any time. The trembling aura covered the whole mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the power in the corpse demon emperor's body had reached its peak. Ha ha ha! I finally recovered my cultivation. Dong! His body vibrated, and his cultivation finally recovered to the star venerable realm. God is helping me. At the same time, he looked at the glittering place with even more enthusiasm. The aura alone could help him return to his peak. What if he got that thing? He couldn't wait to get it. He reached out his big claws and grabbed at the depths of the mountain range. Bang! An invisible barrier suddenly stopped him. What's going on? He tried his best, but he could not break it. The movement in the mountain range shocked the whole universe. Countless corpse demon danced excitedly after seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky. They knew that the emperor had already found that thing, and their mission was complete. The day of the corpse devil clan's arrival was not far away. At this moment, Fang Qin was rushing over from the top of the clouds. What's there? Fang Qin was shocked. When he was in the deity realm, he did not find anything unusual. In fact, he had even come here to train before. The aura alone is enough to make my heart tremble, Fang Qin murmured. Is it an emperor-level treasure? Thinking of this, Fang Qin's eyes flickered. No matter what, I can't let the corpse demon succeed. Soon, Fang Qin arrived in front of the mountain range. Corpse demon. Fang Qin's thunderous voice was heard in the mountain range. Huh. Seeing Fang Qin, the corpse demon emperor sneered, "Stupid human, you will find that your behavior is too childish. This is the universe. Corpse demon, you can't do whatever you want here." Chapter 2959. Dong! A mountain rose from the ground and was slapped into the depths of the mountain range by Fang Qin's palm. Seeing this, the corpse demon emperor was extremely furious. "You're courting death." He punched back, shattering the mountain that was approaching quickly. The entire mountain range was shaking. An invisible barrier in the void blocked him and became his hindrance. Damn it! The corpse demon emperor was a little anxious. The most important thing now was not to fight Fong Qin, but to get that thing. However, Fong Qin did not give him a chance. Crash! With a grab of his big hand, another mountain rose from the ground and was thrown at the corpse demon emperor. "You're courting death." The repeated attacks finally enraged the corpse demon emperor. He suddenly turned around and stepped out of the mountain range. He stood in the air and stared at Fong Qin in front of him. "Stupid human, I don't care who you are or where you came from. Today you will die in my hands." The corpse demon emperor said eerily. His body emitted a corrosive corpse aura, and the entire space seemed to be solidified. "Do you know that the universe of stars is my hometown?" Fong Qin's face was expressionless. He asked very calmly, "So what?" The corpse demon emperor's attitude was very arrogant. He shouted loudly, "Anyone who dares to obstruct us corpse demons will die. Even if you have the support of a peerless powerhouse from the ancient chaos, it will not help. I'll kill you first, and then I'll take that thing." The corpse demon emperor said eerily, "Don't worry, I will shatter the entire universe of stars and let it accompany you." Boom! As soon as the corpse demon emperor's voice fell, a shocking aura suddenly came from the void. A huge vortex emerged from the corpse demon emperor's body. The vortex contained an extremely powerful force. "Corpse demon strike!" The corpse demon emperor roared. It spread out its big hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void shattered, and a terrifying beam of light appeared out of nowhere. It contained an extremely vast corpse demon aura as it rushed towards Fong Qin. Boom! Fong Qin threw out a punch and collided with it. A deafening sound echoed in the sky. The two of them both took a few steps back. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The corpse demon's powerful corrosive energy was trying to corrode Fong Qin's body, but it was blocked by the chaos sword body. The corpse demon emperor made a mistake. "Are you also a star venerable?" However, he quickly regained his composure. So what if he was a star venerate? He feared no one in the same realm as him. But so what? "Let me turn you into minced meat." The corpse demon emperor sneered and took a big step forward. A fierce and domineering attack whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fong Qin. "Get lost." Fong Qin exerted all the strength in his body and threw out a punch. The power of this punch was comparable to that of a saint venerable. As the punch was thrown out, the sky changed color. The corpse demon emperor also sensed the power of Fong Qin's punch. He did not dare to face it head-on, so his figure flashed and dodged. "Damn it!" the corpse demon emperor cursed. He spread out his big hand, and the sound of a bugle horn came from the void. A wild gust of wind suddenly blew. In an instant, a flag appeared in his palm. "That's the soul-gathering flag?" The corpse demon emperor took out the soul-gathering flag, the weapon that he was proud of. Instantly, the howls of malicious spirits could be heard in the air. "Die!" the corpse demon emperor sneered. He waved the soul-gathering flag in his hand, and a furious aura rushed out. Fong Qin smiled indifferently, and the star-concealing sword appeared in his palm. Buzz! A loud sword chime resounded in the sky. The star-concealing sword carried an endless sword aura and rushed toward the soul-gathering flag. Dong! The star-concealing sword, which was at the half-step martial emperor level, was powerful. The soul-gathering flag could not compare to it. In just one exchange, the soul-gathering flag was defeated by the star-concealing sword. Half-step martial emperor level. At this moment, the corpse demon emperor cried out. His heart was filled with horror. How is this possible? He could not imagine how a star venerable warrior could have a half-step martial emperor level weapon. Soul gathering heaven and earth. Annihilate all living beings. At this moment, he could not care less. He directly activated the strongest form of the soul gathering flag. It was an extremely eerie and terrifying power. It was released from the soul-gathering flag. At the same time, the corpse demon emperor activated his own bloodline and merged it with the soul-gathering flag. His combat power soared to the extreme. Fang Qin had already sealed this place. He was afraid that the battle between the two would destroy the universe. If it weren't for that, the aura emitted from the fierce battle between the two gods would be enough to destroy the entire universe. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, the thick purple aura formed a terrifying vortex. The soul-gathering flag went into the purple vortex and underwent a great change. Whoosh! Under the control of the corpse demon emperor, the soul-gathering flag opened up instantly. Its power increased again. The entire world was filled with the howls of malicious ghosts. One could imagine how many innocent martial artists had died in order to refine this soul-converging banner. Invincible sword principle. The star-concealing sword drew a beautiful arc in the void. The invincible sword principle was perfectly released. The powerful sword principle directly penetrated the purple vortex and forced the soul-gathering flag out. Then, the star-concealing sword released a powerful half-step Martial Emperor-level aura and attacked the soul-gathering flag. Kill! The corpse demon emperor's eyes were red. He was in a state of madness. He roared furiously and desperately controlled the soul-gathering flag. Unfortunately, the soul-gathering flag was no match for the star-concealing sword. Dong! The star-concealing sword suppressed the soul-gathering flag with absolute strength. Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, the soul-gathering flag closed. A powerful aura surrounded the star-concealing sword. Ha ha ha, you fell into my trap. The corpse demon emperor laughed wildly. Your half-step martial emperor level weapon is restrained by my soul-gathering flag. What are you going to use to fight me? The corpse demon emperor did not dare to waste time. He used his strongest trump card, wanting to end the battle quickly. As long as he killed Fang Qin, the half-step martial emperor level sword would be his. He was secretly looking forward to it. The corpse demon emperor burned his bloodline and fought desperately. At this moment, the power he released was extremely powerful. If it was an ordinary star venerable warrior, he would not be able to resist. Unfortunately, Fang Qin was not an ordinary star venerable. Entangle! Fang Qin sneered. He had more than one half-step martial emperor-level weapon. Whoosh! The immortal scepter appeared in his hand. That is, the immortal scepter looked very ordinary. However, there was a strange aura flowing on its surface. It made people palpitate. Kill! At this moment, the corpse demon emperor had no way out. The only way out was to kill Fang Qin. Therefore, after being stunned for a short while, he continued to attack. Fang Qin held the immortal scepter in his hand. The mighty immortal star power in his body was quietly activated. It's time to end this. When the immortal star power and the immortal scepter combined, the supreme power of the rules in the universe trembled. Time stopped. Space stopped. Everything stopped. Only the immortal scepter was still moving forward. Half-step martial emperor level? The corpse demon emperor finally realized that something was wrong. He cried out involuntarily. Impossible. How is this possible? He shook his head desperately. He could not believe the fact in front of him. It was rare for a star venerable warrior to have a half-step martial emperor level weapon. However, the person in front of him had two. He could feel that the power of the scepter was not weaker than the sword. I can't accept this. The immortal star power was the exclusive power of the immortal emperor. When combined with the immortal scepter, its attack power reached the peak. Even if the person standing in front of Fang Qin was a saint venerable warrior, he could not do anything. Crack! The immortal scepter hit the corpse demon emperor's head and instantly shattered his body. Whoosh! The corpse demon emperor wanted to escape, but he underestimated the power of the immortal scepter and the immortal star power. In an instant, the immortal star power entangled his primordial spirit and burned it to ashes. I can't accept this. A miserable cry was heard in the air. The corpse demon emperor had fallen. Feng Chen's robe fluttered. The immortal star power flickered on the surface of his skin and finally disappeared. The immortal scepter let out a cry. It came to the soul-gathering flag and suppressed it. Dong! The two half-step martial emperor level weapons suppressed the soul-gathering flag together. Whoosh! Under the powerful suppression, the soul-gathering flag kept shrinking. Finally, it became the size of a palm and fell into Feng Chen's palm. Chapter 2960. Even until his death, the corpse demon sovereign could not understand why a powerhouse from the immemorial chaos would come here even after everything had been set up by his clan. With humiliation and unwillingness, he perished in the Milky Way universe. When Feng Chen put away the soul-gathering flag, the gloomy power that permeated the Star River universe disappeared instantly. The howls of the ferocious ghosts in the air also disappeared. The vast Star River universe became quiet all of a sudden. The sky was clear again, and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The human warriors who survived the disaster cheered. As Feng Chen said, the Star River universe was his hometown and no one was allowed to touch it. Crack! Venerable Hei Qi, who was trapped in the Star River universe, broke through the seal and came to the mountain range to meet up with Feng Chen. After hundreds of years, Venerable Hei Qi's heart was full of stormy waves when he saw Feng Chen again. Back then, Feng Chen was just an ordinary warrior in his eyes. Now, Feng Chen had already become the strongest expert in the ancient Saint Chaos and even made a name for himself in the immemorial chaotic era. Unknowingly, the guy who was indebted to him had grown up. He had become the strongest expert in the history of the Star River universe. Even the ancestor of the Star River universe, who created the Star River universe, was ashamed to face Feng Chen. Venerable Hei Qi, Feng Chen nodded gently to him. When he first came to the ancient Saint Chaos, he was indebted to Venerable Hei Qi by imparting the Azura sword Dao to him. The latter had indirectly made it easier for him to walk down the path ahead of him. Feng Chen respected Venerable Hei Qi very much. Even though he was powerful enough to destroy the Star River universe with a thought, he was not arrogant. I have killed the corpse demon emperor. The crisis in the Star River universe and the ancient Saint Chaos has been resolved, Feng Chen said. That's great. Fortunately, you came back in time. Otherwise, Venerable Black Red felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Feng Chen had not returned in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Knowing that the crisis of ancient Saint Chaos had been resolved, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, what shocked him even more was that the corpse demon emperor was actually killed by Feng Chen. The strength of the corpse demon emperor is considered to be at the peak of the ancient gods, Venerable Black Red said in surprise. Strictly speaking, the corpse demon emperor should be a star venerable, Feng Chen added. Venerable Black Red widened his eyes. His heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he looked at Feng Chen with a complicated expression. Over the years, as ancient Saint Hunden's overall strength increased, he also came into contact with more and more secrets. He also knew that above the ancient gods were the powerful gods. However, he did not expect Feng Chen to be able to kill the god-level corpse demon emperor. This was too shocking. However, even though he was shocked, he knew that the most important thing now was to quickly return to the Xiu family in Qingluo Heaven and see if they had suffered any losses. Since the crisis of the Star River universe has been resolved, I will return to Qingluo Heaven first, Venerable Black Red said to Feng Chen with cupped fists. Feng Chen nodded. He took out a weapon from his bosom and tossed it to Venerable Black Red. Venerable Black Red was shocked when he held the weapon. When I was still weak, you taught me the Azura sword principle. I am indebted to you. Consider this a small token of my appreciation, Feng Chen said with a smile. Venerable Black Red opened his mouth, wanting to say something. In the end, he put away the weapon and nodded heavily. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. With that, Venerable Black Red's figure flashed and disappeared. And yet, Fang Chen's casual gift had allowed Overseer Blackred to rise to prominence with ancient sages and primal chaos, and eventually lead the Xiu clan to the top. Of course, this was a story for another time. To Fang Chen, this was just an ordinary weapon, but to Venerable Blackred, this weapon was more valuable than the entire Xiu family. In the vast god realm of the Star River universe, all the corpse demon had been destroyed. When Fang Chen sent the news to Xinqi Palace, the entire god realm was shaken. Under Xinqi Palace's lead, many powerful forces sent their experts. They searched for the remnants of the corpse demon hiding in the dark, swearing to catch them all in one fell swoop. Fang Chen, on the other hand, focused all his attention on the depths of the mountain range. What on earth is there that could attract the corpse demon's large-scale attack? Fang Chen frowned and pondered. After the battle with the corpse demon emperor, Fang Chen already knew. The corpse demon was very powerful, and what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps in the ancient chaos, the corpse demon's powerful forces were hiding in the dark, spying on the human race. Fang Chen walked step by step into the depths of the mountain range. Suddenly, he felt an invisible barrier in the air, blocking his way. Fang Chen frowned, his heart full of shock. Then he widened his eyes and looked at the void in disbelief. He activated the Supreme Ancestral Eye, shooting out 2 rays of golden light. In the next moment, countless complex patterns flashed in the void in front of him. The trajectories of these patterns actually seemed familiar. The Immortal Scepter, Fang Chen blurted out, because Fang Chen had seen the trajectory of these patterns on the Immortal Scepter before. Whoosh! The Immortal Scepter appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. Fang Chen activated it, and a dazzling light emerged. The complex patterns on the scepter flashed and moved quickly. It's really the same. Fang Chen was shocked. Did the Immortal Emperor come here before? The Emperor has never been here before. The Immortal Scepter said leisurely. Then why are the patterns here exactly the same as the ones on your body? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Try to activate the Immortal Star power. Listening to the Immortal Scepter, Fang Chen secretly activated the Immortal Star power. Suddenly, the powerful Immortal Star power spread throughout his body. He felt that the power in his body was constantly increasing, as if his body was about to explode. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed something strange. The Immortal Star power is resonating. Fang Chen was very surprised. What was in the depths of the mountain range that could resonate with the Immortal Star power? You feel it, right? The Immortal Scepter asked. Fang Chen nodded. The Immortal Scepter continued. In fact, what's hidden in the depths of the mountain range is just an Immortal Star power. Immortal Star power? Fang Chen was even more confused. If the Immortal Emperor had never been here, then where did the Immortal Star power come from? Back then, the Emperor fought with someone, and the Immortal Star power exploded and scattered to every corner of the chaotic realm. I think one of the Immortal Star power shot into this place, the Immortal Scepter explained. And the master of this miniature universe happened to place his miniature universe here, Luo Feng said. Therefore, the Immortal Star power was hidden in the universe. Fang Chen was speechless. So that's how it was. The Immortal Star power is the exclusive power of the Emperor, and it's very powerful. Although it's just an Immortal Star power, it can subtly change this miniature universe. When you walk out of here, have you ever felt that the power of rules here is different from other miniature universes? Fang Chen was stunned. He recalled the Shuri universe he had created and compared it with the Star River universe. Then he realized the abnormality. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the Immortal Scepter said, In fact, all of this is caused by the Immortal Star power. This miniature universe has been secretly changed by the Immortal Star power, and the power of the Great Path contains the aura of the Immortal Emperor. Therefore, this is also why the Star River universe can produce a genius like you. Fang Chen was stunned. It turned out that he had been in contact with the immortal emperor's aura a long time ago, but he didn't know it. Well, what are you waiting for? Go in and absorb this immortal star power. The immortal scepter urged when Feng Chen was still in a daze. At the same time, the immortal scepter turned into a stream of light and broke through the invisible barrier, completely releasing the immortal star power hidden in the depths of the mountain range. Buzz! The immortal scepter sealed the entire mountain range, and the powerful immortal star power condensed into a stream of starlight, illuminating the entire mountain range. Dong! Dong! Feng Chen felt the immortal star power in his body surging, and his blood was restless. It's so powerful. The power of this immortal star power was far more powerful than what Feng Chen had painstakingly cultivated. The starlight rose slowly, resonating with the immortal star power in Feng Chen's body. Chapter 2961. The process of absorbing the immortal star power was very smooth. After all, with the help of the immortal scepter and Feng Chen's own talent, he had comprehended the immortal star power from the immortal inheritance. This time it was relatively simple. Dong! The power in his body vibrated, and his robe fluttered. He clenched his fist, and the surrounding void shattered, and a spatial storm appeared instantly. So strong! Feng Chen felt that the power in his body was too strong, although his cultivation had not broken through. After absorbing the immortal star power, his combat power had at least soared to a new level. Before, when I faced a wholly venerable expert, I might only be able to escape unscathed. But now, I am confident that I can destroy an early wholly venerable expert, Feng Chen said confidently. Congratulations. The immortal scepter descended from the sky, and the mountain returned to peace. The surrounding seal had also been lifted. How do you feel? The immortal scepter asked. He had followed the immortal emperor to battle everywhere, and was very clear about the immortal star power. Too strong. This immortal star power is at least 10 years of my cultivation, Feng Chen exclaimed. Of course, you are just a beginner now. How can you compare with the great emperor? The immortal scepter said proudly, with infinite admiration for the immortal emperor. You said that the immortal star power exploded and scattered all over the chaotic realm. Can I search for the immortal star power hidden in the dark to form a star core? Feng Chen smiled, looking forward to it. But soon, the immortal scepter dampened his enthusiasm. I don't want to criticize you, but with your current strength, you are not strong in the immemorial chaos. How dare you try to find the immortal star power? The immortal scepter said mercilessly. The battle between the great emperor and the enemy swept across the entire chaotic realm. The explosion of the immortal star power almost sunk half of the immemorial chaos, and the immortal star force scattered all over the place is stronger than the last. What you just absorbed was only the weakest of the immortal stars, the immortal scepter said. In other words, even if the immortal star power is in front of you, you can't absorb it. Feng Chen curled his lips. The immortal scepter added, not to mention, with your strength, you can't find it. Although the immortal scepter could sense the immortal star power, it was based on the close distance. But now, Feng Chen was too weak to unleash the true power of the immortal scepter, so there was nothing it could do. Feng Chen nodded and gave up on the idea. One day, I'll absorb all the immortal astral power scattered throughout the chaos realm. Feng Chen clenched his fists and swore to himself. After slightly adjusting his state of mind, Feng Chen turned around and left the mountain range. In the empty, dark, and cold void, there was a floating island. Looking from afar, this island looked like a dead island without any signs of life. The island was constantly drifting, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Roar! On the island, a furious roar sounded, breaking the silence in the darkness. Crack! His voice contained an extremely powerful force, causing the entire space to tremble and the island to shake. Damned humans, ruining my corpse demon plan. On the island, a ferocious skeleton stood on the ground and roared angrily. On the side, several corpse demon elders stood with their heads bowed, shivering. Our clan has been planning for countless years and has already collected 30 strands of immortal star power. We only found the 31st strand after much effort, and to prevent those old bastards from the immemorial chaos from destroying it, we didn't hesitate to expose a stronghold to attract their attention. We even used our clan's treasure to isolate the ancient Saint Chaos, but the plan still failed. The ferocious skeleton was filled with anger. The corpse demon had been hiding in the dark, collecting the immortal star power left behind by the immortal emperor. My lord, this failure may attract the attention of the immemorial chaos, one of the elders said in a low voice. Humph, a bunch of trash. The ferocious skeleton said coldly, according to the information that idiot sent back, the one who ruined the plan is a native of the Star River universe. His cultivation is probably at the Star Venerable level, and he's a sword cultivator. Investigate this person at all costs. Anyone who dares to go against the corpse demon will be killed without mercy. Yes, my lord. Rest assured, we will investigate right away. Also, you must be careful in other places. If you fail again, you can bring your heads to me, the ferocious skeleton said. Fong Qin, who was in the Star River universe. He didn't know that he had unintentionally ruined the corpse demon's plan. They were secretly investigating him, trying to catch him in one fell swoop. His powerful consciousness spread out and covered the entire Star River universe. Fong Qin saw some human warriors fighting the corpse demon in the mortal world and his 2 sons. Han Yaner. A faint smile appeared on Fong Qin's face. He did not interfere in the affairs of the lower realm because, in his opinion, this was an excellent opportunity. He could use this opportunity to temper his 2 sons. After all, they would also go to the immemorial chaos to cultivate in the future. The mortal world now had Green Bamboo Island as its base, and the 4 Holy Lands as its support. The addition of Fong Yun and Fong Han, as well as the Bone Progenitor and the others, had undoubtedly raised the strength of the mortal world to a very strong level. As for the more powerful corpse demon, Fong Qin had already killed them in the God realm. The ones left behind were the corpse demon, which was on par with the experts in the mortal world. It was a good opportunity for him to practice. After confirming that the mortal world was safe, Fong Qin withdrew his consciousness and strolled on the land of the God realm. What a familiar feeling! Fong Qin relaxed his body and could clearly feel the power of the way of the heavens surrounding him. He could even clearly feel the trajectory of the universe. He gently raised his palm, and suddenly a vast amount of power gathered. Rays of complicated light circulated in the palm of his hand. So this is the so-called operation of the miniature universe. Seeing through the operation of the universe at a glance was something that only experts like Fong Qin could do. Unknowingly, Fong Qin came to the Shinchi Palace. The purpose of establishing the Shinchi Palace was to rule on behalf of the heavens and protect the Star River universe. Now, the prestige of the Shinchi Palace was even stronger, and the other forces in the God realm were all convinced. Whoosh! Fong Qin landed in the territory of the Shinchi Palace, and immediately 2 warriors approached him. Who are you? Why have you come to the Shinchi Palace? The 2 approached Fong Qin and asked sternly. At this time, Fong Qin's aura was restrained, and he was like an ordinary person. Who is the current palace master of the Shinchi Palace? Fong Qin asked. Who are you? The 2 heard this and stared at Fong Qin warily. In the entire God realm, everyone knew who the palace master of the Shinchi Palace was. The person in front of them was very suspicious. I am Fong Qin. Fong Qin shrugged and said his name. However, the 2 obviously had not heard of him. No matter who you are, leave this place quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Fong Qin did not move, but just smiled quietly. Seeing this, the 2 were instantly furious and wanted to attack. At this time, there was a piercing sound in the distance, and then a man in a green robe came from afar. "Stop!" Hearing this, the two turned to look and were completely stunned. The palace master, who was usually elusive, had actually come. "Palace master?" The two cried out involuntarily. The man in the green robe waved his hand. "You two go back first. Leave this to me." The two opened their mouths and hesitated, but in the end they left. In the entire god realm, they did not believe that anyone was qualified to challenge the palace master. "Who are you?" The man in the green robe looked directly at Fang Qin and asked in a low voice. His heart trembled because the other party was clearly in front of him, but he could not sense him. Just now he was cultivating when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and he came here according to the voice. To be able to penetrate the seal he had set up, it was enough to show how powerful this person was. "I have never seen you in the god realm," Palace Master Shinshi said slowly. Strictly speaking, the first palace master of the Shinshi Palace is Fang Shi, the second palace master is Tian Xan. Jingho is the third, and you should be the fourth, right? Fang Qin asked with a smile. The four people that Fang Qin mentioned all left behind illustrious reputations in the divine realm. Emperor Shi, Emperor God Tian Xan, Emperor God Puppet. Chapter 2962. In the vast god world, no one did not know about the three previous palace masters of divine Shi Palace. Although they had left behind countless legends. However, those who truly knew that Fang Qin was the expert behind the scenes of the divine Shi Palace were only a handful of high-level experts in the god realm. Now, Palace Master Divine, she had never seen Fang Qin before, although there was a portrait of Fang Qin in divine Shi Palace. After all these years of training, both his temperament and image had changed greatly. That was why Palace Master Divine, she did not recognize that the person in front of him was the legendary ancestor of divine Shi Palace. "I am Fang Qin." Fang Qin said calmly. "Fang Qin." Palace Master Divine, she frowned and thought quickly. He vaguely felt that he had heard this name somewhere before. Suddenly his body trembled and his eyes widened as he looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. Ancestor of divine Shi Palace? Master's brother? Emperor Shi's father? Emperor Tian Xan's master? A series of thoughts appeared in Palace Master Divine Shi's mind. His heart was in turmoil and he could not imagine it. The ancestor of divine Shi Palace would appear here. Could it be? Finally, Palace Master Divine, she took a deep breath and held back his surprise as he bowed deeply to Fang Qin. "I was ignorant and did not recognize the ancestor." Fang Qin waved his hand. "It's okay, it's not your fault." Under the lead of Palace Master Divine Shi, Fang Qin came to the headquarters of Divine Shi Palace. The current Divine Shi Palace was no longer the same as when it was first built. Back then, Fang Qin had left behind countless resources, and Shinshi Palace had also relied on these resources to rise rapidly, becoming the well-deserved overlord of the universe. After listening to Palace Master Divine Shi's introduction, Fang Qin nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the current situation of Divine Shi Palace. Divine Shi Palace is developing well. I don't ask much of you, as long as you protect the universe. Fang Qin said softly. "Yes, Palace Master Shin," she said respectfully. After staying in Shinshi Palace for a short period of time, Fang Qin quietly left. Before he left, he personally set up a protective array for the Shinshi Palace. With this array, even if experts from the ancient, sacred chaos attacked, they would not be able to break it. As long as no one at the level of a venerable god took action, the Shinshi Palace would always be safe. In addition, Fang Qin also visited many of his old friends. Rip. With a wave of his hand, Fang Qin tore through the void and arrived in the lower world. The situation in the lower realm had become clear. Fang Han and Fang Yin had also gained something from this experience. The arrival of Fang Qin made the two of them very excited. "Father!" Their faces were full of smiles as they rushed towards Fang Qin. The The latter was also very happy when he saw his two sons. In the distant horizon, countless experts were watching this scene. That person looks familiar. Who is he? To be able to stand on equal footing with the bone progenitor, he must be one of the strongest in the realm of the gods. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? The onlookers were puzzled when they saw Fang Qin appear out of thin air. He is Fang Qin, the Lord of Green Bamboo Island. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd. Then, all the warriors were completely shocked. What? Fang Qin is back? In an instant, the news spread like a kite throughout the lower world. Countless warriors were shocked. The leaders of the 4 great holy lands were also gathered here. I can't even sense his presence. The leader of the Ling clan side. They had fought side by side in the past. Who would have thought that Fang Qin would become so powerful after so many years? Haha, he has the blood of the Luo clan in him. The happiest person was the leader of the Luo clan. The others looked at the leader of the Luo clan enviously. Because of Fang Qin, the Luo clan was now stronger than the 3 great holy lands. Other than Green Bamboo Island, the Luo clan's holy land was developing the fastest. A legend of the generation. A voice sounded in everyone's heart. Fang Qin brought Fang Yun and Fang Han with him. He visited some of his old friends in the lower world. He also left some things that were useful to them as a greeting gift. In the end, Fang Qin and the bone progenitor left quietly. Outside the Azura universe, Fang Qin stood calmly. Beside him was the bone progenitor. The forces behind the corpse demon are very strong. I'm worried that they will attack again, Fang Qin said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his palm and a vast array of power erupted. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, a huge array appeared spontaneously, completely enveloping the Azura universe and the starry universe. The defense of this array can withstand the attacks of holy venerables. Unless it's a tribulation supremacy, no one can break through it, Fang Qin said to the bone progenitor. This is an energy crystal. It's enough to last a universe era. The bone progenitor took the energy crystal and grinned. Ha ha ha! With this array, the 2 universes will no longer have to worry about being harassed by others. This way, I can comprehend the Tao of time and space in peace. When Fang Qin returned to the ancient Saint Chaos with his 2 sons, he happened to meet the little mouse and the others who had just come out of seclusion. Inside the Azura Sword Sect. After listening to Fang Qin's words, the 5 fellows felt rather helpless. They had missed such a lively event while they were in seclusion. Unfortunately, the 5 of us obtained some opportunities and went into seclusion to cultivate. Damn that corpse demon. If I see them again, I'll kill them all. In response, Fang Qin just smiled indifferently. Boss. Finally, the 5 fellows looked at Fang Qin in unison, their eyes full of anticipation. Fang Qin shook his head. Don't worry, I'll take you away. When they came out of seclusion this time, their strength had reached the level of ancient god. The ancient Saint Chaos was indeed not suitable for them to cultivate. According to their personalities, they would definitely be unwilling to continue staying in the ancient Saint Chaos. Therefore, after careful consideration, Fang Qin decided to take them to the ancient Saint Chaos. But you have to promise me that after you go to the ancient Saint Chaos, you must remember not to cause trouble. Don't worry, boss. We'll listen to you. After everything was arranged, Fang Qin left the ancient Saint Chaos. But before he left, he met with Qing Ho. The latter's attainments in the puppet Tao had reached an extremely high level. However, there was nothing he could do about Butian, who had been refined into a death war puppet. I've also heard of the death war puppet. It's an extremely evil method. With my current strength, there's naturally nothing I can do. But I'm confident that when I make a breakthrough in the puppet Tao, I'll definitely be able to free him. This was what Qing Ho said to Fang Qin. Moreover, Qing Ho also said that it wouldn't be long before he went to the ancient Saint Chaos to explore. After learning of Qing Ho's thoughts, Fang Chen said that he wanted to take him along, but Qing Ho refused. He still had some things to take care of. He seemed to have some enlightenment in the puppet Tao and needed time. As for Fang Chen's parents, Fang Chen arranged for them to stay in the Shinchi Palace in the Galaxy Universe. He knew how dangerous the ancient Saint Chaos was. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to protect them. The Shinchi Palace was the most suitable place for them. I still have a long way to go. Looking up at the sky, Fang Chen sighed. Whoosh! His body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dark void. The crisis of the Corpse Devil clan was finally over. Moreover, after this incident, Fang Chen left many resources and inherited secret techniques in the ancient Saint Chaos and the Galaxy Universe. Only when one was strong enough could they resist the invasion of the outside world. The ancient Saint Chaos, the southern region, Tianshu Yuan. This was Fang Chen's foothold in the ancient Saint Chaos and also Fang Chen's nest. The current continent of despair was completely under the control of Tianshu Yuan. Fang Chen placed the 5 guys in Tianshu Yuan and let them cultivate there first to gradually adapt to the pace of the ancient Saint Chaos. A few days later, Fang Chen's clone also rushed to Tianshu Yuan and joined his original body. Fang Chen gave the demon sealing tower to his clone and let him focus on cultivating the demon race army in the demon sealing tower. Perhaps even Fang Chen didn't expect that his casual idea would create the demon race army that would shake the ancient Saint Chaos in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. After everything was arranged, Fang Chen was preparing to collect information and find the 3 girls of the star and moon when he suddenly received a shocking piece of news. Chapter 2963. Kongjiao. News about his disciple Kongjiao. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. The fury in his heart had already reached an unimaginable level. The news came from the Ling family, and it was personally sent by Yunling. Although Yunling said that she didn't know Kongjiao, she felt that Kongjiao's aura seemed to be of the same origin as Fang Chen's, so she asked Fang Chen. Moreover, Yunling used talismans to send Kongjiao's mental image. After looking at it, Fang Chen could confirm that it was his disciple, Kongjiao. The Su family? Fang Chen's dark eyes shot out a terrifying light as he muttered. His words were filled with shocking killing intent. He wouldn't let go of anyone who acted against his disciple. After hearing that Kongjiao was in danger, Fang Chen didn't say anything and directly left Tianshu Yuan. Only his clone knew about his departure. He took the teleportation channel and crossed countless continents, arriving at the Ling family's territory. Ling Tian City, ancient chaos, southern region. The Ling family's headquarters. This city was very prosperous in the entire southern region, and there were many experts. Whoosh! The teleportation channel in Ling Tian City suddenly flashed with white light, and a vast aura surged out. Following this, Fang Chen walked out. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a beautiful figure in pink clothes quickly ran over, instantly attracting the attention of all the cultivators on the street. That's... Someone recognized Ling Shan and their eyes widened. Ling family's daughter, Ling Shan. Isn't she in closed-door cultivation? Why is she here? No wonder she's the #1 beauty in the southern region. She's so beautiful. What's Ling Shan doing here? Could it be that the teleportation channel flashed and caused a huge commotion, and Princess Ling Shan came to welcome an important guest to Ling Tian City? Ling Shan's appearance quickly attracted the attention of countless people. Their gazes were all focused on the teleportation channel. They were all curious as to who it was that could make the Ling family's daughter, Ling Shan, personally come to welcome them. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and thin figure walked out of the teleportation channel. There was a strange aura on his body that completely enveloped him, preventing anyone from probing him. Who is he? Many people were surprised to see Fang Chen. They had never seen him before. Fong Qin. Ling Shan quickly walked up to Fong Qin, her face full of smiles. Senior Yin knows you're coming, so he sent me to welcome you, Ling Shan said. Ever since Fong Qin saved her, she was grateful to Fong Qin. When he saw Fong Qin again, he sighed in his heart. Let's go. Senior Yin is waiting for you, Ling Shan continued. Fong Qin nodded. Kong Jiu's life was at stake, so he didn't want to waste any more time. Ling Shan turned around and grabbed Fong Qin's arm with her little hand, quickly heading towards the city, Lord's Manor. Countless martial artists on the street were in an uproar. Could this person be Princess Ling Shan's lover? That must be it. Otherwise, with Princess Ling Shan's personality, why would she smile at other men? This guy is really lucky to be able to win Princess Ling Shan's heart, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Countless discussions were incessant. City, Lord's Manor, in the garden pavilion. Yunling, dressed in a green robe, sat on a stone bench. Her aura was very noble, giving off a breathtaking feeling. Seeing Fong Qin's arrival, she straightened up and smiled at him. You're here. Yunling. Er's red lips parted slightly as she smiled. What's going on? Fong Qin asked hurriedly, his face a little solemn. What's his relationship with you? Yunling asked. He's my disciple, Kong Jiu. Hearing this, Yunling, Er's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then she said solemnly, Actually, this is quite a coincidence. The Su family is located in the middle of the southern and western regions. Their power spans across the two regions, and their combined power is slightly stronger than the Ling family. It's just that, strictly speaking, they're considered a power in the western region, so they usually have nothing to do with our Ling family. However, not long ago, the Su family learned about what happened in the southern region and sent an invitation letter. I personally brought the younger generation of the Ling family to the Su family and had an exchange with them. Yunling said slowly. She saw Kong Jiu in the Su family, and at first she didn't feel anything. However, when the latter inadvertently released a trace of aura, she instantly caught it and firmly believed that this person was of the same origin as Fong Qin. I didn't expect him to be your disciple, Yunling whispered. After hearing Yunling, Er's words, Fong Qin's heart gradually calmed down. He's imprisoned in the Su family. There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to hope that Kong Jiu was safe. Your disciple seems to be fine, but the Su family doesn't seem to have the intention of killing him. They've been torturing him. Yunling pondered. It seems that they want to get some information from him. Tell me the Su family's address, Fong Qin calmly said. The Eagle Sword sect can't compare to the Su family. Don't be rash. With your current strength, it'll be very difficult to shake the Su family, Yunling reminded him. She understood Fong Qin very well and knew what he was thinking. But that's my disciple. I can't just watch him die. Fong Qin said in a hoarse voice. No matter what the Su family's background was, no matter how powerful they were, he had to save Kong Jiu. After thinking for a moment, Yunling said, Don't be rash. Let's think of a way. If you force the Su family into a corner and they kill your disciple, it won't be good. Don't worry. I'll personally go with you. Many thanks, Fong Qin said as he nodded. After staying in Lingtian City for about 3 days, Fong Qin and Yunling set off towards the Su family's residence. At this moment, the Su family in the southwest had already received news. Su family's residence meeting hall. The Su family's master, who was dressed in leather, had a sinister look on his face. Master, the Ling family has already set off, the housekeeper reminded him in a low voice. The Su family's master remained silent, as though he didn't care about the Ling family at all. Master, should the Su family take action? The housekeeper continued to ask. Hearing this, the Su family's master finally raised his head and looked at the housekeeper. Although the Ling family isn't a match for the Su family, we can't underestimate them. Our goal is to absorb the Ling family without expending a single soldier. Right now, the biggest problem is Yunling. who appeared out of nowhere. Previously, Yunling, had brought the younger generation of the Ling family to the Su family for an exchange. The Su family's master had secretly confronted Yunling, and discovered that she was extremely powerful. Moreover, the most important thing was that she had unpredictable talisman techniques. Although Yunling was a half-step universe god expert, her strength was comparable to a universe god expert. This was also the reason why the Su family didn't take action directly. Then what should we do? The housekeeper asked, puzzled. You don't have to worry about this matter. After Yunling comes, let the younger generation of the Ling family exchange pointers with the younger generation of the Su family first. I think that after their defeat last time, they will definitely seek revenge this time. They will defeat the geniuses that they are so proud of and crush them from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, master. The housekeeper nodded and then left the meeting hall. After the housekeeper left, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the meeting hall. Master, I have done as you said. The Su family's master's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly got up and bowed to the black shadow. Do your job well for me, the corpse demon. If this matter is completed, I, the corpse demon, will definitely not treat you badly. I will even support the Su family to become the master of the southern region, the black shadow said in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, the Su family's master was overjoyed. Master, don't worry. The Su family will do our best. Riding on Yunling, flying talisman, everyone was extremely fast. After a few days, they arrived at the Su family's territory. Up ahead is the Su family's territory, Yunling said. Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the Su family's territory expressionlessly. Follow me closely. Don't wander around. Yunling led everyone to the Su family's city, quickly. Fang Chen. Lingshan seemed to feel that something was wrong with Fang Chen. She walked up to him and called out in a low voice, Are you okay? Fang Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Buzz. At this moment, the sword principal power in Fang Chen's body surged, as if it was going to rush out of his body. Kongjiu. Chapter 2964. The Su clan was a famous clan and was considered the most prestigious clan between the western and southern regions. After entering the Su clan's territory, there were Su clan symbols everywhere. However, Fang Chen was not in the mood to observe this at all. He had been thinking about his disciple Kongjiu. Don't panic. Yunling glanced at Fang Chen and reminded him in a low voice. The latter nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Yunling into the Su clan city. Ha ha ha! The Ling clan has come to visit. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. The Su clan master personally welcomed them. His gaze fell on Yunling, and a trace of slyness flashed in the depths of his eyes. This way, please. Under the accompaniment of the Su clan master, the Ling clan was quickly settled in the city. The competition of the younger generation will be in 3 days. Everyone can rest in peace during this period. The Su clan master and Yunling left the mansion to discuss some matters. As soon as the two powerhouses left, Fang Chen was ready to leave. Fang Chen, where are you going? Lingshan walked over and asked in a low voice. Going out for a walk. Fang Chen said, It's your first time in the Su clan city. You must not be familiar with it. I'll accompany you. After saying that, she strode out of the mansion without caring whether Fang Chen agreed or not. The Su clan city was very prosperous. The streets were full of traffic and people came and went. Countless hawking voices echoed in Fang Chen's ears. Actually, the Su clan was just an ordinary small clan a long time ago. The two walked side by side on the street. Lingshan introduced to Fang Chen. Later, a peerless genius appeared in the Su clan. It was said that this genius of the Su clan gathered 81 supreme ancestral eyes and glimpsed a trace of the power of the supreme law. His strength soared and he became a peerless powerhouse. Since then, the the Sioux clan soared into the sky. At its peak, the Sioux clan once dominated the western region. However, later on, the genius of the Sioux clan seemed to have some problems and was hunted down by his enemies. Not long after, the Sioux clan announced that they would withdraw from the ranks of the western region's overlords. Ling Shan spoke confidently. At that time, the Sioux family's patriarch was quite wise. At their peak, the Sioux family had made too many enemies. After their guardian deity disappeared, the Sioux family was attacked from both sides. After they withdrew from the ranks of the overlords, although their power declined a lot, they still managed to keep a trace of hope. Hearing this, Fong Qin was slightly moved. He never thought that in the history of the Sioux family, there would actually be a peerless expert. It seemed that every force that could survive the endless passage of time could not be underestimated. What's up ahead? Suddenly, Fong Qin stopped in his tracks and looked ahead with his pitch-black eyes. There was a tall building there, and behind the tall building was a huge mineral vein. "That's the Sioux's mine," Ling Shan said. "It's called the Purple Cloud Mine, the most important property of the Sioux. Every year, the profits from the purple cloud or trade are enough to feed the entire Sioux family. There's a very strong seal around this mine. It is said that it was personally set up by the unparalleled expert of the Sioux family. Over the years, there have been many forces that have tried to spy on the Sioux family's Purple Cloud Mine, but without exception, they all failed." Ling Shan continued, "This is also the reason why the Sioux family dared to openly place the entrance of the mine in such a conspicuous place in the city." "Unfortunately," Ling Shan sighed at this point. "Unfortunately what?" Fong Qin asked. "Due to the uniqueness of the Purple Cloud Mine, the people who collect it must have a strong physique. Therefore, over the countless years, the Sioux family has been capturing martial artists with special physiques and enslaving them to mine for them. Countless martial artists could not withstand the brilliance of the Sioux family and died in the mine. At the end, Ling Shan shook her head helplessly. Fong Qin walked straight towards the tall building because he sensed Kong Jiu's aura inside. "What are you doing?" Ling Shan stopped Fong Qin and asked. "Unrelated people are not allowed to come within 100 meters of the Purple Cloud Building. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy," Ling Shan said. Fong Qin frowned as a series of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he gave up. "Let's go back." "You've only been out for a while. Why aren't you shopping anymore?" Ling Shan asked. Fong Qin minded his own business and returned to his residence to rest. In the dark night, one could not see their fingers. A black shadow suddenly shot out from the Ling family's residence. Then, the black shadow merged into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fong Qin's attainments in the space-time Dao had reached an unimaginable level. His control over his body was simply too perfect, unless it was a holy venerate or tribulation venerate. Otherwise, no one would be able to discover his existence. Soon, Fong Qin arrived in front of the Purple Cloud Building. The Purple Cloud Building was brightly lit. From the outside, one could see countless guards guarding the Purple Cloud Building. "Humph," Fong Qin snorted coldly. His body dissipated and turned into nothingness. He used the space-time escape technique and quietly passed through the Purple Cloud Building. There it is. Soon, Fong Qin found the entrance to the Purple Cloud or Vein. Thud, thud, thud. Fong Qin stepped into the Purple Cloud or Vein. The Purple Cloud was a very special ore. This ore contained extremely strong energy. After ordinary martial artists absorbed it, their physical body would quickly become stronger. "What a huge or vein," Fong Qin whispered. He walked in the darkness and observed the situation in the or vein. At the same time, he activated the Chaos Sword body to resist the gravity in the Purple Cloud or Vein. Buzz! The sword chi in his body vibrated and resonated with Kong Jiu. Over there. Fong Qin found the right direction and quickly headed towards where Kong Jiu was. In the depths of the Purple Cloud or Vein, Kong Ju leaned against the wall. His face was pale and he was panting. I don't know when it will end, Kong Ju murmured. Back then, he and Fong, she went on an adventure together and accidentally obtained the inheritance of a powerful martial artist. However, when the Su family found out about it, they were exterminated. Junior sister, I hope you are safe, Kong Ju said in a low voice. Master taught us that no matter what we encounter, we can't give up easily, and we can't lose our rationality. Although I am now under the control of the Su family and they are constantly torturing me to make me tell them where you are, I will never tell them. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, the energy in Kong Ju's body shook violently. Kong Ju's face changed, and he was shocked. Master? His heart beat faster. He stood up and looked into the distance. Swoosh! In the darkness, a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, a black figure appeared in front of him, a familiar face and aura. Master! Kong Ju shouted excitedly. Ju, how are you? Seeing that Kong Ju was fine, Fong Chen was relieved. He took a step forward and walked toward Kong Ju. Don't come over, Kong Ju shouted anxiously. Fong Chen stopped and looked at Kong Ju in confusion. He spread out his powerful divine sense and covered Kong Ju's body. Soon he noticed something. Seal? Master, the Su family has engraved a strong seal in my body. As long as an outsider approaches me, they will know. Kong Ju said, Juer is already very happy to be able to see Master at this time. Kong Ju knew the power of the Su family and did not want to involve his master. What's going on? Why were you captured by the Su family? Fong Chen forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart as he stood in front of Kong Ju and asked. It's a long story, Kong Ju told Fong Shi about his experience with Fong Chen. The latter was furious when he heard the news. The Su family. Fong Chen clenched his fists. He wanted to destroy the Su family. However, reason told him that he could not do anything to the Su family by himself. Master, the Su family did not kill me because they wanted to use me as bait to lure Junior sister to save me. The Su family is too powerful. Master, don't be rash. Leave quickly and don't worry about me. Kong Ju said, You are my disciple. How can I not care about you? Fong Chen said, Don't worry. I will find a way to save you. After that, Fong Chen did not waste any more time. He sat cross-legged and devoted himself to breaking the seal. Buzz! His divine sense came into contact with the seal in Kong Ju's body and was immediately repelled. What seal is this?